Good evening, everybody. The corrupt Marxist Dem judge and New York prosecutors still holding President Trump hostage, and his Marxist captors look more like evil fools with each passing day. Constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley explaining why the Marxist Dem criminal trial against Trump is now collapsing under its own weight.
But I have to say, this is collapsing on its own weight. I mean, you just have to stand back and let it fall. I mean, just asking simple questions that the jury would want to know has left serious damage for the prosecution. I mean, these are not strange, tangential questions. These are the questions that you would have expected the prosecution to ask as just the completion of their line of questioning.
Well, Turley, one of the country's foremost professors of law and columnists, even long, loyal Democrat attorneys and professors are dismayed by the Marxist Dem corrupt persecution of Donald Trump. Harvard Law professor emeritus Alan Dershowitz explains why there is no crime in this so-called criminal trial.
Is the crime?
There is no crime. That's why they're putting on people like Pecker talking about catch and kill. They're putting on McDougal. They're putting on. There's no crime. And, you know, they ought to be very careful about this because the Supreme Court, the appellate court in Albany, just reversed Harvey Weinstein's conviction on the ground that they put in too much information that wasn't really relevant to the case. And that's what's happening. There is no crime in Manhattan. You cannot figure out what the crime is. That's why they're putting on all this evidence of non-crimes, trying to persuade the jury that catch and kill is a crime. It's not. Paying hush money is a crime. It's not. Putting a corporate statement is a misdemeanor.
A misdemeanor, and yet here we are. Professor Dershowitz, by the way, will be joining us here this evening to break down the Trump trials and talk about the pro-Hamas, anti-Semitic, anti-American campus protests that are rocking this country. You'll want to hear Alan's learned view of the law, as well the disorder the Marxists are creating on our university campuses. Now, the war in Ukraine and Zelensky's unveiling of talks between the United States and Ukraine for what would be a 10-year security agreement, trying obviously to tie the hands of the man who the Marxists fear will be elected this fall. And on college campuses, the American last administrators are making themselves known, just like the dimwits who are overrunning those college campuses, raising Hamas flags on American soil, like these anti-Israel, anti-Semitic protesters at Harvard University, losing students by the year and dishonoring America and the almost 400 years of Harvard traditions and service to the United States. It is truly a shame. And another once proud, Ivy Yale University is being infected with the Hamas virus. At Emory University near Atlanta, protesters were tackled by police officers as they tried to restore order. And some of the protesters, so-called, had to be carried off screaming, mind you. And in Texas, after dozens of these anti-Israeli, anti-American protesters were arrested last week, all of the charges have been dropped for lack of probable cause. Do you smell a Soros-sponsored prosecutor in there? I do. Trespassing and criminal mischief and disturbing the peace with unsanctioned protests, which the police officers themselves witnessed, supplants so-called probable cause. These are crimes, Texas, crimes, Mr. Soros. But this is, as you often remind us, Biden's America. Chaos, lawlessness, a weaponized justice system. And joining us now to take up the anti-Israeli, anti-American protests sweeping our universities is New York University professor Scott Galloway. It appears to me, at least, that these anti-Israel, anti-Israeli, anti-Semitic protests, anti-American protests are growing in number rather than receding. What is your impression?
Good to be with you, Lou. I do think that requires some nuance. My impression is the majority of the protests are civil, and and letting students exercise their rights to protest on campus.
Hmm.
What's different this time, though, is that typically usually don't see this level of agita sometimes towards other students. And I don't know how much of it is exaggerated, but just as these students have a right to protest, other students have a right to engage in the college experience without feeling any sense of intimidation. I do feel as if some of it is spun a bit out of control. When USC has to cancel their graduation, there was an interesting article. I don't know if you saw today, Lou. These are the same kids that had their graduation canceled in high
Right.
school because of COVID. So
Yeah.
it's difficult to discern. What I will say is, I think there also needs to be sharper relief drawn between young people who should have a wide berth cut for them and the rights to protest versus faculty.
Mhm.
I find less empathy for faculty working for an organization who are paid by this organization if they are doing anything that doesn't take the temperature down and in any way sows division. But as a Jew, I'm especially sensitive to this stuff. I don't understand how some of it has turned so heated and so ugly. Anyways, I'll
Right.
just leave it there.
Well, and that's that nuance is helpful because it's context, but at the same time, uh, I personally believe there needs to be less nuance, if I may say, because there's a very big difference between protesting, demonstrating, exercising the right of free expression, free speech, and protesting the fact that Jewish students are alive, that Israelis can be killed and insist, as our government has through the offices of Joe Biden, that there be a unilateral ceasefire, which would be the same thing as a national suicide on the part of the Israelis. I don't see anything particularly uh, difficult about what we're witnessing. These are students and who knows what else from surrounding environs demonstrating against the country, against the Constitution, as they exploit the First Amendment of that Constitution. To me, it's outrageous that we think of this as a protest, uh, uh, as a matter of first free speech, and not recognize it for what it is. They're protesting the existence of Israel. They're protesting the existence of Israelis. And they're protesting Jewish students in their midst. How nuanced should we be?
Well, a lot there, Lou. Look, as someone who has family in Israel, as someone who considers themselves
Hmm.
a Zionist, I believe in the support and the protection of creation and protection of
Yeah.
Israel. And what I will say is, I think we share common ground, and that is free speech appears to never be freer when it turns to hate speech against Jews. I do think that if I
Hmm.
went down into the plaza of any one of these universities and started chanting, burn the gays or lynch the blacks, and I went down with a white hood and a Confederate flag, I don't think there'd be a lot of calls for nuance or context. I don't think I'd be protected by the First Amendment. I think I would be
Exactly.
summarily arrested and maybe even fired. And by the way, I think that would be the correct response. I think students have the
Well,
right to say fairly vile things. I think they're going to be embarrassed when they're older. And I also empathize that a camera wasn't following me around when I was 19, where there needs to be sharp relief. And the president of NYU, Linda Mills, I think did a good job here. The moment you start intimidating other students, the moment you put up encampments and you're a trespasser, you are going to be arrested. The moment
right.
as a faculty member who is signing the front of checks, not, is signing the back of checks, not the front of checks, we're paying them, does anything to sow division or just make it more difficult for this organization to create a healthy and learning environment, I think those individuals should be fired. I also hold
Right.
professors to a different standard, Lou. I said a lot of dumb things when I was 19. But if
Yeah.
you're a 40-year-old professor at a university and you don't have the critical thinking skills such that you are capable of defending an ideology that, if it were to gain purchase in our nation, the majority of our students who are Christian or gay would be summarily executed, then we screwed up. And you should go
Right.
practice your First Amendment rights to free speech at a different organization. And
Hmm.
this notion that somehow faculty are protected by free speech or the First Amendment, What that means is we can't prosecute you. We can't take you to court, but we don't have to pay you. And if you, for some reason, think that is unusual, go into the lobby of a Chick-fil-A headquarters or Walmart and start shouting or supporting this kind of vile hatred against a people's right to exist and see what happens to you. So I find this distressing from the extent that whether it was millions of people killed in Sudan or hundreds of thousands killed in Syria, it does seem that when there's a different standard for Jews and that hate speech, free speech moves to hate speech pretty quickly on campuses. I do sympathize with university leadership that has to thread a needle here, but there's just no getting around it. This is very distressing what's going on.
Yeah, you and I come at this from much different angles, as one might expect would be the case. But the reality is, the issue here is not tolerance, in my judgment. It isn't a question of being more tolerant. It is, without a doubt, in my opinion, being too tolerant. Because just think of what you just said. You're focused on the professors, but why don't we focus on those who are responsible for that campus and for the welfare of those students, all students? They're the administrators, the president, the board of trustees, the corporate board, in the case, for example, of Harvard. We're looking at a preposterous moment as we look at this tragic moment in our history, because we're not making choices, we're not making decisions, we're not adhering to our values, and we're not asserting those values. Instead, we're being tolerant of the poor children who are 19. We send people who are 19 off to war, and they are adults in this country. And we have to understand that there are consequences for bad behavior. There are consequences, and that they can't get that lesson in one of the country's finest universities, whether it be NYU, whether it be USC, Cornell, you name it, then what are we about? I'd like to continue the conversation further, Professor. I hope you'll come back, and we appreciate your views, and we also appreciate the difficulty of the moment in which you're living with in one of those universities. Thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Lou.
President Donald Trump and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis getting together. They seem to be putting their differences aside, or at least some of them, meeting in Miami to discuss working together in the general election. This according to a number of sources, all close to one or the other, or in some, to both. The meeting apparently lasting for several hours, with DeSantis reportedly agreeing to help fundraise for Republican candidates. The two had not spoken since the end of primary season, in which DeSantis dropped out of the race. As for Joe Biden, his poll numbers are worsening by the week, and I mean historically so, to the point that Biden now has the lowest approval rating of any president ever seeking re-election. The Gallup poll released Friday bestows on Biden the distinction of plummeting below Richard Nixon and Jimmy Carter. And it doesn't get lower than that. Well, perhaps it may. It could be, I suppose, further lower, if that's a correct construction, further lower. Joe's job approval sits at a dismal 38.7%. That makes him the weakest of any incumbent history ever. And seemingly everyone does hate Joe, despite everything that the national corporate media may tell us. They refuse to actually report on the reality of the cognitively impaired, corrupt puppet who does sit in the Oval Office, or more often, a Delaware vacation home. And turning now to Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky, who is working apparently with President Biden to try to secure even more money over the next decade. You thought that $61 billion was just the end of the deal. No, it was an installment. $61 billion in foreign aid that Congress recently approved isn't nearly enough. No, Zelensky wants more and more, it is obvious, and our corrupt ruling class and Biden regime only too eager to oblige. Joining us now to discuss all of this is Congressman Carlos Jimenez of Florida. Congressman, great to have you back with us. A lot is happening, and in Washington D.C., much of it, important, but extraordinarily difficult. And I want to just turn to China because it seems to have receded just a bit in the minds of the public, the corporate media, and yet we know that that is a relationship that is, it looks like it's headed toward outright conflict. Give us your sense of where we stand in the relationship with Communist China.
Well, frankly, I think we stand way too close with them. Our relationship is far too intertwined, and I've been calling for us to start to decouple from China, for some time now. Especially after I was named on the Select Committee on the competition between the CCP, between America and the CCP, and what we've learned, the things that we've learned, is that China is not our friend. China is an adversary. China wants to take our place as the dominant economic and military power in the world. And they, along with Russia and North Korea and Iran, are, in my estimation, the new axis of evil. And so, yeah, our relationship is a little bit too cozy, especially economically. And I know it's going to be difficult to disconnect and decouple, but I believe for the future security of the United States, we need to do that.
Yeah, it's particularly troubling, I think, to most people who are paying attention to that relationship and are concerned about the decisions being made by this administration in particular, very much so. It's to think that we are watching Wall Street firms shipping literally trillions of dollars to China,
Yeah.
while at the same time acknowledging that every Chinese firm, every major Chinese firm, and particularly an industrial, that is potentially armament and defense, are, they're absolutely held to a high standard of cooperation with the CCP, if not outright managed and owned by them. And to see this just go on as if it's just business as usual in America, to your point, you're exactly right. Talk about cozy. This is crazy cozy,
Yeah.
without any
Well,
seeming thought
Lou,
about good for America.
the problem is this: is that it's not every major corporation or every corporation that deals in defense. It's every corporation in China. They must cooperate with the PLA, People's Liberation Army. And so it could be, a small tech firm that maybe comes up with something which has military applications. They have to cooperate with the PLA. And so what we're doing is, and I've said it many, many times, we are funding the instruments of our own destruction. China still needs us. We're number one trading partner. And if we start to decouple from China and actually start to onshore or nearshore many of the companies that we have over there to assure our supply chain and not be that dependent on China to give us the things that we need here. Once we start doing that, then China's economic power will decline, and then their ability to finance their military will also decline, which will help us in our security.
I mean, let's take a couple of examples. The relationship between Apple and communist China. Apple is absolutely dependent upon Chinese production for its balance sheet as well as its income statement. Tesla. Tesla's stock has been battered of late, but the reality is the relationship between Elon Musk and Tesla and China is as tight as it could possibly be, without a red flag on every card. This has to change, does it not? And do we have the capacity to change?
Well, whether we have the capacity, I don't know if we have the capacity right now, but we need to start right now. And we need to start yesterday, the decoupling efforts and the onshoring and the nearshoring of the critical supply chains, and start to, they're not our friends. Like I said, they want to be the dominant economic and military power. They want to be the dominant power over the world by 2049. I don't know about you, but I don't want to live in a world, and I don't want my children and grandchildren living in a world that's dominated by the Communist Chinese Party. We see what they're doing in China. We see how they are, just trampling over human rights. They have been accused of genocide, unspeakable things. And that's exactly what will happen across the world if they become dominant. Because, look, they don't like to be criticized. They like things their own way. We've seen more and more how coercive they are. And their strong arm tactics when they think that you're at a disadvantage. We can never be at a disadvantage with the Chinese because then we're going to suffer. And our kids will suffer and our grandchildren will suffer.
Well, Congressman, we appreciate you being with us. I hope you'll come back soon. This issue will not be in any way diminished. It will not be any less urgent than it is right now.
Lou, if
We
I could,
appreciate it,
next time I come back, when I come back, I would love to talk to you about China's role with fentanyl and the criminal nature of it, and the direct attack that China is inflicting on the United States and our citizens. Tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people have died because of what China
I will do that, Congressman, if you promise that we can also talk about Mexico's role in the death of over 100,000 Americans every year, because it
Absolutely.
is a joint venture, as you well know. Appreciate
Absolutely.
it. Thanks so much. Turning now to illegal aliens who are committing gruesome crimes all across this country. In Florida, an illegal alien from Guatemala was arrested and charged with the murders of a mother and her 4-year-old daughter. Police say 31-year-old Angel Gabriel Kozchak brutally stabbed them to death. Kozchak is believed to have crossed the U.S.-Mexico border about 7 months ago. And in New Jersey, 2 illegal alien predators arrested over the weekend in separate incidents. Melvin Zacharias Escovel was arrested for aggravated sexual assault and child endangerment for, quote, forcibly having intercourse with the victim, end quote. Abel Garcia Landros was arrested for sexual assault and child endangerment. Both have been taken in to federal custody. In other news, over the weekend, the city of Detroit hosted the NFL draft, and the Motor City set a record 775,000 people who attended from Thursday through Saturday. 12 million people were also watching on television Thursday night for the first round, the highest viewership since 2021. The previous record was set back in 2019 when Nashville hosted the NFL draft. We'll see how Green Bay does next year as the host city. And now I'm pleased to bring you developments, the latest developments at MyPillow. MyPillow is excited to bring you their biggest bedding sale ever. Get the Giza Dream Bed sheets for as low as $39.98. A set of pillowcases only $9.98. Rejuvenate your bed with a MyPillow mattress topper for as low as $99.99. They also have blankets in a variety of sizes, a variety of colors and styles like plush, waffle, and down for as low as $39.99. They even have blankets for your pets. Get huge discounts on duvets, quilts, down comforters, body pillows, couch pillows, and so much more. So go to mypillow.com. Use promo code Dobbs. How about that? I like that promo code. You'll be glad you did. Please call 800-977-9152. Get all of your shopping done while quantities last. And remember, use promo code Dobbs. You'll be glad you did. Great bargains, great quality, a great promo code. It all comes together. I'm sure you agree. Well, join us on my podcast as well, The Great America Show, available at loudobbs.com, wherever you get your podcasts. Turning now to medical freedom news. According to the Gateway Pundit, the Arizona Republican Party passed a resolution to ban COVID-19 injections or vaccines. That's good news, and there's more news on this front. Multinational pharma giant AstraZeneca admitted in court that its COVID-19 vaccine could cause deadly blood clotting. You heard me right. We were told for years that any suggestion that these drugs come with dangerous side effects, all a conspiracy theory. But now we know it's a reality because a class action lawsuit was brought against the company by affected families. To question Big Pharma was to reveal yourself as a conspirator, a conspiracy uh, specialist or a rube. In reality, it means you're ahead of the curve. But in fact, earlier this month, a new report from the National Academies of Science, reporting that the Pfizer and Moderna mRNA shots can cause myocarditis. And joining us now to take up all of this is Dr. Pierre Kory. Dr. Kory, a pulmonologist and founder of Leading Edge Clinic. And it's great to have you with us, Dr. Kory. It's good to see you. And let's start with this amazing announcement, and that is AstraZeneca actually acknowledging after effects, side effects, if you will, to their vaccine.
Yep. Which we, let's remind ourselves, a year ago, they denied in court. And now they're admitting that there is a tie to this syndrome. But, Lou, the issue with this is the bigger problem is that they had to be sued to disclose this information, right? Which means that the pharmaceutical company's relationship, with the government is it's not just close, it's a stranglehold, right? These companies have managed to gain control over the very agencies that are supposed to regulate them. And, that means that that's at the expense of public health. This is a really big deal. I mean, they're not doing public health anymore. They're literally protecting profits over health. And we can't continue on like this. We need a solution.
And where, for all of us who simply are civilians, we don't know what constitutes a good vaccine from a bad vaccine. For there to be a complicity between public health agencies in this country and big pharma and political parties, I'll put it that way.
Yes.
This is overwhelming. And without your voice and that of others, we would have thought everything was just fine until it was too late. It's getting close to a real crisis that the public doesn't have faith in the public health agencies, doesn't have faith in their government. And by the way, I think that's a very healthy turn. I'm not bemoaning it at all.
Right.
You're thinking.
Yeah, no, and I agree. And that's the thing, you started out by saying that, we need to know whether these products that were being sold, if not mandated to take, are safe. And the unfortunate reality is that the governments have been complicit in hiding that data. I mean, this AstraZeneca case is just one example. If you go back to the FDA wanting to hide Pfizer safety data for 75 years, we had to sue to get that, right, through FOIA. And then the CDC program, which is the vSafe tracker, Erin Siri and Children's Health Defense, ICANN of Adelbert, they had to sue the government to get that data. And so our public does not know what's safe. And when you're saying that we're in a crisis, I'm at the leading edge of this. I see this thing up front. It's in my face every day. It's in my private practice. I focus on treating vaccine injury. There's an epidemic out there of injured, let alone the excess mortality. And now the third crisis that's rearing its head is the explosion in cancers amongst young people. And we can't operate a healthy society if this is what's going to happen to our agencies.
Yeah, and to go to that issue, do you have any ideas about how we could, in any way, force the government to force these companies to turn to what is an outrageous explosion of cancer? There has to be a cause because it is a different outcome, and that means it's cause and effect. Even if you're a civilian, it has to be cause and effect.
And so here's the deal. It shouldn't take a lawsuit to access data on the safety or what it's causing, right? Waiting for Congress to act, they're notoriously slow and deliberative, right? But here, I really think, if you think about it, these public health agencies, they report to the president. If you could get a president who could either begin reforming the agencies or just assigning an independent commission to look at this, not captured, influenced agency employees or leaders there, but really a coalition of diverse stakeholders that don't have conflicts of interest, I think you could get a lot done. We can get to the truth and we can better understand how to protect our health around these things.
The last commission I know that worked was, I believe it was 1983. It was the Alan Greenspan Commission on Social Security. And everyone thought the system was collapsing. But that commission was formed with citizens who were honestly and genuinely concerned about good governance. And they actually made a difference. And here we are, 40 some odd years later, with a system that is strained but not bankrupt. And we need that for so many things, whether it's public health, whether it is, these issues about transgender
Yeah.
mutations and what the impact is and the drugs that they take. But we have none of that because, once you do that, you get the American people involved and it really becomes a constitutional republic where the consent of the governed is sought rather than demanded. So I hope that some people are listening to you. I know a lot of people do, including myself, and I would hope that we would see that come to be a reality. We're looking at AstraZeneca and also Oxford University. We were talking about institutions. Oxford has, and the company that they were aligned with at Oxford, who were they aligned with? Do you recall who they were aligned with there in the development of that
Which
vaccine?
I don't with the
AstraZeneca.
I don't I can't I don't recall that actual data point. Sorry.
Because I was thinking of BioNTech at Oxford, aligned obviously with Pfizer, and a lot of
Yep.
questions there. And we're not even seeing the integrity one would expect of these scientists, research scientists working in medical research at some of the finest institutions in the world. It is dispiriting, I'll put it that way, but it is also angering, and we really need to get to the bottom of it. To that end, we learned that Dr. Fauci, uh, the the czar of NIH, who lied through his teeth about a number of things, including the origin of the
Yep.
virus. He's going to be testifying before Congress in a public hearing. I believe it's June 3rd. What is the first question you would love to hear him answer?
um oh man, I have hundreds, but mine would be, how is it that you ignored many dozens, if not hundreds, of trials around early, effective, repurposed treatments? And you only listen to big pharma conducted trials with pricey patented pharmaceuticals. Where is your, how should I say, what effort did you make to look at effective, already available FDA approved drugs that are, proven safety and low cost? Why? Show us evidence of that effort.
Right, right. And I've got a few, and that is, why did so many of your friends and those who depended on you for grants end up substantiating claims that the virus did not originate in Wuhan? It was not engineered and impossible to have been. Because I know some of those doctors, because I talked to them, and including Dr. Fauci in the early days of that pandemic, and they lied through their teeth to me. So
Yep.
I take it kind of personally. I take it very personally. And I would like to see a full blown investigation of the entire relationship involving the ecology of the NIH, public health agencies, and as well many of the companies that make up big pharma. I'd love to, as we conclude here, I'd love to get your concluding thoughts on where we are now and where we're headed.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Lou, because I think, Lou, you've always asked the tough questions and been willing to have those tough conversations. But I'm now seeing, in the impacts of my work, I'm starting to see the public being open now, especially major media. Like, I've published in the last 8 months with my writing partner Mary Beth Pfeiffer. We've done 5 op-eds. 3 of them are on excess deaths, and where we've been progressively able to bring vaccines into the equation, questioning the role. In fact, I just published one in Real Clear Health about a week ago, where we openly showed why this is likely due to the vaccines. I mean, that's published in a mainstream outlet. That's not an op-ed I could have published 6 months ago, 12 months ago. And now we're publishing more showing the links with cancer. I just think that if people know what the Overton window is, which is that, space where you can actually discuss policies that were once unpalatable to the public, we see that shifting. So I think there's a shift in society, and we got to have a call to action. We need a systematic, independent review of these vaccines that can really answer all these questions we have. But we can't expect pharma to do it or the captured agencies to do it. So, but I think that's what we need to focus on.
Well, thank you for that, Doctor, and we commend you for all that you're doing for the public's right to know, whether it's big pharma, whether it's vaccines, if there's a distinction between the two, or their government and the politics of this country that right now is suppressing truth rather than honoring the public's right to know. We thank you for honoring that public right, and look forward to our next conversation, Dr. Corey. Thank you so much.
Me too. Thank you.
Well, turning now to some other stories making headlines. The state of Louisiana making big headlines. It will chemically castrate a man convicted of repeatedly raping a 14-year-old girl. The man, Glenn Sullivan Sr., impregnated her and threatened to harm her and her family if she dared go to the police. Sullivan is also going to be spending 50 years of his life, apparently, in prison for his sexual assault on the young girl. Sullivan, by the way, becomes the first man chemically castrated by the state. He's also getting 50 years, as I said, in prison. Joe Biden is the most corrupt president in American history. And another story on his corruption is broken open, exposing the Biden crime family selling out to foreign governments. As reported by Politico, Jim Biden, the president's younger brother, partnered with the Qatari government for healthcare venture funds for AmeriCorps. That, according to sworn testimony by fund manager Michael Lewitt, a former business associate of Jim Biden. Jim Biden leveraged his connection to his older brother and sought ways to navigate restrictions on international financial transactions. The report adds that this came out in a fraud case being pursued by the SEC as part of a federal criminal probe in South Florida, which means that Biden's family members, including Jim and Hunter Biden, were cashing in on their connections to Joe throughout, while they were selling out the country to the highest bidder without registering as foreign agents. These are real crimes as opposed to the fake crimes being litigated against President Trump. You might want to take note. Well, joining us now to take up these legal developments is the best-selling author of Get Trump: The Threat to Civil Liberties, Due Process, and Our Constitutional Rule of Law, Harvard Law Professor Emeritus, great American, Alan Dershowitz. And I want to say, Alan, first of all, thanks for being here. And you as a professor and long time observer of universities, give us your sense of what is happening at Harvard, at other universities, otherwise prestigious and decorated, but absolutely seemingly giving in to bedlam and chaos.
Look, universities have been my life for 70 of my 85 years. I started Brooklyn College in 1955, and I've been at universities ever since. I've never quite seen it this way. And I lived through the civil rights demonstrations, the anti-war demonstrations. What worries me is the lesson that we're not learning from the anti-war demonstrations of the 60s and 70s. I represented a lot of the protesters in the Dr. Spock case, Chicago 7 case, Harvard disciplinary cases. And what I learned is that some, not all, but some of these protesters become terrorists.
Yeah.
Kathy Boudin, Bernadette Dorn, they started by protesting. They ended up murdering cops, planting bombs. And I think we're seeing among these people who are chanting these horrible anti-American, anti-Semitic, anti-Western slogans, I see in some of them a fifth column that will be groomed and used by us when it comes to America. Remember, these kids who were protesting in the 60s and 70s became grown-up terrorists. Take, for example, Kathy Boudin. She ended up murdering 2 police officers with families and 2 Brink scars, all in the name of bringing revolution to America. And guess what happened to her after she finished serving her sentence and was pardoned? She got a teaching job. Guess where? At Columbia University, where she probably taught some of these thugs who were making these statements. And she, came from a Jewish family. So you can't ever. People say, oh, there are Jews who are participating. Yeah, Jews can be terrible people too. They can be communists, they can be anarchists. Jewish Voice for Peace, for example, which is always proclaimed as this Jewish organization. It's not Jewish. Hardly anybody in the organization is Jewish. They just took the name in order to pretend to speak on behalf of the Jewish community. Jewish Voice for Peace is not for peace; it's for war. They supported Iran's attack on Israel, and they would support an Iranian attack on the United States. So I'm worried deeply about what this portends for our future. The universities are out of control. This is a function of what was called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which taught us that, and intersectionality, that all white people who are Christians or Jews are the oppressors, and all people of color are the oppressed, no matter how wealthy they might be, or the Black Lives Matter movement, or critical race theory, or divestment. All of these are part of the same radical effort to essentially overthrow the United States government. They use every opportunity they can, every excuse, and the Gaza war is only the most recent excuse.
This DEI and its role, critical race theory at Harvard Law School, we know is the inception of it. What it has become is a force, basically a fifth column unto itself, in the ways in which they have subverted government, they have subverted law. They have taken, they've become they're indoctrinating students as well as professors. We're seeing it across, as I said, Harvard University, the oldest university in the country, and they don't still, at this point, they being the administration, don't know how to handle it. To your point about learning something from the 60s and the 70s, and I was there as well, to watch what happened. But there were shouting matches in the dining halls, and people would be standing on chairs talking about either Vietnam or civil rights, whatever the cause was. But there was still cohesion within that, and people don't believe it, but it really was true. The public demonstrations and protests, some of which got off the rails, but it never got to a point that we saw this begin with. Do you agree?
Agree. This is much more dangerous than what happened in the 60s and 70s because it has very widespread support among particularly useful idiots, these 18, 19, 21. A friend of mine once told me he had started out as an extreme right winger and suddenly became an extreme left winger. And I said, why? He said, the sex is easier. I mean, some people just do it because it's part college experience, demonstrate. But some people are really, really anarchists and they really want to overthrow the government. And they use the Gaza war, which shouldn't be an excuse at all. Israel has killed fewer civilians in comparison to combatants than any country in the history of urban warfare, particularly with the use of human shields. And there is no starvation, there is no famine in Gaza. It's all a myth. Even the United States government today announced that Israel is doing a lot better in opening up humanitarian corridors. So these are just excuses. There's no genocide. Anybody who says that Israel is guilty of genocide is a Holocaust denier. What they're saying is that what happened to the Jews, 6 million of them, during the 1940s was no worse than what's happening to the Palestinians today. No, they took Jews and they put them in gas chambers, little babies. What Israel is doing is fighting in self-defense. And you can't make an analogy of that kind. And these students are so badly miseducated, and the universities are doing such a bad job. They're canceling graduations. They're canceling classes. They're giving in to the terrorists. Columbia said, oh, you have a certain amount of time to leave, and they didn't leave. So, hey, kumbaya. Don't count on the district attorney of Manhattan bringing charges against these people who dropped them. And everybody knows these follow. And so we're encouraging. And what else we're encouraging? More October 7th, because Hamas is winning that war. It's winning that war because of CNN and because of other stations that glorify the terrorists, show only the victims of Hamas's use of human shields and don't attribute it to Hamas, attribute it to Israel. Israel then suffers in the court of public opinion. Hamas says we're winning. Look at what's happening on college campuses. Let's do it again and again and again. And that leads to cries by student demonstrators saying, we're going to have 10,000 October 7th, and Jews and Zionists don't deserve to live. Those kinds of chants are now prevalent on college and university campuses, and administrators are afraid to stand up to them.
Why would we? I'm going to ask a question that is purely rhetorical. Why would we have these administrators where there are? We saw Harvard lose its Claudine Gay over plagiarism, and then and as well as bigotry. And we're looking at administrations that are simply lost with values. They're not asserting American values, constitutional values, anything to do with the First Amendment, but they are acceding to every demand of those who are the most obscene, the most vicious toward fellow students, in this case, Jewish students. They're calling for genocide, not trying to stop genocide. They mean to destroy Israel and to kill all Jews. I mean, it's straightforward. And where do we find that, an allowance for it, a nuanced view of that in the Constitution? I believe it's absolutely absurd. And what we have is a nation now running from its own values.
Not only Jews, as Elie Wiesel said, they may come for the Jews first, but they're never the last. We hate America. These people are
Right.
saying, down, kill Americans. We want jihad and revolution here in the United States, and it's going to happen, and it's going to come to a theater near you if it's not stopped in the East. And so these are great danger American
Right.
values, and we have to stand up to it. And thank God for so many Christians who have stood up bravely for their Jewish compatriots, and they Jews
Well,
only appreciate the fact that evangelical Christians support of
hopefully we'll find some courage on the part of those universities and those colleges who are basically rolling over in the name of free speech, as everyone that they're rolling over for is trying to destroy the Constitution that makes free speech a right. It's a cruel irony, but it is our times in which we live. Alan Dershowitz, as always, it's great to have you here. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. Hope you'll come back soon. Now, here is something you might get a kick out of. Comic Alex Stein confronting so-called transgenders for Palestine at the University of Texas in Austin and trying to explain to them what would happen if they actually went to Palestine.
We're here at UT Austin, where I just got assaulted by transgender pro-Palestine people. I didn't realize gay for Palestine was actually real. But watch this video. Hey, can I ask you a question? In Palestine, aren't they mean to trans people? Aren't they mean to trans people? We're here at UT Austin, and trans people are out here protesting for Palestine, but don't Palestinians throw gay people off roofs?
Hey, sir, can you please leave?
Yeah, no, I'm just gonna hang out right here. Can anybody tell me about, do they do any pride parades? Out of here. Dude, what are you gonna do about it? You guys are all idiots. You guys are transgender, but you guys aren't even allowed to be in Palestine.
Well, he has a point, and it's, I think, impressive comedy. Talk about a land of confusion. Well, too many people don't have a clue, and those certainly would be among them. Well, I want to take a moment now to talk about something really exciting. When Mike invented the original MyPillow, it had everything you could ever want in a pillow, the best pillow ever. Now, nearly 20 years later, he's discovered a new technology that makes MyPillow even better. The MyPillow 2.0 has the patented adjustable fill of the original MyPillow, but now it also has fabric that is made with temperature regulating thread. The MyPillow 2.0 is the softest, smoothest, and coolest pillow you will ever own, coolest in every way. And right now, MyPillow is offering a buy one, get one free MyPillow 2.0 when you go to mypillow.com. And please use promo code Dobbs, pretty please, in fact, or call 800-977-9152. Say goodbye to tossing and turning and flipping your pillow over during the night. Take advantage of this buy one, get one free offer by going to mypillow.com, and please use promo code Dobbs. You'll be glad you did. And join us each and every day for my podcast, The Great America Show, and we thank you for doing so. And thank you for being with us this evening. Join us tomorrow, 7 o'clock Eastern, 6 Central. The Lindell Report is coming up next. Here is Mike. Thanks for being with us. Have a great evening, and God bless you, and God bless America.
To celebrate the new year, we're having the biggest sale ever on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save 60% on our Goose Down comforters, the best comforters ever. They go perfectly with our MyPillow bed sheets and duvet covers. Save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels. They're made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. Our seasonal flannel sheets are finally in. You save up to 50% and they sell out fast every year, so order now. They're truly the best flannel sheets you'll ever sleep on. Or save up to 80% on all our clearance items. And this is where it gets even better. For a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free. Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your MyPillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm here to tell you about my new product from My Pillow. Towels that actually work. Watch this absorbency test. Here's another towel that we randomly went out and bought. Here's one of my towels with a nice design. I don't know if you can see this, but you could line a swimming pool with this. I mean, this is crazy. Get rid of it. Towels that actually work. What a concept. I'm interrupting this commercial to let you know you can get our 6-piece My Towels, regular $69.98, now only $29.98. Or you can save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels, made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Also, we have bath sheets, bath towels, washcloths, hand towels, and so much more. And the best part, with your promo code, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all My Towels. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free. I'm excited to announce we're having a huge My Pillow spring sale. And here's a few examples. Buy one of our My Pillow 2.0s, you get another My Pillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free. Mike Lindell here, and like you, I see our country being destroyed daily. We face massive economic issues, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are people in power who threaten the values that have made our country great. Well, I've been a believer in gold and silver for a long time, and I've searched for years for a partner that shares my values. Well, Genesis Gold Group showed me how easy it is to protect your IRA, 401k, or your retirement with gold and silver. Their faith-driven approach to service and stewardship is one that stands out from the rest. So call Genesis Gold Group now at 1-800-200-GOLD. That's 1-800-200-4653, or go to LindellGoldRush.com now. Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0. When I invented My Pillow, it had everything you'd ever want in a pillow. Well, now there's new technology that makes it even better. My Pillow 2.0 has my patented fill combined with a cooling fabric with temperature regulating thread. My Pillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of My Pillow.
Now's the time to go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code to save 50% on your My Pillow 2.0. Not only that, for a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
MyPillow.com.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my new product, My Coffee. I get products all the time from entrepreneurs for my new platform, mystore.com. And when I tried My Coffee for the first time, I was blown away. It is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. I spent the last 4 months doing my due diligence, and this family-owned business micromanages every step from the fields to the cup to ensure the best quality coffee you're ever going to have. It starts with the beans that are grown in Honduras. Honduras's volcanic soil and humid climate make the perfect growing conditions for coffee plants, which produce the best beans ever. Then each batch is tested for its aroma, taste, and other aspects to meet the highest standards in the coffee industry. And after that, it goes into production, which is all done right here in the USA. It's like you're getting that small batch specialty coffee, but delivered right to your front door. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code and you'll get your very own My Coffee for 25% off. You guys all know that I've traveled the country for the past year and a half. I've stayed in hundreds of hotels. I've tried every coffee out there. Well, some of the coffees have that terrible aftertaste, some that leave me jittery, or I get an upset stomach. Well, My Coffee is different. It's the richest, smoothest, best coffee I've ever had. My Coffee comes in a variety of flavors. You get them ground or whole bean, plus it's certified organic and non-GMO. I guarantee it'll be the best coffee you've ever had. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get My Coffee for 25% off. And I'm going to give you deep discounts on all my store products. That's mystore.com. It's my new platform for USA entrepreneurs. Please order now.
You ever see this guy with the pillows on Fox? My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell. He is the greatest. The My Pillow guy, Mike Lindell. And he's been with us right from the beginning.
Hello, folks. I'm Colonel Conrad Reynolds setting in for Mike Lindell tonight. Mike wished he could be here. And by the way, I agree with President Trump. Mike Lindell is great. He is a patriot. He loves America. And he wished he could be here tonight to talk about a problem that we have in Wisconsin is called Robin Voss. Robin Voss is Assembly Speaker, and most of our show tonight is going to be focused on Robin Voss. But before I do that, I want to encourage everyone listening right now, please go to mypillow.com and order anything you want. There's all kinds of things on mypillow.com. Mike Lindell has got a great business. He's fighting these people who are trying to shut him down every day. And every bit of help you can give, I encourage you to do that. Please, he's got a great My Store. Go to it. And if you want to, you can enter promo code Conrad, if you want to, and that'll get you a discount. Please do that. That helps us fund this program and continue on forward to giving you the news that nobody else will. So let's talk a little bit about what Mike asked me to do. He asked me to come on tonight and talk and take over the show because I'm working on this thing about recalling Robin Voss. And Mike believes that, I'm going to read this because he wanted me to say this, but Mike believes that Robin Voss is the number one blocker and traitor to in the Uniparty. Mike says Robin's CCP, standing for China Communist Party, Voss has surpassed, believe it or not, listen to this, Georgia Secretary of State Brad Rassenberger as the number one blocker in the United States. That's big. That means that he believes Robin Voss needs to go, absolutely. And tonight's show, we're solely focused on Robin Voss. We want to bring facts to you and things that you don't know. In fact, if you didn't know, there's a recall effort right now. There was a recall effort we called number one, recall effort 1.0, that failed to get all the signatures needed. And so now we have recall effort 2.0. And 2.0 is going to get all the signatures to recall Mr. Voss. That's going to happen. In fact, our deadline is May 28th in order to do that. And we're working diligently to do that. But we've tried to share information with people. But Robin Voss has got a really good propaganda machine that is out there trying to convince the people of Racine County in Legislative District 63. He's trying to convince them that these are all out-of-staters, they're scammers. They're doing everything they can to upset the natural flow of things in Legislative District 63. He's basically telling them, don't sign. He is going around personally to houses telling them, don't sign. And he's saying he's not part of the CCP. He has nothing to do with it. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to read to you tonight a press release, hot off the press, just came out today from one of his colleagues that begs to be different than what Robin Voss is telling everybody. So I have Will Huff in the studio with me, and I'm like Will to read Janelle Branchen's press release from today. Will, can you read that?
All right. The press release is entitled Representative Branchen Raises Concerns Over Speaker Robin Voss's Apparent Compromise with CCP Interests. State Representative Janelle Branchen has issued the following statement in response to Speaker Voss's compromise with CCP interests. Today, I wish to draw attention to the concerning ties between Speaker Robin Voss and organizations linked to the Chinese Communist Party, better known as the CCP. This relationship not only raises serious questions about potential compromises, but also poses a significant threat to our state's legislative integrity and sovereignty. In a crucial address in Madison in September 2020, then Secretary of State Mike Pompeo highlighted the CCP's ambition to sway American opinions toward Beijing's authoritarianism. Pompeo warned, "Know that when you are approached by a Chinese diplomat, it is likely not in spirit of cooperation or friendship. If you're offered a trip to China when the pandemic travel restrictions are lifted, you should ask who is paying for the trip and if that person is directly or indirectly linked to the Chinese Communist Party. These approaches may happen from nationals or Americans working with CCP-linked interest." He emphasized, "We watched the CCP campaigns targeting state-level officials and local interests. We've seen them at PTA meetings. They've been in full swing for years, and they're increasing in intensity." Despite such warnings, Speaker Voss participated in at least 2 trips under the sponsorship of CCP Associates. In a 2016 trip to Wuhan was funded to the tune of almost $14,000 by the State Legislative Leadership Foundation, and a 2023 trip to Copenhagen sponsored by the Energy Foundation China. While based in San Francisco, this nonprofit organization is recognized for its links to CCP initiatives, focusing on climate change discussions between the United States and China. Pompeo's observation that the CCP influence campaigns are increasing in intensity and targeting state-level officials was further exemplified in October 2019. As president of the National Convention of State Legislators, Robin Voss openly praised Li Xiaojun of the Chinese People's Association for Friendship with Foreign Countries, stating, Madame Li has traveled to more than 100 countries on the face of the planet, advocating for her special relationship to make sure that people understood all of the things that China is doing to improve people around the world. The most alarming demonstration of potential compromise occurred in 2024, when Speaker Voss influenced the legislative process to obstruct Assembly Bill 269, a bill intended to restrict Chinese ownership of farmland in Wisconsin. This decision poses a direct question about whose interests Speaker Voss truly represents. It's imperative that we scrutinize these relationships and ensure our leaders are not unduly influenced by foreign interests contrary to American values.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is an incredible press release. As a former intelligence officer, and this is what I did for my entire life, I understand the threat that's posed by Communist China. Some of the things that were said in here by Secretary Pompeo are critical. The things that he pointed out to the legislators in Madison about what the CCP was doing, and yet Mr. Voss continued his relationship with them, continued meeting with them, continued traveling to China. You know, I don't know if anybody knows that if you go to China, particularly as a legislator, should know as a legislator, but most intelligence officers understand, if you go to China, you can just assume anything you have on you from an electronic standpoint, cell phone, computer, is going to be fully compromised before you depart there, without question. They are looking for anything they can, dirt, anything they can against anybody who comes there. That's why they want you to come to their country. And so this is absolutely mind-blowing that our legislators are going. I don't know what they're doing afterwards, if they're being debriefed or not, but I will tell you, the fact that they're going there should be a raise alarm with everybody, particularly if they come back and they start doing things that appear to be in the interest of China. So I'm really struck by this one.
Well, I was going to say also, explain what the SLLF is and how they influence legislators and what Robin Voss is doing with that to go along with Mike Pompeo's statement.
Okay. The State Legislative Leaders Foundation, if you haven't heard about that, the SLLF, what that is, that's an organization. It's been around a while. But what they do is it's the senior leadership of legislators across America. And what happens is that the Chinese in 2015, in December of 2015, formed a permanent relationship, this outreach organization they talked about, the friendship organization. It's whenever the Chinese want to talk about friendship organizations and joint working relationships, they're talking about spying on us. That's what they're talking about. And this SLLF that Robin Voss is, I guess he's the vice director of, correct? Well, their whole purpose is to get legislators to like them, and they bring them to China so that when they come back, they pass laws that are favorable to China, not America. And they do it in such a way, it's very subtle, but they do it in such a way that you always have plausible denial. So this one paragraph really strikes me that everybody ought to be listening to this. It said the most alarming demonstration of potential compromise occurred in 2024. That is this year, ladies and gentlemen, when Speaker Voss influenced the legislative process. He influenced the legislative process to obstruct Assembly Bill 269, a bill intended to restrict Chinese ownership of Wisconsin farmland. And for all you people in Racine right now who have any doubts, listen to that. A bill intended to restrict Chinese ownership of Wisconsin farmland, and he obstructed that, according to his colleagues. This is a problem. And I think this needs to be fully investigated, absolutely fully investigated. And I think Secretary Pompeo was right. The fact that these people are inviting legislators over the Chinese, CCP, are inviting legislators over to China, wine and dine them. They come back and then they obstruct bills that would keep China from owning our farmland. That ought to be enough to get rid of. In fact, I think that the recall effort right now, the Racine Recall Committee, has called for Robin Vos to resign based upon this, based upon the perception as the speaker. He cannot have this. There cannot be this mistrust. As a national security expert, I will just tell you that I personally think this needs to be looked at with a fine-tooth comb, with a magnifying glass. We need to look at every communication that he's had with the CCP, who is exactly he's talking to, and why is it? And also, why is it that this law is being obstructed? Does he want them to have farmland? He acts like he's incompetent. He acts like he can't do anything about it. That is just propaganda. I'm just one man, he said. I can't do anything about what the committee does, but yet he takes credit for everything else that passes the assembly. But this one, he won't take any credit. He acts like he can do nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a problem. There's no question this is a real problem. And this press release, and I urge you to go look at it, and I think you saw it here on screen, but it is a problem. Now, I would like to talk about this a little bit more. We asked somebody coming on, a new guest. His name is Dwayne Wilson. He is a first-time guest on our show, and he is running for office in this 57th legislative district of Wisconsin. And before he comes on, I've got a little bio I want to read on him, because he's running for office there. And Mr. Wilson spent his formative years growing up in Waupaca, Wisconsin. And during his teen years, he moved with his parents to Phoenix, Arizona, where he lived many years. He loved Arizona, but he decided to relocate, come back to Wisconsin. He moved back in 2022. He is married. He's the father of 3 sons, ages 8, 10, and 23. And he has a proud distinction of being a grandfather to a 5-month-old grandson. Mr. Wilson has worked in the title insurance industry for 39 years. He's a patriot. He's running for public office as Assemblyman of Legislative District 57. And I don't know, is he with us right now? Is he able to come on?
I'm hearing he's attempting to log in, but we're waiting to see if we can get it fully working.
Well, until he gets here, I want to talk. Until he gets here, we got to talk about what's going on with Robin Vos. When he is recalled, and he's going to be recalled, I feel confident that he will be. We feel confident that we will have the signatures, and we have. I know that the Racine Recall Committee has taken extreme steps to ensure that no malfeasance gets into the signature process that happened in 0.1 or 1.0, and that's what we're doing. So one of the things that Robin Vos did, one of his political ploys, ladies and gentlemen, is in January when the recall effort started, 1.0 started, the Wisconsin Election Commission said that you had to get the signatures in Legislative District 63, which is the district that Robin Vos is the representative of. And they said you had to get them all there. Well, in February, Robin Vos pushed through a new map because the old maps had been deemed unconstitutional by the Supreme Court. They had to redo the legislative maps. But he pushed through some legislative maps that took away the Republican majority, and everybody was scratching their head. Why would he do that? Well, it's clear now what he did was he pushed that through so that his district now would be moved and altered to where now his district is District 33. So he argued, his attorneys argued, that he is no longer representative of 63. Basically, it's illegal to do an election in 63, and the new legislative district 33 doesn't take effect until November. for the November election. So guess what? He can't be recalled. That was their position. He can't be recalled regardless of whether you get enough signatures or not. And so the committee went to the Supreme Court and also went back to the WEC, the legislative, the Wisconsin the election commission, and asked them to make a determination. Which district is it? Where is the election going to be held? And they are still dragging their feet to give a firm answer on that. That's a problem here in Wisconsin. Okay. And Robin Voss has used these maps, these legislative maps, to obscure, okay, and to maybe to block his recall. And that's a problem. But we're going to find out here pretty soon in the next couple of weeks. Did we get him with us? Is Mr. Wilson with us now?
No, we haven't got him yet. But, let's talk about the redistricting.
Mm-hmm.
Voss sacrificed the entire supermajority that the Republicans had in order just to have an argument to get him out of a recall. So he tried to save his own hide by putting the Evers maps, the Democrat governor's maps. The Democrats drew these maps, and he pushed them through the legislation with the legislators to get this legislation passed to have the new maps that, again, it cut the seats from a lot of the Republicans to make them more majority Democrats. So he's sacrificing the supermajority of the Republicans. But what he also did is he drew in some of his rivals with the people that he supports with the big purse of the super PACs that he's in charge of. So that he's also getting rid of rival Republicans who try to hold him to be more conservative. And that's one of the other problems with the new maps that he drew. And
well, I'll say this, that Robin Voss is very unique in the American landscape. He has a tremendous amount of power as the Assembly Speaker, tremendous. And he's been there longer than any other speaker in the state of Wisconsin. He controls just about everything. He's like the shadow governor. That's what they call him here. There's a Democrat who is the governor here, and he was more than anxious, just jubilant to sign these new maps because it gives the Democrats more seats. But this is the problem that we have currently right now in Wisconsin. And I think that the people watching this program, if you haven't signed the petition, there are going to be people walking in your neighborhood, I'm sure. Sign it. Step up to the plate. Okay, it's time to get rid of Robin CCP Voss. Okay,
and one of the other things is go look at the website. It's racinerecall.org. That's RACINE recall RECALL.org. That's RACINE RECALL.org. And you'll actually see some of the links that prove the CCP connection that Robin Voss has, what the legislators have said about it, and everything. You can also make appointments if you're in our district to be able to have us come to your door to collect your signature. And if you want to help, you want to volunteer, you're in Wisconsin, go on there, give us a shout out, send us a message, and we'll gladly use you to help us knock doors.
Yeah, and not only is there's a press release here about one of his colleagues, but there's also a Breitbart article, correct?
Yeah, there's an article that came out it was March in Breitbart. The title was that Robin Voss is the vice chair of a CCP front group, and Breitbart lays out also the group. And we had another article on the Gateway Pundit, and a lot of them talking about the links with the CCP and Voss. So this is just news. It's kind of a month old that people put the pieces together. But what's really interesting is this connection was found through Hunter Biden's laptop. So in Hunter Biden's laptop, there was an email to Hunter from a Whitey Bulger's nephew. I can't remember his first name, but Whitey Bulger's was a gangster from the East Coast, and his nephew sent Hunter a message asking for Barack Obama and for Joe Biden to try to elevate this SLLF group to national prominence so they could make this partnership with the Chinese. And Hunter Biden made that happen. He said, anything you need. So Hunter Biden went to his dad, presumably, because weeks later they were recognized as an official organization and they were on their way to China. And by 2016. So we found out through Hunter Biden's laptop that the SLLF was begging to get connected to the CCP. Hunter Biden, with Joe and Barack Obama's help, made it happen. And Robin Voss is the vice chair, and he went to China on their dime so he could. He says it was about a ginseng deal because Wisconsin makes a lot of ginseng, but really it's a compromising trip, as Colonel Reynolds said to me earlier personally, about you never know what's waiting for you on the other side when you get to China.
Yeah, that's right. And they grow ginseng here in Wisconsin, and they do ship a lot of it apparently. But this goes much deeper than ginseng, and we all know that. And all you have to do is look at what's going on across America with China. Even in my home state of Arkansas, they have all types of Chinese involvement. Now, if you go to any other country, I've been to all over the world, and the Chinese are involved in all over South America and all over Africa, buying up minerals there for the country. It's incredible, and they have a lot of money, and they're doing this on a daily basis. And we have to be concerned about our farmland here in America, because as one guy told me, he said, the farmland in Wisconsin is important. I don't care if I'm in another state or not, because the produce that's grown there lands on my table here in North Carolina. And all of us need to make sure that China is not buying up our farmland. And Mr. Voss made sure that they could. He blocked legislation to ensure that they could. And that's not me saying that. That's his own colleague. So I think that this needs to be investigated, and we need to look at it. And we're gonna do our best to help and bring that news to you when we get it.
So we're having technical issues on the side with Dwayne, but we'll just give a shout out to him. He's a new politician, a businessman, and he's running against Robin Voss's number 2 guy, Kevin Peterson. So Kevin Peterson is what you would call the other head of the snake. So if you cut off one head, 2 more grow back. And here in Wisconsin, they say it's Peterson and Tyler August. And so Dwayne is going to be running against Peterson. And we know once we get the signatures and we get Robin Voss out of office, somebody else is going to step up to take in the void, and that's going to be Kevin Peterson. But now we got Dwayne on the line, so we'll let Colonel Reynolds and Dwayne Wilson take over.
All right. Hey, Dwayne, nice to see you.
Hey. Well, good to see you also.
No, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I appreciate it.
Great. I don't know how much you've heard of what we've been talking about the last 15 or 20 minutes, but we've been talking about what's going on in Wisconsin, particularly with Robin Voss, and particularly as his relationship to the CCP. Are you familiar with that? Would you like to talk about that a little bit, or no?
Well, I did get the statement from Representative Branchen and this afternoon, so I read through that, and that is concerning.
Very alarming, isn't it? It's very alarming, and
yes.
And I think that people need to understand this is serious. This is serious stuff. And you are moved back, and you're stepping up to the plate. You're trying to run for to be an assemblyman, correct?
That is
57,
correct.
Is that right? Okay.
Yeah,
and who will be your opponent?
Well, it is now Kevin Peterson. He's a former pro temp of the assembly out of the old District 40. And so they they realigned all the districts and cut them all up, and according to Governor Evers, pushed that through.
Oh yeah, with Robin Voss's help. He's the one that really. Oh yeah, and so you're running against him. Tell us a little bit about your issues and what you're thinking about, and why do you want to run? Let's put it that way.
Well, here's the deal. I don't believe our Constitution meant for us to be there forever. I'm at an age where I'm not going to be there for 20, 25 years in trying to keep a job for that long. I'm going to go in there and be a public servant for maybe, hopefully this term, maybe another term, and then get out and let some other people get in. I do think if you're there too long, you get a sense of entitlement that I do belong here. This is my exclusive club, and I can do just about anything I want. And I think that's wrong.
Right. Do you have any specific thing that you want to fix right now when you get in?
Well, I want to fix the abortion issue. I think that's a big issue. I think every baby has a right to be born and live out their life, and for us to be able to protect that right is what we need to do. We found that 15 weeks is, you're almost ready to find out what the gender of the baby is. So what makes 15 weeks the magical week? And I think, go ahead.
Hey, Dwayne, it's Will. And I just wanted to, what's interesting is Wisconsin had a trigger bill where if Roe v. Wade ever got overturned, they would outlaw abortion down to just a few weeks. And what we found with Republicans is they like to pass these bills that they don't think will ever come into fruition. And they can say, well, we tried, and that gets them the votes. But Robin Vos went and pushed this new legislation to move it to 15 weeks. But I'll also tell you why 15 weeks is important, because that's when researchers can start buying the stem cells. So after 12, 13 weeks, they're viable stem cells that can be bought. So they always move to these dates that are after the time period that they can be bought. But Robin Vos led the push on killing the trigger bill. And what other reasons outside of the CCP stuff we've been talking about have you heard that people in Wisconsin want Robin Vos to go? And then why is that important that Kevin Peterson goes along with him?
Well, number one, I think Kevin Peterson's his right-hand man, and whatever Robin Vos wants, Kevin does. I'm not going to agree with everybody on every issue, and I'm not going to follow them down the line. And I think having someone in there independent, with independent thinking, with new ideas, would further the legislative process. But I can't agree. I don't even agree with my own dad and everything, but I love him. So, even if I have good friends in there, I may disagree, but we will disagree amicably.
So tell us, when is the for our viewers here? When is the primary? And of course, we know when the general is. But when's your primary in Wisconsin?
It is August 13th. August 13th.
Okay.
So I just got into this about 2 weeks ago. My feet are in the fire and off for running. So I'm going to need a lot of help.
Well, bless your heart for getting in, because it's tough to make that decision to step up. And now, do you have a website? Do you have a place people can go to read about you?
Yes, I have a website.
Or you have one?
Yes, I do. It's www.wilsonforassembly.com. And I'm also on Facebook.
WilsonForAssembly.com. I got it.
Correct. Yeah. www.wilsonforassembly.com. I also have a Facebook page.
Is there a place for people to donate online, or do they have to mail a check, or what do they do?
They can donate online. They can mail a check. And the post office box is 211 Waupaca, Wisconsin, 54981. And I do have a phone number for the campaign. It's 715-415-9768.
Well, great. Well, listen, we really thank you for coming on the show and letting people know who you are. I know you're going to have a whole lot of hard work between now and August, without question. And but don't give up. Keep fighting and get your name out there and let people know who you are.
I appreciate that, and I'm going to fight hard. I have one person to answer for when I stand before the throne someday, and I want to answer that and hear, "Well done, thy good and faithful servant." And as long as I hear that, Amen. It's all good.
Yeah, amen to that. Well, thank you for coming on. We appreciate you very much. And anyway, take care. We'll be right back. We're going to have a couple of words from our sponsor, and we'll be right back with the rest of the show.
To celebrate the new year, we're having the biggest sale ever on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save 60% on our Goose Down comforters, the best comforters ever. They go perfectly with our MyPillow bed sheets and duvet covers. Save 25% on our brand new kitchen towels. They're made with the same technology as our famous My Towels. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. Our seasonal flannel sheets are finally in. You save up to 50% and they sell out fast every year, so order now. They're truly the best flannel sheets you'll ever sleep on. Or save up to 80% on all our clearance items. And this is where it gets even better. For a limited time, your entire order ships absolutely free. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use that promo code to get deep discounts on all MyPillow products. And for a limited time, your order ships absolutely free.
Mike Lindell here. And like you, I see our country being destroyed daily. We face massive economic issues. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are people in power who threaten the values that have made our country great. Well, I've been a believer in gold and silver for a long time, and I've searched for years for a partner that shares my values. Well, Genesis Gold Group showed me how easy it is to protect your IRA, 401k, or your retirement with gold and silver. Their faith-driven approach to service and stewardship is one that stands out from the rest. So call Genesis Gold Group now at 1-800-200-GOLD. That's 1-800-200-4653, or go to LindellGoldRush.com now.
Welcome back to the program. I'm Colonel Conrad Reynolds, sitting in for Mike Lindell. This whole program is dedicated to talk about Robin Vos, who's the Assembly Speaker in Wisconsin. And you can't talk about Robin Vos and all the problems with Robin Vos without talking to my favorite Supreme Court Justice, former Supreme Court Justice, Michael Gableman. And he agreed to come back on the show and talk a little about Robin Vos, because everybody here needs to know who Robin Vos really is and why he needs to go. So, Justice Gableman, are you there? Oh, there he is. Can't hear you.
Okay, how about if I take it off mute?
Oh, that'd work. And I can hear you loud and clear, sir. Oh, you're looking great there with that glow, the computer glow. That looks good. Well, thank you for joining the show. Thank you for coming on. We invited Justice Gableman because he's had a long history with Robin Vos, particularly when it came to the investigation that he so expertly did and about the 2020 election. Now, we're not talking about the 2020 election, but I think it's important for you to give your thoughts on why Robin Vos needs to go. He's been there 30 years, but tell me a little bit about it.
He's been there 30 years, and certainly what sparked my thoughts today was Representative Branchen's statement outlining his ties with a communist China organization. Now, he wouldn't frame it that way. I've read a statement from him where he said, "Oh, it's meant to build goodwill." Well, that's directly opposite of how the Chinese see it. The Chinese view it as an opportunity to influence state legislators so that they can get what they want. And I think one of the prime examples from that I did not hear him directly, but I've heard that Robin criticized President Trump's imposition of tariffs on the Chinese for steel and I don't know what else. So we have that. We also have the fact that here he is still protecting Megan Wolf. And I keep reading in the media that the investigation that I led didn't produce any evidence of wrongdoing, when in fact there's a 132-page report that we issued at the end of it detailing illegal conduct that was sanctioned by Megan Wolf, that was sponsored by 5 out of the 6 members of the Wisconsin Election Commission, and yet Robin protects Megan Wolf, even though the Senate president has said that he's got enough votes to impeach her if only Robin would call the vote. Now, here's something very telling. You know, when I did the investigation, it started in a really odd way. And what I mean by that is Robin called me out of the blue. I wasn't expecting a call from Robin. I've known him a long time. We were never friends, but we knew each other. He calls me and he offers me this It's a Wednesday, and that becomes relevant. And he offers me this undefined role as coordinating attorney for 3 investigators that he had supposedly hired, 3 retired police officers from around the state. Well, one of them hadn't even accepted the job, and the other 2 quit before they did any investigating, and before I even really started. I didn't get a budget. I didn't get a budget for expenses for an office for people to help me until about 2 months in. And that was only because I repeatedly asked in public. He never wanted an investigation. He did it. Do you know why he did it? I found out the hard way and I found out definitely that he was simply using me. He was being challenged in a primary by a conservative, by the way, who President Trump endorsed. And President Trump asked people to put Robin out of office and to replace him with the primary challenger. And I went door to door. I went door to door in Robin's home district asking people to vote against Robin and to vote for his conservative challenger. So prior to his primary election, Robin is telling the world that the delivery of my report on March 1st of 2022 will be, quote, just the beginning of my investigation. Now, that was very significant to me because up till that time, there had never been a period of longer than 90 days that I knew my office would even be in existence. Now, I don't know, Colonel, when the last time you've been looking for people to work for you, but I had the odd experience of trying to explain to lawyers and to other staff and investigators, gee, I can't guarantee you a job greater than, well, it's going to be less than 90 days. When I started on and I finally got a budget, he wanted the investigation over by Halloween, by October 31. And then we're working, and I'm trying to build the staff by saying, yes, we're probably going to be out of business by October 31, but I think I can persuade the public, not Robin. Never Robin, because Robin was never sincere about having a true investigation anyway, as evidenced by the fact that he told me that I certainly shouldn't do something silly like investigate machines. And that was at the end of the meeting in front of him and his staff, and everyone was getting up from the table after 2 hours or so. And I said, well, Mr. Speaker, and I sat back down at the table, and you could just hear the frustration. They didn't want to hear it, but they all sat down, and I said, I'd love nothing more than to thoroughly investigate machines, and if possible, tell my fellow citizens that there was nothing wrong with the machines. I was kept on this very tight leash. The tight leash of being handicapped in getting people to help me, that I could never guarantee a job for more than 90 days. And before his primary, he was telling everybody that my report on March 1, 2022 was going to be just the beginning of the investigation. And we needed more time. We were just getting up and running. We were really just getting started. This office started from nothing. And you know, right. I have no end of critics, both on the left and some who describe themselves on the right. But there's a high coincidence of the people on the Republican side who hate Donald Trump, who also criticize my report. So what does Voss do? When he squeaks by in his primary against a political newcomer by about 250 votes, then he starts telling the public the truth. Then he fires me. And the only question I had prior to that is, would it best serve the public if I kept coming in and kept working? Would it best serve the public if I quit? Would it best serve the public until I wait for Robin to fire me? Because one way or the other, I know he's going to fire me because I took the job of independent investigator, literally, that I was going to independently investigate. So he squeaks by in his primary, and then he tells people of his hatred for Donald Trump and how he will do everything in his power to make sure that Donald Trump is not the nominee. See, he couldn't tell his constituents. He's got to lie. Voss has to lie at every turn. He's got so many deals up in the air, and I don't think many of them involve the public good. That's been my observation anyway, that the public good ranks very low on Robin Voss's list of priorities when it comes to legislation. And what helps Robin ranks very high. So he can't tell his constituents of his hatred and contempt for Donald Trump, because over 63, probably 65 to 68% of his constituents support Donald Trump. And when you go to his district, you still see Trump flags and Trump signs. And then once again, within days of telling people how he hates Trump and is going to do everything he can to make sure Trump is not the Republican nominee in 2024, he fires me. Now, that's quite a change of heart from telling people that the delivery of my 132-page report, not one word of which, by the way, has been demonstrated to be untrue. I testified about my report for 2 days in Los Angeles at a trial on John Eastman, attorney John Eastman's, Dean Eastman, who's a highly respected, brilliant guy who was the head of President Trump's legal team right after the election. But they needed me to testify about my report. And believe me, this trial lasted months, plural. You're not hearing that wrong. Several months. They had all the time in the world, then the state of California had all the resources in the world to cross-examine me. I was under oath on the witness stand and show that my report was false. And not one bit of it, not one bit of it. I was able to talk about my report, and I don't even remember if they asked me questions, too many questions about the report, but not one of that word of that report was shown to be false. Yes, sir.
Yeah, well, I have a question just so our viewers get an understanding of the timeline. Can you give just kind of a timeline from the time you were hired to the time that you were fired to what happened after that? Can you just, we know the dates, because most people don't understand, when all that happened.
Yeah, I think it was July. I think it was July of 2021 that he calls me out of the blue, and this is on a Wednesday, and he says, I want you to be the coordinating attorney for this investigation, but I, meaning Robin, will have nothing to do with it. I will be completely out of it. Now, that tells me right away that he's setting me up to take all the blame when blame comes. So he's going to say, I don't want anything to do with it, Gableman. It's all on you. So I knew he was setting me up. But I also knew that if I didn't take the job, nobody else would. So that's on a Wednesday. He can't even tell me. Colonel, he can't even tell me what the job is. I said, coordinating attorney. I've never heard of that job title. What is that? I don't know. Just work with these investigators who turned out to all quit before I even started, and coordinate some kind of investigation. Well, right away, that tells me that he's not serious at all. He's willing to pay me a generous salary that would be generous if it was just to go fit in at an office somewhere. But it was $10,000 a month, I believe. And from that, I was to start an office. I was to gather everything I could. They weren't going to help me find a state office to use. So I have to start from literally scratch. But even though I knew he wasn't serious, even though I knew he didn't really want an investigation, he would have had a much more well thought out plan if he was serious.
So July is when you started, or at least he called you and asked you to start, and then you didn't get funding. You said till 2 months later. So it was September before you got any money to start it, right? Okay,
that's right.
And then from September to
let me say one more thing about the timing, Colonel,
sure,
because it's important. The whole showmanship and how this was all done by Robin for appearance sake and to save himself from a conservative challenge in the primary.
Got it.
He asked me not to tell anybody about my appointment until Saturday. Saturday is when he wants to announce it. Now, he has just made a big production out of the fact that he wants to stay out of the investigation. But yet he instructs me to come to the Republican convention that following Saturday, so 4 days later. They literally hide me behind a curtain. I did not know at the time, Colonel. I only learned that day that there had been a resolution at the convention to remove Robin Vos as Speaker of our Assembly. And he made a big production of giving the crowd Mike Gableman because they knew the crowd would trust me. And by appointing me, then he could avoid his problem for that day. Robin doesn't think much. He's smart, but he's into survival mode. He's into how can I survive for another day. So in those 2 months, Colonel, where I don't have any money, I'm getting a salary, yes, but I'm not getting anything to have an office, to have computers, printers, to hire people. These 3 investigators have already quit, but Robin doesn't care, you see, because he got what he wanted. He got that resolution taken away at the convention. So I'm doing the best I can to study on my own. Some investigators stayed a couple of weeks in, I think, but he resigned for health reasons before the investigations even really started. What I'm saying is I was literally on my own. I'm on my own trying to do the best I can. And I called a few lawyers. You know, not one Wisconsin lawyer was willing to be publicly associated with my investigation until I met attorney Kevin Scott. And I think he started in December. So a couple of lawyers and I went down to Arizona because they were conducting an audit. We wanted to see how the audit was being run. I paid for it. I just simply paid for it. And I figured, well, I'm going to do enough public education here that Robin isn't going to have a choice but to fund this investigation. And if I'm not successful, then I'll just pay for the trip. He was in no way, shape, or form helpful. He used the investigation to give the appearance that he was interested in election integrity. So the timing, I'm trying to find people to help me. I'm trying to get a budget. I think we finally get a budget late August, early September. I don't remember which. And then I try to find people to fill the jobs. But Robin wants the investigation done and over by October 31. So I'm working under this October 31 deadline, and I don't even get a budget for other people, for other lawyers, for other investigators, for anything until late August. I think they announced it in August, and maybe we actually started it in September. And I'm operating under an October 31 deadline. And then I think it was pretty soon after that there's just no way I can get this done by October 31. Obviously, 60 days or so isn't enough to conduct an investigation. I'm not remembering all of the dates precisely right. So please forgive me. And Colonel, I'm really addressing this. Let me finish because this is important. I've been hit with so many complaints from the Democrats, and they're complaining about things that I said about Robin, which makes me suspicious that Robin is helping to fund these Office of Lawyer Regulation complaints, because they're being brought by the very people who I pointed out were doing bad things, by people who were representing, lawyers who were representing the entities that weren't following the customary procedures for how to hold an election, that were handing over control of their election to paid political operatives, paid by Mark Zuckerberg, who are paid, and Mark Zuckerberg wants Donald Trump to lose the election. Now, I'm raising alarm bells about that, and the media just shrugs it off. And so I finally get an extension somewhere in there until December 31, which still doesn't give me much of a window to hire people to help me. And And then somewhere along the line, it got extended to March 1st. To March 1st was the deadline. I think he wanted an initial. He told me, well, I'll give you until December 31, but you have to hand in some kind of report by the end of the year. Fine. So I wrote it. We wrote a report. But then March 1 was going to be the big deadline. And so that's why I was pleasantly surprised when out of the blue, Robin is telling the world that the delivery of my second report is going to be, quote, just the beginning of the investigation, which I was relying on because, like I say, we literally were just getting started. And we found enough. We found a lot, but I don't believe we found anywhere near everything. So then March comes, I deliver the report, 3.5 hours, I speak in front of the legislature. I tell them that the whole deal was an implementation of Democrat strategist David Plouffe's book, Citizen's Guide to Beating Donald Trump. How do I know that? Because number one, Plouffe wrote that book with that title, and he outlined a plan to beating Donald Trump. And then Mark Zuckerberg, who's giving all the money to states like Wisconsin, hires David Plouffe to be his political advisor. David Plouffe is not an elections procedure expert. He's a Democrat political strategist who vowed to do everything he could to beat Donald Trump. So March 1st comes and goes. The budget that we initially, I asked in August, I asked the state for something like $650,000 to do this investigation. With the clarity of perfect hindsight, I probably I could have effectively used more resources. I know. I think Arizona spent $5 million. I think Pennsylvania spent at least $2 million, and I asked for $650,000. So I don't know if I'm under the deadline of March 1. So time rolls on, you see, and the reason for that ambiguity is because at that time, I believe the reason for that ambiguity is because Robin is in the fight of his life to keep his seat. He's getting a primary opponent, a serious primary opponent who Donald Trump is supporting. President Trump is supporting Robin's opponent. So Robin knows that both President Trump and my investigation are popular with his constituents. So God forbid Robin Vos say the truth about what he really thinks about either one until he squeaks by with about 256 votes into that primary. About 256 votes, he squeaks by. And then all of a sudden we get to hear the truth about what Robin Vos thinks of Donald Trump and of what Robin Vos thinks of the investigation. All of a sudden, I went from being the guy before his election, while he's running, I'm the guy who's just getting started, according to Robin Vos. And silly me, I kind of believed him. I wasn't sure, but I kind of believed. I hoped it was true. Turned out not to be. Before the election, he's a big supporter of President Trump, and President Trump's a big supporter of him. But after the election, and that's why the office kind of stayed on until that summer. He only did and said these things after he was clear from that primary. That's who Robin Vos is. Now, people, when I went door to door in Robin's district, asking people to vote for Adam Steen, who was his conservative primary challenger, and I intend to continue my support for his recall. It's necessary. Some of the citizens asked me, well, gee, you're not from around here. They knew who I was. You're not from around here. Why are you interested in this? And I said to them the same thing I say to you and your viewers tonight, which is that as Speaker of the Assembly, Robin Vos is the only person in this state who has the power to make Megan Wolf the head of the highly irregular, I would say corrupt, but I'm going to use that word carefully, corrupt in the fact that they did that under Megan Wolf's watch. The Wisconsin Election Commission undertook a number of actions that I believed were designed to help secure Joe Biden being declared the victor in Wisconsin. Robin Vos is the only person in this state with the power to make Megan Wolf lose her job, and he will not do that. Quite the opposite. Robin Vos is doing everything he can to protect Megan Wolf, to protect all of these bad things that went on. Yes, he can make a show of passing a few bills, but he knows he has a ready excuse in his friend, Tony Evers, who's the Democrat governor of this state. He knows his friend, Tony Evers, will veto those bills. And the one thing he could do that would give Wisconsinites an honest chance of having a transparent election in 2024, the one thing he could do is to remove Megan Wolf from her job. And he refuses to do that, and in fact does everything he can to protect her. Now that tells me one thing. You know, in the law, no one ever says, I intend to rob this bank and permanently deprive the lawful owner of possession of this cash. Nobody says that. But you know what? We infer intent from conduct. And I infer from Robin's conduct that he is not interested in having what I believe would be an honest and open and fair and transparent election in Wisconsin in 2024. In fact, I believe that if Robin Vos remains in office, one of the reasons that I'm supportive of a recall is the recall election would actually take place this summer. If people wait until the general election in November, Robin stays in his job into January of 2025. When he loses this recall election, he will be out of office the next day, and there will still be time to set the course right for honest and open and fair and transparent elections in Wisconsin. And I go so far to say, and this is a prediction I hope never comes true, but I do believe that if Robin Vos remains in his job through January of 2025, and that obviously includes the November 2024 election, Donald Trump will lose Wisconsin.
Right. Well, I have a question for you in our last minute and a half here, because I think it's extremely important. That's one reason I wanted to have you on this show, because we've talked about his connection with the CCP, and your investigation was terminated by him. Do you think it's possible that the CCP, which we know did not like Donald Trump, they did not want Donald Trump getting back into the White House? Is it possible they could have put pressure on Robin Vos to kill your investigation so that, guess what? So that they could make sure that Donald Trump would not get back into the White House? I mean, to me, that makes logical sense. I got just a few seconds, so like 30 seconds. What's your response to that?
Again, we infer intent from conduct. And what is his conduct, Ben? He continues to allow, he prevented a bill from coming out to vote for a vote that would have prohibited the Chinese Communist Party from buying up Wisconsin farmland. He was highly critical. He was highly disparaging of President Trump's intelligence when President Trump imposed the tariffs on China to protect American jobs. We infer intent from conduct, and people need to take a very hard look at Robin's conduct.
I agree with that. Well, Justice Gableman, those are great words. Thank you for coming on the program, letting our viewers know the truth about what's going on here in Wisconsin, and to let them know they need to participate in this recall. They need to sign this recall so that Robin Vos can be sent home packing. Thank you very much, sir, for coming on. Appreciate you very much. Always good to see you, Justice. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Come back again next week or the next time I'm on. Goodbye.
You ever see this guy?
foreign power had done this to us through the educational system, we would have viewed it as an act of war. We should view it as an act of war. These people were trying to enslave us.
We're in some very interesting times.
It's just a total repudiation of everything that God teaches.
It's Alex Newman here, host of the Sentinel Report on Lindell TV. We have some big news for you. The Sentinel Report is moving to a primetime slot on Lindell 1. Welcome, everybody, to the Sentinel Report. I'm your host, Alex Newman. We have some wonderful guests lined up for you today, including the next governor of Utah will be joining us to discuss his absolute crushing victory over his opponent in the convention earlier this weekend in the state of Utah. So really, really big stuff. We also have Pastor Stephen Broden joining us, good friend and a phenomenal leader in the movement for protecting unborn babies. And then, of course, my good friend Joe Wolverton, constitutional attorney / journalist / educator / all-around Renaissance man, to break down the latest on the sovereign citizen movement. A lot to go through, folks. Also, major news. Our college campuses have become pro-Hamas indoctrination camps, and you're really surprised, I'm sure. But all that and much more on this episode. But first, we'll start like we always do with a word from the Word. This comes out of Philippians, chapter 1, verse 6. It says, "And I am sure of this, that he who began a good work in you will bring it to completion at the day of Jesus Christ." Folks, if he has started a good work in you, he will finish it. So be encouraged. Now, last week was really a great week for me. I had the pleasure of flying to Dallas to sit down with Glenn Beck, really a great American who has done so much for educating the American people on the different threats that we face. So I sat down with him for over an hour. We did a very special episode. We talked about the global cabal, the deep state, Donald Trump, the effort to reduce humanity under a one world government to a bunch of serfs, automatons, people without the ability to make decisions for their own lives, for their own families, even at the most basic level. And he asked me finally the money question, right? Are you optimistic? And I want to share with you that answer. I encourage you to watch the whole thing. We've posted a link over at my website, libertysentinel.org. You can find it also on our X page, AlexNewman_JOU. But I want to just show you this little clip from that interview before we get into the news. Check this out.
Are you optimistic?
It depends on what day you ask me.
Yeah. So, for me, it depends on what time.
Right.
You're asking me.
I mean, you
change throughout the day.
Yeah, and you look at the enormity of what we're facing. It's just sometimes overwhelming. Right? I mean, the forces arrayed against humanity, against human liberty, against the United States of America are almost incomprehensible. There's so much money and so much power arrayed against everything that we hold dear. And then I just say, but God. And I believe in the sovereignty of God. And so, yes, these people are very powerful. They've got a lot of money. They've got a lot of influence, but God. And so I don't know where this is going. I like to be optimistic, but I don't think it's right to just be foolishly optimistic. I think it makes sense to prepare for tough times. Proverbs talks about the wise man sees trouble coming and prepares himself. He makes prudent precautions. So I think we need to operate with that understanding, not out of a sense of fear, out of a sense of love for our families, for our neighbors. But regardless, even if I was 100% convinced it was over, and I'm not at all, I do think we can still stop this evil. But even if I was 100% convinced we were going to lose, I would probably be doing the same thing.
Me too.
We have to stand for truth. We have to stand for what's right, and we'll trust God with the results.
Yeah.
Trust God with the results, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say it again. I don't know where this is all going, right? It looks bad. And if you watch the show, you know, right? It's like just a constant barrage of craziness. The world is losing its mind. Satan is running wild, but God, right? And so we need to do what's right, regardless of anything else. We need to do what's right because God has told us to do it, because we love him. And, there are a lot of people who understand the prophetic books of the Bible to indicate that the rapture, the return of Christ is imminent. And that may be, I don't know that for a fact, but it may be. But regardless of where we are on God's timeline, there is never not a good time to do good. There's never not a good time to overcome evil with good.
to fight hatred with love and to even love our enemies and those who persecute us. So we will protect our children. We will do our best to preserve liberty and righteousness. And you know what? If we lose this battle, we know God's already won the battle that matters. He's already won the war. And so we will praise him for that all the same. Now, folks, our college campuses look like an absolute disaster zone. It is unbelievable. I want to show you what just happened last week at the University of Texas Austin campus. This is amazing, right? These lunatics, I don't know what else you call them, lunatics, are breaking stuff and scaring people and terrorizing people to protest in favor of Hamas. Well, the cops finally had enough. Here's what they did. Yeah. So, a lot of people say, well, don't they have a right to free speech? Of course they have a right to free speech. It's a free country. You have a right to free speech. What you don't have a right to do is set up illegal tent encampments, mooch off of the taxpayers, vandalize, trash public areas, terrorize people who don't agree with you. Now, those things you don't have a right to do. You also don't have a right to revolution in this country. Okay. Now, one of the really interesting things that came out last week, and we should have all known, I mean, it should have been obvious. Guess who is funding the lunacy on our college campuses? If you said George Soros, ding, 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 you're a wiener. It turns out George Soros is paying the leaders of this revolutionary movement. Okay, they're literally paying thousands of dollars to the leaders of this absurdity. There's a group called Students for Justice in Palestine, which, by the way, Palestine is not a genuine national identity. It's a name that the Roman Empire put on a map to stick it to the Jews. Okay, there's no such thing as a Palestinian nation. There is an Arab nation, and there are Arabs living in Iraq and Syria and Jordan and Egypt. There's a lot of Arab countries, nation states, and there is one Arab nation. But this whole Palestine, if we just give them one more nation state, then everything's that's baloney, right? This is a scheme of the globalists to stir up perpetual hatred and perpetual conflict. But George Soros is funding this Students for Justice in Palestine. And really, we shouldn't be surprised by that. But this evil billionaire who says he often feels like a god, claims to be Jewish and yet says he had no ethical qualms about helping the Nazis steal property from the Jews. Very open about the fact that he doesn't believe in God. I'm not sure how that works. But this group that he's funding, Students for Justice in Palestine, they called the terrorist attack on Israel in October a historic win. So that's the kind of groups that George Soros is funding. And folks, some of the data, the New York Post reported some of their fellows of this group, and this group called U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights. They're paying, George Soros is funding all this, paying $7,800 per community-based fellow, about $3,000 and $4,000 for campus-based fellows. And all they have to do is spend 8 hours a week organizing campaigns for Palestine, whatever that's supposed to mean. And according to their website, they are trained to, and I'm quoting here, rise up to revolution. See, in America, we have a process for changing the way things work. It's called the amendment process. If you don't like our Constitution, I talked about this with Glenn Beck. Article 5 has got 2 different ways to change the Constitution. If you don't like it, that's what you do. You don't do revolution, right? Revolution is not the appropriate way of doing things. This group, by the way, $300,000 from George Soros's Open Societies Foundation just in the last 6 or 7 years. They also, by the way, got $355,000 from the Rockefeller Brothers Fund over the last 5 years. Now, also, there's a whole bunch of other funding tentacles. The Open Society Foundation has given more than $20 million to the Tides Foundation. That's a progressive money laundering operation that basically takes all this Soros money and other money and sends it to these radical revolutionary groups. Now, a lot of these brainwashed rent-a-mob protesters don't even know why they're protesting. These people are clueless, but George Soros' money speaks loudly, and they're looking for a cause. God is not part of their education or their life anymore, so they need a real something to care about, something to virtue signal. And so here's 2 of these geniuses when asked why they're protesting.
And what would you say is the main goal with tonight's protest?
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here?
Palestine will be free.
I wish I was more educated. I'm not either.
Oh.
I came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia, and we came down. They said NYU students needed our support, so I came down. I heard there's lots of cops. Some people were saying it was getting.
Wow, amazing. Let's go to number 6. Right, those. One of them still wearing a face mask. I mean, really still with the face mask. It's a really interesting and you might say surprising piece in the American Thinker. It's written by Andrea Widberg. It's called "Every Day Brings More Evidence That It's Time to Repeal the 19th Amendment." Wow. That's an interesting thing for a woman to say. The 19th Amendment, of course, granted women the right to vote. And she shows statistics in this article about unmarried women. This is the only demographic to support Democrats, majority. And she goes on to say in this article, it's time to repeal the 19th Amendment. But if you look at these data, ladies and gentlemen, 39% of married men support Democrats, 59% of married men support Republicans. For women, same thing, 42% of married women support Democrats, 56% of married women support Republicans. Same thing for unmarried men. The margin is not quite as big, but 45% of unmarried men support Democrats and 52% support Republicans. But then you get to unmarried women who overwhelmingly support Democrats. Right? Almost 70% of unmarried women in this country support Democrats versus 31% who support Republicans. Now, Andrea suggests that it's women's emotionalism and their caring side being turned toward a toxic end instead of the real purpose why God put it there, so that they would care for their families and their children and other people. And so it's taking this innate sensitivity, this innate caring that women are born with, generally speaking, and turning it to something wicked and toxic. And that's she actually says this is based on because of the lies of feminism. That's what we're dealing with, and so she points out the most important issue for a lot of these unmarried Democrat women is making sure they can keep killing their babies and have lots of unprotected promiscuous sex and then being able to kill their babies. And they see the government really as their provider and their protector. Instead, they don't have a husband, and so the government then is their provider and protector. A friend of mine, actually an unmarried lady, very conservative, libertarian lady, good friend of mine, she sent this over to me, and I just had to mention it to you. Here's how this closes. It says, when the 19th Amendment was passed, American women were secure in who they were. They did not believe that they were men with men's emotions, and they did not want to abandon their femininity. They were either the dynamos who fought for women's rights and education, or ordinary women who believed in fulfilling their biological roles, even as they felt rightly that they were entitled to demand full civil rights, equal opportunity for equal ability, and equal work for equal pay. She says in this article, on the left, at least, those women are gone, and what we're left with is a lot of crazy, ignorant, emotion-led harpies. I know that to get these broken Democrat women out of politics, I would give up my 19th Amendment right to vote. The amendment should be stayed or repealed until all American women have earned their way back to sanity, at which time it can be reinstated. So that is a commentary by Andrea Widberg, and we don't necessarily endorse those conclusions, but I thought it was worth bringing up, especially in light of these totally brainwashed women who have no idea what they're even protesting. They're still wearing the face mask. Unbelievable. Truly unbelievable what's happening in this country. Now, I want to go to Tucker Carlson. He just did a huge interview on the Joe Rogan Experience, the biggest podcast in the world. And he mentioned something about aliens, right? Which, until recently wasn't a subject that a lot of people were talking about. Now it seems like every day the government and the fake media are constantly hammering this narrative of aliens. The government's hiding aliens. Aliens are here to save us. And it seems like they always come and say, hey, Jesus isn't who you think he was. Weird. You came millions of light years to tell us that Jesus wasn't who we think he is? Really? So here's what Tucker Carlson said on Joe Rogan.
So they're from here, and they've been here for thousands of years, whatever they are. And it's pretty clear to me that they're spiritual entities, whatever that means. They're supernatural, and which is to say supernatural means above the natural, above the observable nature. And they don't behave according to the laws of science as measured by people, and they've been here for a long time. And there's a ton of evidence they're under the ocean and under the ground. So, like, with that fact set, what do you...
Wow. Yeah. We've actually talked on this show before about this issue. And, of course, I do not believe little spacemen are coming here in UFOs to tell us Jesus isn't real, or Jesus isn't who you think he was, or Jesus was an alien brother. I personally believe we are dealing with not interplanetary or intergalactic entities, but rather interdimensional entities. And I think really, when you boil it down, when you look at the pattern of what has been going on here, it sure seems demonic to me. I'll just throw that out there. Now, Adam Schiff, speaking of demonic, the Russia hoax, who could forget, he was robbed in San Francisco. He showed up to a meeting in San Francisco with no suit because he was robbed in San Francisco. The irony, right? And these folks who are destroying the rule of law, who are destroying our country, who are coddling criminals, it's going to catch up to you. Right? It's gonna catch up to you. And next time, you're not gonna be lucky enough to just lose your suit and your suitcase. Next time, it might be your kids or your life, right? We've got to get the rule of law again. There's a reason why the commies are deliberately stirring up this craziness. There's a deliberate reason why they want to promote criminality and release criminals and terrorize, incidentally, mostly peaceful protesters, people who reject election fraud, things like that. Now, turning to Politico, major left-wing fake news site, they think that having babies is part of a far-right campaign to explode the population. This comes from one of their genius writers. The big idea is the far right's campaign. So actually, they go behind the scenes, they say, at the first natal conference, where, according to their report, a motley alliance is throwing out the idea of winning converts to their cause and trying to make their own instead. So, yeah, take that for what it's worth. Folks, if you don't realize, humanity is headed toward a massive demographic cliff that is going to be catastrophic if we don't deal with it. We need more babies. Having babies is not a far right idea. It's what humans were instructed to do from the beginning. You go back to Genesis. God's first instruction to mankind was be fruitful and multiply. That doesn't mean everybody's called to have a bunch of kids, but certainly it's not a far right idea to have children, right? This is how preposterous our fake media has become. Now, big news out of Arizona. The Arizona Republican Party has just declared the COVID-19 injections to be biological and technological weapons. They passed a ban the jab resolution. Massive margins. 59.6% voted yes on this resolution. Only 4.38% voted no. Shout out goes to Dan Schultz of PrecinctStrategy.com, who submitted that resolution. And, of course, Joe Sansone, who has been a guest on this program multiple times. He's the one really pushing it. We've had 10 Republican parties at the county level here in Florida pass this. The Idaho Republican Party passed a similar resolution. And, folks, this issue is not going away. We have got to keep exposing these injections and exposing them some more, and then exposing them some more. Over in Poland, big, huge march, 50,000 people marching in the streets of Warsaw for life. You've got a left-wing government there, new government, trying to overturn one of the last bans on the killing of unborn babies in Europe. And one of the organizers, Bogusław Kiernicki, says that we want every Polish citizen to have the right to life from conception to natural death. We will not raise the white flag, regardless of what happens in Parliament. We will continue until the rights of conceived children are guaranteed. We will be here next year and maybe in 6 months if necessary. So kudos to you, folks. Really, really appreciate it. Now, we are out of time for our news segment today. We've got so many good guests. So we're going to save some of these news items for you, folks. Stay tuned later in the week. Big things happening in Tennessee. Tennessee, I don't know if you know, just passed a law banning what they call chemtrails in the law. And right on cue, the Washington Compost has an editorial calling for geoengineering. We got to save the planet that way. All kinds of big news, folks. Also, they're threatening to fine Representative Thomas Massey. We'll show you that clip on our next episode, if time permits. Also, the latest draft of the International Health Regulations, the World Health Organization's power grab. Some minor victories for freedom fighters, but you can bet that the totalitarians will be back with more. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this quick commercial break with our first guest, Phil Lyman, the next governor of Utah.
Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're looking good.
Still feeling good.
Well, just when you thought it couldn't get any better, we've got the best pillow ever, My Pillow 2.0.
Wow, it's so soft and smooth.
It's cool to the touch. How did you do that?
Well, we took My Pillow's patented fill and combined it with this new technology that we didn't have back then when I invented My Pillow to bring you the best pillow in history, My Pillow 2.0. Just like all of you, I never imagined that My Pillow could get any better. That's why I haven't changed it in nearly 20 years.
Then I heard about a revolutionary new technology, and I knew I had to bring it to you all. MyPillow 2.0 is truly the next generation of MyPillow.
The MyPillow 2.0 is cooler and softer than the last MyPillow. It is so comfortable to sleep on at night. I look forward to going to bed, and I wake up well rested in the morning.
Sleep is all about temperature and height. MyPillow 2.0's patented adjustable fill is going to give you the exact individual support you need from your head to your bed. And now here's where it gets even better. We've all experienced those temperature-related sleep interruptions where you get too hot, you toss and turn, you flip your pillow over to the cool side. Well, all that's gone with my brand new MyPillow 2.0 cooling fabric that's made with temperature-regulating thread.
The best sleep just got even better. Whether you have a MyPillow or not, you need to get the brand new MyPillow 2.0. Call or go to MyPillow.com now. Use your promo code, and for a limited time when you buy one, you'll get a second one absolutely free.
You're sleeping even better.
And cooler, too.
And you're looking good.
Feeling good.
I knew you would.
Visit MyPillow.com.
We're living in World War III, an all-out attack against the Christian church, the Christian faith, and families everywhere. With over 80% of professing Christian teens abandoning the faith by their early 20s, it's clear we're in a spiritual battle for our very lives, and those of every generation after us. Hosea 4:6 says, "My people perish from lack of knowledge." That's why GTI created our new You Are What You Think biblical worldview package combining short video teachings along with textbooks, all designed to equip you and your family to discern the good ideas from the evil. Enjoy vibrant discussions over the critical issues of the day using the Bible as your guide. Go to gtimin.com, click the blue banner at the top, and enter the coupon code Newman at the checkout to receive this powerful series for only $99. That's gtimin.com, click the banner at the top, and enter the coupon code Newman at the checkout. Or purchase it directly from libertysentinel.org.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report, everybody. Wow, huge news over the weekend in Utah. I mean, huge news. Governor Spencer Cox just got crushed, and I mean crushed, in the Utah State Convention. I mean, it wasn't even close. You've got Governor Spencer Cox got less than 1/3 of the vote from delegates at this Utah GOP nominating convention. And the big winner was Representative Phil Lyman, who's been on this program several times before, with 67.54% of the vote, making him not just the winner, but the dominating winner. Absolutely huge victory. Of course, Lyman is known for being a conservative, for supporting Donald Trump. He's known for standing against the establishment, against the rhinos. And of course, Governor Spencer Cox, I don't know if Lyman wants to get into it, but I want to mention some of these things. He got a $50,000 donation from David Cumming, another $50,000 donation from John Cumming. Both of those guys are huge Democrat donors, by the way. Annette Cumming, the president or the vice president of their foundation, was on the board of the Planned Parenthood Association of Utah. So these are big Democrat donors, huge donors to Governor Cox. And of course, Governor Cox is, big on the pronouns, vetoed the bill to stop the transgender madness. Just truly unbelievable. So Phil Lyman, state representative, future governor of Utah, thank you for joining us. This is big news, Phil. You just crushed it there. What's going on in Utah politics? Are things changing?
Yeah, people are waking up. You try to just pry people's eyes open a little bit, and as soon as they start to see what's actually going on with their with their supposedly conservative governor, they recognize that it's not as conservative as they had hoped, and he's running as a conservative, yet his are completely the opposite. So people are waking up to the idea that, or to the reality that he's flip-flopping on them, and they don't like it.
Yeah. And so obviously you crushed it this weekend at the nominating convention. You've been involved in a lot of issues. In fact, you've been persecuted for your courageous stand by the federal government. You actually got really seriously persecuted. You even were arrested. And yet still the people want you and not a liberal Republican, and that was clearly manifested in the convention. What are the issues there in Utah? What are voters thinking? What's on their mind? How did you do so well relative to the incumbent governor?
Well, I think the thing that really resonates with people in Utah is the economy. And we're talking about illegal immigration. It ties back to the economy. If we're talking about taxes and property taxes and things like that, it comes back to will people be able to afford their mortgage payment next year? And that's top of their mind. Education has been a big one. Parents feel parents were prosecuted for the school board meetings, and those lawsuits are still, or those criminal charges are still playing out. And so you have all of these things that are happening. And when back in 2020, 2021, when some of this was going on, people weren't quite sure. But now that we've seen the reality of the weaponization of the FBI and the Department of Justice against people in Utah, they're saying it's not a stretch now to think that the government may not have your best interests at heart.
Yeah, I was actually in Utah on a speaking tour when the COVID madness came down, and Governor Cox was one of the hardcore Republicans who shut down. Or they actually canceled some of my speeches because the governor said people were going to be arrested if they continued meeting. Really, truly unbelievable. So Cox did get enough signatures to be on the ballot, so you guys are going to have a primary. Phil, what's your message to Utah voters going into this contest, and what's your message to Republicans across the country on the big picture national issues?
Well, on Saturday we had the party faithfuls, the people that are most committed, the ones who had vetted all of the candidates for these races, and they came to convention. It was midnight, Alex, and there were still 4,000 people in this room. Some of them broke out singing "God Bless America," and it was they're fatigued. Some of them had been there since 6 o'clock that morning, and yet that room was packed. It was full, clear right up till the end. And those are the people that care the most and who are the most informed. And I think it sent a strong message. If it had been a close win, I think the governor could maybe justify saying, "Well, I'm gonna take this in the primary election." But this was not a close race. The governor's not popular across the state. Even with the left, he's not a very popular governor because he doesn't have a platform. He doesn't stand for anything. He instituted DEI when he first came in, and now he says DEI is evil, and he wants to get credit for getting rid of DEI. Things like that, and the state, I think, is just tired of it. We're looking for some leadership that will, for the freedoms of the people, as a state should do.
Yeah, absolutely, Phil. And one of the issues that you and I have talked about in the past is election integrity, voting security, and obviously some really significant concerns have been raised, not just around the country, but in particular in Utah. What's the status on that? Do you have an update or things? I mean, it's hard to rig a convention because people are there, people could see. But are you confident going into the primary here that everything is above board right now?
No, we're still using universal mail-in ballots. That's inherently weak. I'm a CPA, so I talk quite a bit about the systems. I'm not distrustful of people, but when you have a weak system, it's easily infiltrated, and then you have to trust that nobody wants to infiltrate that system. When we know that with our elections, there are people who absolutely want to infiltrate those systems, and we've got a weak system. So we're pushing, I guess, to have some good poll watchers, have some good data. We put the administration on notice that we'll be checking everything that we can check on the statistics, doing some statistical analyses and everything that we can check. And but I feel like we have to win this in the court of public opinion front end. People need to go into this election with a clear mandate that the governor that's there now is not going to be the governor after the election. And all those things have to line up, and we could still lose. We could still lose anyway, period. But hopefully it's not going to be because we didn't do our best to send the right message.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Everybody I talked to in Utah is really enthusiastic about your campaign. So congratulations for that. You actually were, I mentioned in your introduction, you were ruthlessly persecuted by the Bureau of Land Management. I mean, they threw you in jail. Donald Trump actually had to come in and rescue you from the clutches of these people. And of course, they didn't go away, right? I mean, nobody was punished for these kinds of abuses. We know Dan Love from the Bureau of Land Management was actually bragging about how many ranchers had killed themselves as a result of his vicious campaign. We know the anti-Mormon bigotry from these people was just out of control. But you fought on a lot of other issues as well, not just the land rights, energy, the water. I have interviewed your treasurer in Utah, Marlo Oaks, and he said that a big issue for Utah right now is kind of gold, silver, currency. I know there's been some looking at Texas for ideas on how to kind of bring gold back into prominence. Are you interested in you mentioned the economy. Are you interested in these kinds of issues, like protecting people from the depreciating dollar, the incoming central bank digital currencies, and where would you go with that?
Well, you've got a national economy that is bankrupt, essentially. The national debt is so huge. And so you have to ask yourself, honestly, what is the response of the state when these consequences start to come to fruition at the federal level? And one of them is that the state needs to step forward. Marlo's a good friend of mine. And we've talked a lot about the ability to pay our tax for Utah to actually have a gold reserve. Some states have done that, and Utah is trying to step into those, into that role. And Utah is a special place, and it's a great place to live. And you've got great people, you've got great land, great resources, and almost that is being threatened by a collapsing federal government. So a state can either say, well, we don't push back against the federal government. We obey all these federal laws, and we won't ever do anything to offend the federal government. Well, if you do that, you're not a state. You're an administrative subunit of the federal government, and that's a big part of my campaign. We are not an administrative subunit of the federal government. A state has a role to play, and let's play that role. And Marlo's doing a great job as a treasurer, and if he had the backing of a good government and a couple of good new representatives in Washington D.C., Mitt Romney's not going to be there anymore, and if Spencer Cox goes, we may get back to just a little bit of common sense governance here.
Hey, just wonderful news. Representative Phil Lyman, I know everybody's after you today after your crushing victory in the convention, so I really appreciate you making a little bit of time for us today. Before we let you go, real quick, how can people find your website? How can people support your campaign?
So my website is lymanforutah.com, lymanforutah.com, and we're on social media. I love it when people get on and just help to it's a movement, and social media is powerful. So yeah, Instagram and Twitter and Facebook and TikTok, anywhere we can get, we're out on the social media platforms, and we really appreciate that support too. We appreciate the discussion, honestly, just to have people engage.
Excellent. Representative Lyman, thank you so much. Future Governor of Utah, we really appreciate it. We'll check back in on your campaign as it goes along, but keep up the great work. Thank you so much for making time for us, and hopefully we'll talk to you very soon.
I appreciate what you do, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. God bless you. All right, folks, stay with us. We're going to be right back with our next guest, Joe Wolverton. He's an attorney. He's a journalist. He is an educator. He's an author. He's written some excellent books. He's one of those Renaissance men who just is good at so many, like our founding fathers, right? There's just so many areas where he excels, and we're honored to have him on the program. Stay with us. We're going to break down the sovereign citizen movement and so much more.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rose, CEO of Genesis Gold Group. Can your retirement savings like an IRA or 401k stand up to the next financial crisis that our top economists are saying is at our very doorsteps? By allocating a percentage of your IRA into physical gold and silver with a tax-free rollover, you can diversify and safeguard your holdings from turbulent markets and economic downturns by putting your IRA back on the gold standard. With a multi-trillion-dollar trade deficit and geopolitical instability, experts say now is the time to make the switch. Protect your retirement today with one simple phone call and receive your free gold and silver guide.
Call Genesis Gold Group today at 1-800-200-GOLD and find out how you can add precious metals to your IRA. That's 1-800-200-GOLD or 1-800-200-4653. Or visit genesisgoldgroup.com. Genesis Gold Group, empowering faith-driven stewardship.
In 1776, a nation was born, forged in the crucible of revolution. Brave men and women stood together fighting for freedom, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Throughout history, the spirit of patriotism has prevailed. The battles may have changed, but the values remain the same. Today, in 2024, we find ourselves at a pivotal moment where the call for unity, freedom, and a better future echoes louder than ever. Introducing Patriot Mobile, the wireless carrier that stands with you. We are committed to supporting the values that make our nation great. With affordable plans and reliable nationwide coverage, Patriot Mobile is not just a wireless service. It's a call to action for those who believe in the American dream. Because this year is not just any year, it's the most important year since our nation's founding. Choose a wireless carrier that shares your values. Choose Patriot Mobile. For free activation, use promo code Newman.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Alex Newman here, your host. And folks, before we get to our guest, the world is getting more and more uncertain. But I do think there is one place where stability has been there for thousands of years, and that is, of course, precious metals. That's one of the reasons why we partnered with Genesis Gold Group. They can help you turn your IRA into a gold IRA. And it's not just about an investment, right? It's about financial security, peace of mind. All throughout human history, gold has been money. It has retained its value, unlike, of course, fiat currencies. And so give our friends over at Genesis Gold Group a call. You can go to goldwithalexnewman.com, goldwithalexnewman.com. They'll send you free resources so you can learn more about this. And I do think it's a really, really wise decision to consider at least putting some of your savings, your wealth, your retirement into something that has proven its worth, that has proven its stability over thousands of years. So give them a call, goldwithalexnewman.com, goldwithalexnewman.com. That's actually who I use to purchase precious metals. So check them out. Our next guest, Joe Wolverton, he's a lawyer, but we won't hold that against him. He's also a genius in so many different areas. He's a journalist. He writes for the New American. He's a leading constitutional scholar and constitutional attorney. He used to specialize in beating the government in court. Now he's gone on to even greater things, writing great books. I believe he's got some sort of title with the John Birch Society involving the Constitution, so we'll ask him about that as well. But today I wanted to bring him on because this sovereign citizen thing just keeps coming up. I don't need to have a driver's license. I don't need to pay taxes. And people keep saying that, and then they keep getting thrown in jail. So I couldn't think of anybody better than Joe Wolverton to come on the program and break it down for us. Joe, thank you for coming on the program. It's an honor to have you. You're a personal friend as well. I really appreciate you. So tell us, do we have to pay taxes? Do we have to get driver's licenses? Or is this just all some kind of big scam?
Well, Alex, and I'm grateful to be on with you as always. The problem is most of the things that the sovereign citizen movement argue, most of the planks in their platform are actually things that most of us see as a problem. That is to say, the unnecessary intrusion of the federal government into our personal lives. And they see that as something that they should fight against in every single way and fight it as individuals. Whereas there is a paradox, Alex, that if we worked together, we could have more individual liberty, right? There is greater freedom through this unity of effort. And is it a scam, the things they're saying? They're incorrect. They're legally incorrect, but they're morally, I would say, on the right track. And much of what they argue against, much of the animus in that movement would be moot if we would all work together to force the federal beast back inside its constitutional cage. And this is what I said. I mean, the first time I remember that I ever spoke in Arizona, I was invited by a group of, sovereign citizens who they wouldn't claim to be a group. They are irredeemably individualistic, but they invited me down to speak. Yeah, they invited me down to speak about the 16th Amendment and income tax and everything. And I said, look, all of this effort, all of this energy, all of the intellect that you are channeling toward fighting against this, in individual cases and losing one loss after the other, and frankly, the stigmatizing of your position, right? The sort of marginalization that you're causing through the means you're using to get to the end. All of that could be done away with if you would join with like-minded people who likewise would like to see the federal government reduced back within its constitutional boundaries. And we can work together and get there without and we can just channel it all toward that way without having to sit here and waste money and time and effort and frankly to be stigmatized socially because of not the ends. And this is what I try to explain to them. It's not your ends that are wrong. It's the means you're using there that are fruitless, right? And frankly, they're not going to accomplish what you want to accomplish. However, there are organizations, the John Birch Society among them, chief among them, that if you work within this organization, you will see that you will get to the finish line faster with the fuel that we can provide.
Yeah. And you do so much great work, Joe, on this and other issues. I think you have an article on this very thing coming out soon in the New American. Maybe it's already been published. And I want to get into some of your other work, too, in the last few minutes that we have. But I want to ask you about the income tax, too, because you've got a lot of people who, they point to this Supreme Court case, Stanton versus Baltic Mining Company, that was 1916. And there's a lot of people that say the 16th Amendment doesn't apply to them. I wish the 16th Amendment did not apply to me. And I think a lot of Americans feel that way, at least the ones who are paying out the nose to kill babies, prosecute illegal wars, micromanage our lives. But, legally speaking, are we on... And I agree with you, by the way. These people are generally really good-hearted. They want liberty. They want these things. But are they right about this issue on the 16th Amendment? Can we just stop paying income taxes and expect to get away with it?
No, they're not right with regard to the Stanton case because the Supreme Court, and frankly, it's because why is it difficult to understand? Because it was written by lawyers who want it to be difficult to understand because that justifies the $250 an hour you have to pay. So they're purposely written in obscure and misleading ways. So, but do we have to pay income tax? This again is the question. It depends on if you're saying de jure, de facto. Constitutionally, the 16th Amendment purports to make it constitutional that we pay tax on our income. Now, that goes directly against the original principles of the Constitution. So what should our effort be? To stop paying taxes, to go to prison, to waste our treasure and our time on fighting, on tilting against windmills, Alex? It really is a very quixotic endeavor because we could spend our time reinforming ourselves about the sovereignty of the states and realize that there are, it's like the thing that I say to these people is you will find the 16th Amendment very, defanged if we simply can make America states again, because much of that can be nullified. We really can do that without the waste, frankly, of effort and intellect and energy on tilting against the 16th Amendment. Let's work on nullifying the unconstitutional parts and repealing the entire thing. And we can work together and we can get that done, but you're not going to get it done standing as a lone individual in a courtroom surrounded by the enemy. You're not going to get it done. In this case, David will not beat Goliath. However, lots of Davids could come together, and we do have the power to defeat this Goliath of the Leviathan federal government.
Yep. And you did articulate a lot of that in your excellent book, What Degree of Madness? Madison's Method to Make America States Again, which I actually have relied on in some of my own discussions on these issues. Just positively brilliant. Your book, The Real James Madison, biography of this incredible individual. I was privileged to review that for the New American Magazine. Then you got another book. I just can't say enough good things about this one, The Founder's Recipe. We're actually using it in our homeschool. These are selections from the writings that the founding fathers relied on and that they quoted. It's not the whole essay or the whole book, but it's a excerpt from it that gives you a sense of what they were saying. You've done so much great work, Joe. You also have a YouTube channel, Teacher of Liberty. You've got a TikTok channel. I don't know how much that longer that will last. It's called Joe Wolverton, JD. You write for the New American. You're a constitutional scholar for the John Birch Society. How else can people follow you, Joe?
I think just the jbs.org is a good place, the newamerican.com. And then the place that I do my most frequent updates is the YouTube channel, Teacher of Liberty. And that's where my passion lies, in sharing with Americans the learning that has purposely been kept from us by the federal government.
Excellent. Well, really, really appreciate you, Joe. Thank you for coming on. It's great to see you again.
Yes,
it's been
sir.
too long.
You
Hopefully
too.
our paths will cross again soon. But thanks again for all that you do. God willing, we shall talk soon.
Yes, sir, we shall. God bless you.
God bless you. All righty, folks. Stay with us. We'll be right back with our final guest, Pastor Stephen Broden. He is just a great American, a great man of God. He has done so much for the cause of life and for the Republican Party. And he just has so much insight into the deadly ideology known as critical race theory and how this is being manifested in the church, in the evangelical church in America. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss this.
Today's episode is brought to you by Freedom Project Academy. Looking for a K-12 classical online school built on Judeo-Christian values? FPA is enrolling now for the fall. Request your free information packet at freedomforschool.com. Don't forget to select Alex Newman under the How Did You Hear About Us section when you enroll. Again, that's freedomforschool.com.
It's the book that everyone is talking about. Indoctrinating Our Children to Death, written by Alex Newman.
I can tell you on a personal level, I'm really happy to see you finally write a book on this. But, for our audience, I actually wrote an endorsement for this book, and for the audience too. I said it in the endorsement, I'll say it here again, that this book is a public service. You've done a fantastic job, Alex. Thank you for what you do as well.
Thank you, Josh.
I had the pleasure of actually getting a sneak peek of the book early, and I have to say it is fantastic. So I highly encourage everyone to go out, purchase it, read it. Even if you don't have kids, as you mentioned, it is so critical.
Your new book that is out now, titled Indoctrinating Our Children to Death, Government Schools' War on Faith, Family, and Freedom, and How to Stop It. This is such a vital resource.
LibertySentinel.org. These books are going to help you have better conversations in the church foyer, at the water cooler, at your Thanksgiving table, and to help make a difference with those around you, because it gives you better little mental ammunition to have more intelligent conversations besides like, Biden's an idiot.
Right.
That's fine, but there actually is a very well thought out agenda.
Man, it's a big issue, but I'm glad people like Alex Newman are covering it and taking it on. Indoctrinating Our Children to Death is the name of the book. Indoctrinating Our Children to Death, Government Schools' War on Faith, Family, and Freedom, and How to Stop It. Available now on Amazon, Alex Newman _JOU on Twitter, and you can go to libertysentinel.org.
Welcome back to the Sentinel Report. Alex Newman here, your host. And our next guest, Pastor Stephen Broden, is a friend of mine. He has been involved in politics. He's also a pastor of a wonderful church down in the Dallas area. He's got a new book, Pawns of Change, The Exploitation of Black Americans by Progressive liberals. And of course, this runs counter to the media narrative, but it is absolutely the case. Pastor Broden, welcome to the program. Talk to us about how progressive liberals have been exploiting Black Americans and how this has really harmed not just Black Americans, but the whole country.
Well, thank you, Alex, for having me, and certainly a subject matter that I think is appropriate for right now in light of the fact that many Blacks are starting to question their loyalty to the Democratic Party. It is not incidental or accidental that they garner from the Black community over 90% of the votes. In many instances, because the narrative about the opposition party, the Republican Party, is one that is crafted by the Democratic Party. The Black community knows about the Republican Party through the narrative of the Democrats. They define who the Republicans are, what their agenda is, and how it works against Black people. Now, it's all crafted and shaped in lies and deception, but it plays to the hurts that are true about our community in terms of how racism has impacted our community adversely. Jim Crowism has impacted our community. And although our nation has made many, many strides to correct a negative history, the scab of healing is constantly pulled off around election time by the Democrats. And because it is a sensitive issue, and it's an issue that I think that we need to honestly address, it is pulled out and represented as a problem for the Black community, when in fact, there has been a lot of healing that has taken place on those issues. So Pawns of Change sort of pulls back the cover and shows how that tactic is used on our community, and that our loyalty to the Democratic Party by voting at a clip of 90% plus has not produced any results related to the strengthening of our family values, jobs, economic development within our community, and social reform that produces, I think, the best possibility for us to deliver ourselves from the trap of government subsidies. These things are still prominent and prevailing in our community and having an adverse impact on our ability to access the American dream.
Yeah. And, to your point, actually in my first big book that I wrote, Crimes of the Educators, we got 2 chapters in there about how the progressives felt about Black people. I mean, these were associates of John Dewey, the people who were building the public school system, just vile, wicked propaganda. The Margaret Sangers of the world, these pseudo-scientists promoting allegedly scientific racism. It's disgusting. And we're just supposed to forget all that history and say, well, Republicans are the Ku Klux Klan. Total baloney. Pastor, one of the reasons that I so appreciate your work, and there are many, is that you're really reaching out to pastors across this country. In fact, later, less than a month now, just a couple of weeks, you and I are both going to be in Milwaukee for the Liberty Pastors Conference. There's going to be some really great Americans there. Curtis Bowers will be there, David Barton, Pastor Trujella, Matt Staver, Liberty Council, Bill Federer, Kevin Freeman, just some really, really great Americans. What's your message to Christians in particular, Pastor? What do we make of all the race talk? I mean, how should a Christian with light skin or a Christian with dark skin see all these issues? And what does the Bible say about all this in the last couple minutes we've got left?
Well, we need to process our view of what's going on in our society and in our culture through the lens of our faith. That there is a prophetic timeline that we're on, Alex, and it is unfolding as God predetermined it to be. Our charge as Christians, pastors, is to see things from the point of view of God. And you cannot see it if you're not listening. On the Mount of Transfiguration, God said to his disciples, to the disciples of Christ, he said this is my beloved Son in whom I'm well pleased. Listen to him. The Greek word there for listen is akuo. It means hearken. Hearken is an active listening. And no time like this time, we should be listening to God. There's a lot of fear and uncertainty in our culture and in our society, in the world. Well, where there's fear, there is a lack of understanding and movement of God by God's people. And so as we move in fear, what we do is oftentimes set God to the side and begin to seek human solutions. And I think that's what's happening right now. I think pastors need to draw the attention to their congregations, that we need to be listening to God at this moment, trying to discern what it is that he is doing. If God is judging America, I don't want to stand in between the judgment of God and America. I want to stand on the side of God. And if we're witnessing right now the kind of fear that is happening in America, fear is not from God.
That's right.
It's not from God. And we should recognize that. And irrational decision making happens out of fear. And right now, Christians are abandoning Christ and turning to a individual, charismatic individual, and asking him to save us. There's no salvation out of Washington, D.C., or out of the charisma of a one man that we're all turning to at this time. Salvation is in the name of Jesus Christ.
And the Bible reminds us over and over again, don't trust princes. Don't put your trust in men. Put your trust in God. That's such a good reminder, Pastor Broden. You and I are both going to be at this event in Milwaukee. Folks, if you know any pastors or ministry leaders anywhere near Milwaukee area, tell them to come, libertypastors.com, libertypastors.org. Pastor Broden, before we let you go, what's the best way for folks to follow you and your work? Are you on any social media, any way that people can keep in touch? Obviously, the book
my
is
Facebook page,
Change.
that's Pastor Broden's Facebook page is Pastor Stephen Broden. And then I'm connected now with the Constitutional Party. You can go to the Constitutional Party. That's constitutionalparty.com. They'll have information there about me and about what Randall, Terry, and I are doing to bring attention back to the fact that we are a nation that have blood on our hands by killing so many babies. The third leading killer in America of human beings is abortion. I didn't know that until today. The third leading killer of human beings in America is abortion. And we want to bring that to the public square and to announce to this election cycle, we stand for life, no matter if the Republicans are running from it or if Joe Biden and Harris is campaigning on it. We're going to stand against it.
Amen. God have mercy on us. The Bible talks about the blood of the innocent crying out to God for justice. And it's hard to even contemplate what the blood of 60 million innocent babies sounds like. Pastor Broden, thank you for all that you do for the Lord. Thank you for coming on the program today. I look forward to seeing you in Milwaukee in just a couple of weeks. Hopefully we'll get you back very soon. But thanks again for coming on, and God bless you, sir.
It was my honor. Thank you.
All righty, folks. We are out of time for today. It always goes so quickly, but I want to thank you for tuning in. I want to thank you for supporting our sponsors. Thank you for all that you do for God and country and family. We've got to stay involved. We've got to keep calling out evil. We've got to keep standing for truth and righteousness. That is our duty as Americans, and even more importantly, it's our duty as people who love the Lord. Thanks again for tuning in. Till next time, God bless you all.
If a foreign power had done this to us through the educational system, we would have viewed it as an act of war. We should view it as an act of war. These people were trying to enslave us.
We're in some very interesting times.
It's just a total repudiation of everything that God teaches. It's Alex Newman here, host of the Sentinel Report on Lindell TV. We have some big news for you. The Sentinel Report is moving to a primetime slot on Lindell 1.
Three years ago, FrankSpeech.com was launched during the height of mass media censorship to give voices back to those who had their voices silenced. This April, Lindell TV celebrates 3 years of uncensored truth about America's stolen elections, the voting machines, and the fight to return to paper ballots. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era, covering the most important presidential election in American history. An era defined by the battle for some of our most fundamental rights: freedom of speech, freedom of press, and secure elections. We at Frank Speech refuse to be silenced. We refuse to bow down to the forces that seek to dictate what we can and cannot say. We are the media now. Join us in this fight at frankspeech.com.
You might not want to hear what we're saying, but we're going to say it.
I'm Joe Altman with Conservative Daily Podcast, and I'm here to celebrate the 3-year anniversary of Frank Speech. Big things are happening, and some of them have 4 wheels. 4 wheels, world-class safety, and great gas mileage. Can you get
Wow. Hey, y'all. Welcome to Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. I'm your host, Silk, and you are my co-host, my Diamond Dream Team. And as Diamond would always say, it takes a team to build a dream. So I want you to stop what you're doing right now. Be sure to like and share this broadcast. Like and share this podcast. That's right. It's imperative that you do so. You all like and share it, because tonight we're going to be talking to some J6 defendants and talking about, we're going to begin an update concerning Jake Lane. You all, is really disturbing, and I want everybody to hear it. You know, these individuals, the mainstream media won't allow their story to be aired on their network. So I'm so grateful for Lindell TV network, for Frank Speech, for Rumble, for Getter, for alternative media, underground media, for allowing us to be able to air these individuals on the platform so that they can tell their side of the story. Okay, so you all share. I want you all to share it everywhere and let them know that Silk is on the air. Yes, don't forget to download the Frank Speech app. The Frank Social app is 2 different apps, and it's absolutely free. So download it. If you have any questions, email them to diamondandsilk@gmail.com. That's diamondandsilk@gmail.com. Shout out to everyone joining me live there on Getter Live, Rumble Live, Frank Speech Live, Twitter Live, the X Live, the live chats. Shout out to each and every one of you. I love you all so much. Thank you so much for everyone that's saying that they love me. Thank you so much for the love. I love being loved, and I love giving love. That's right. That's what's gonna take. That's what it's gonna take at the end of the day. You all, love. And that's what's missing in this country. Shout out to Lindell TV, RSBN Network, CTA TV, to Stripe TV, Blessed News Network, Eagle News Network, and all of the other different networks that's carrying the Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live show. Thank you all so much, you all, for just carrying the show on your platform. I truly do appreciate it. You all, the show is sponsored by MyPillow.com, where you can get the MyPillow 2.0, the My Mattress Topper 2.0, the sheets, the slippers, the towels, the loungewear, so much more there at MyPillow.com. Use promo code Diamond or promo code Trump1, because Trump did win. Yep, and he gonna win again. He gonna win again. Like I said, we're gonna have to overvote the cheat. That's right. It's gonna have to be too big to rig. And we're gonna have to let their runway run right on out. That's right. The runway gonna have to run right on out. That's what's gonna have to happen. So use promo code Diamond or promo code Trump1. Don't forget about my coffee at mystore.com. I always say that the best part to waking up is not being woke, but being awake with my coffee. So don't be hasty. Go on over there and get you something tasty. Right there at mystore.com. Use promo code Diamond. Also, you all, the show is sponsored by patchthat.com. Patchthat.com. For everyone that was able to get in on the free patches, your patches are on the way. I'm just waiting on something else to come in so that I can include it with your packages. That's right. I kind of ran out of some stuff. You all, I didn't know. It's a lot of people going through those hot flashes. I'm understanding that even a lot of the medications that a lot of people are taking is causing them to have hot flashes. It's just like your hormones is imbalanced. It's not balanced at all. So you all, thank you all so much. Go to patchthat.com. That's patchthat.com. That's right. And if you are interested in the business side of LifeWave, or if you're interested and need more information, go to patchthat.info. Patchthat.info. That's where I want you all to go. Also, you all, this is also one of our show affiliates, but they're sponsoring the show this week. Per Body Spray for Heavy Metals Detox. Yes, Heavy Metals Detox. You all remember whenever I spoke to Dr. Tenpenny last year, just in case you don't remember or if you've never seen it, you all, I want you to remind you real quick, okay? Please play clip 1. Take a look at this.
Well, it's more than just the metals too, Silk. I mean, it's something called, they call them POPs for short, which stands for persistent organic pollutants. And there are different types of chemicals, like chemicals in lotions that you put on your skin, and chemicals that are in even your shampoos and conditioners, chemicals that are out in the environment, in the different types of foods that you eat. The crappy oils, the deep fried oils and things like that get into your system. Those are persistent organic pollutants. They're also things that are from the environment. They're factory emissions. The zeolite also picks those up and gets that out of your body. So when it chelates that out of your fat tissue, it makes it easier for you to lose weight. Because one of the things is when your fat is contaminated with heavy metals and with all these persistent organic pollutants, your body sort of holds on to the fat, because if it releases the fat, then you're going to release all those toxicities into your system and make yourself sick. So your body sort of protects itself. So the first thing you need to do if you're trying to lose weight is to get those POPs, those persistent organic pollutants, and all of those heavy metals and the light metals that you just put up there on that screen. Because once you get those things cleared out of your body, then if you're eating right and you're exercising, you're drinking plenty of water, and your vitamin D level needs to be at least 80. There's actually several published studies that say that if your vitamin D level is low, if it's 30 or less, that it's physically impossible for you to lose weight. So that's vitamin D like Debbie. So it's vitamin D, and then use the zeolite spray, the Pure Body Spray, to detox your fat from the metals and from the chemicals that are in your body. Get your vitamin D level up where it belongs, and then continue to eat right, drink plenty of water, and exercise, and you'll just watch the weight fall off.
All right, you all. So that's Per Body Spray. Now I want you to go to diamondsilkstore.com. You will see the link there that says Heavy Metal Detox, okay? $5. Heavy Metal Detox. That's the button you want to click on so that you can take advantage of this. This is just for a few days, you all. So you want to take advantage of this right now so that you can try it out. I believe the regular price is like $79 or $80, somewhere along in there, okay? But it's $5. I'm giving it to you for a special here, $5, okay? Just for you to try it out, and the shipping is free, all right? Once again, that's diamondandsilkstore.com, diamondandsilkstore.com, all right? All right, you all. I want to go ahead on and get on into the show, you all. Like I said, once again, we're going to be talking to some J6 defendants, and I want to go ahead and bring them on. They fled the Vietnam communism. They fled Vietnam communism only to live here in America and experience tyranny. Please, you all, welcome to the show, Mr. Antony and Miss Annie Vo. All right. They got y'all sitting to the side. I need y'all to be sitting this way so I can see you.
Yeah.
I don't know if my producers can see that. Can you flip the camera? All right. All right. Something flipped or what have you. There you go, darling. Okay. I don't know. Y'all get that straight. There we go. There we go. Hello. 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 All right. So now, is it Anthony or Antonio?
Yeah, it's Anthony. It's pronounced Anthony, and
Anthony.
this is
Okay.
Anthony. And this is our my sister Angie.
Angie. Okay. And in the middle is mom.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Annie. All right. Now, I need to know what happened. What happened on January the 6th? What did you all do? Did you go to the Capitol? Were you in the Capitol? Were you in DC? Can you explain to me, let me know just what you can say, what happened?
Yeah, so we all wanted to go. My sister Angie couldn't because she had to work, and sorry about that. And but my mom and I went to the Trump rally on January 6th, and we attended the rally, the whole thing to the very end. And then the next part of the day was we were supposed to go to the Capitol and cheer on our brave congressmen and women who were doing a formal objection to the vote count to voter certification. And that was like basically our day. When we got up to the Capitol, we didn't see anything like too like there wasn't any violence going on. People were like protesting and everything, but we never saw any violence. We never saw anyone like fighting with cops or anything like that. And we just get up closer to see what's going on. And like at the entrance, there were probably like 50 cops just standing aside doing nothing, standing back, and
And then
they're just like.
so let me ask you this here quick question. Okay. So it was you and your mother that was there in DC and that had walked to the Capitol, correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right. All right. Did you all go inside of the Capitol?
Yes.
Okay. And because the doors let me say it like this, was the doors already open and y'all just went in with everybody else?
Yeah, there are people lining up outside the door chanting, "Let us in, let us in." And that was in front of those 50 cops that were just standing right outside that door. And inside the door, there were probably like 4 cops. And eventually, they like cops like did let people go in and out freely. They didn't stop anyone. And I looked to the people in front of me before I entered, and they were just thanking the cops. And even one of the cops said back to them, "I disagree with it, but respect it." And it just seemed like they were standing aside to like let us exercise our constitutional rights.
Just walk through. So did you say you did not see any violence going on?
No, no, no. Even at my at my trial, the case agent in charge of like all the evidence of my case, he reviewed like all the video, all the pictures. He said that, and none of that was there any violence going on around me. Obviously, I wasn't a part of any violence, but like even around me, like you couldn't witness any violence.
There wasn't no violence. No, you all walked through the red velvet rope like everybody else.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, I remember like picking back on, and then like a bunch of other people like started fixing the ropes
Take
and
pictures,
everything.
sightseeing, all of that stuff. Okay, and your mother was there too as well, correct? She did this, just took some photos, just did like everybody else, and then just left. Correct?
Yeah, like we made sure like to stand outside there and like make sure it was like okay to go in, and that's what we like were led to believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you've already gone to trial, Anthony, right?
Right.
Okay,
My
and
trial was
go
I
ahead.
just got sent April 10th, and I'm awaiting my report date for a 9-month prison sentence from Judge Chuckin.
What did they find you guilty on?
They found me guilty of basically the 4 standard misdemeanors that they gave almost everyone. Of like the basically trespassing, protesting misdemeanors that they stacked up. They're federal misdemeanors though, so totally different than the local DC charges that they give like other protesters at anti-Trump protests or whatever.
Well, I mean, I understand. I understand that it's federal misdemeanors, but I saw a lot of protesters from Black Lives Matter, from Antifa, that also protest in 2020. They also got locked up, or all of them got let go. So I got what you're saying there. Let me ask you this question as well. So you said it was like the 4 misdemeanors. They found you guilty. Did you have any video evidence of you walking into the Capitol and walking out?
Yeah, they had most of that video of us walking in, of the cop saying, "I disagree with it, but respect it." What I couldn't get was the video of the policewoman that later came up to me and my mom as we were just sitting in the rotunda. She was like, "Hey, it's time to go now. You can leave through this exit." And we got up and listened to her immediately, left. But
Mhm.
the in the closing statement, Eric Borland said like we're like forced out because of a line of riot police came in and like forced us out. But that wasn't the case at all. It was like one policewoman that came up to us, like, "Hey, it's time to go," in a very kind manner. So
Let me ask you this: did the FBI did they come to you all home? Did they break into your home or anything like that and arrest you all?
no, we got arrested in 2021 in July. They tried to pick me up in January of 2021 when I was visiting a friend in Colorado. But they they called my friend and asked if they knew about me, if they had any information on me, and I talked to a lawyer friend who told me to just say, "Hey, I don't feel comfortable talking to police without an attorney present," and I just drove back to Indiana immediately, where being
Wow.
more was like I don't know, I felt like
Okay,
I was treated differently.
so now I understand that they're dragging your mother, Miss Annie Vo, in this as well, correct?
Yeah. So she can't talk to me about her case, so I'll let my
Right.
sister, her talk about it. But yeah, they
Okay.
a few days after we went to CPAC to connect and like talk to everyone about our story, just a few days afterwards, the FBI called my mom, told her to come in the next morning. They called her at 8 p.m. They told her to come in at 7 a.m. in the morning to for an interview or questioning or something like that. But when they got there, my other sister took her, said that they like cuffed her with her hands, her waist, her legs, just like made a whole show, kept her detained for like 8 hours. Um, and during all this time, they sent like a whole like squad of FBI to her house to like go through the entire thing, ostensibly to like look
Did-
for clothes, stuff that she was wearing, her phone. But they went through like the whole entire house. Like there were like 10 people there, and they just ransacked through the whole house. And like she said, like they took her safety deposit key to her bank, and I don't know, just like she just
Well,
felt really
so
violent.
so so Angie, let me speak to you, Angie. Okay. I understand first, Miss Annie, she do not speak English, right?
Yes.
Do Right, she don't speak English. Okay, all right. You're gonna speak for your mother, okay? So Angie, you could not go, but Miss Annie went with her son. So I understand that she said that she felt violated. Am I
Yes.
hearing that correct? All right.
Yes.
So I don't know what all you can tell the audience as to what happened. But let me ask you this question. Let me keep it simple. Uh, do she have to go to court as well? Have she already been charged with the 4 misdemeanors as well?
From what we have, we still waiting for the trial. So we went to the first hearing the day. Let's see what day. March the 6th. That's when they put her in. Like took her down to Minneapolis jail and stay there waiting for her first hearing with the judge. So that's when I went there with my mom later and just sat there and hear it. So after that, they let her go.
How long
And
was
when
she in jail for? How long was
uh,
she in jail for?
they got to her house around 7 o'clock a.m. in the morning, ransacked her
Hmm.
house to take the stuff, and then cuffed her, into the car and drove her to the jail in Indianapolis court. And so she stayed there up until like 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So she was
Okay,
in
so she
jail.
was
It was really cold in there. So luckily my sister have a coat. So she gave it to my mom. so she can survive in jail for that many hours.
I understand that. No. What did Mama say?
My mom said at that time, like in the morning, she wore a jacket, and they took the jacket away from her. So and then when before they put her in jail, like it was really cold in there. So my sister had to take off her coat to give it to my mom.
Okay. Do she have a lawyer?
Yes, she does have a lawyer. At that
Okay.
time,
Is it
the court should give her, the Indianapolis lawyers, but now we have our own lawyer.
Let me ask you this. Whenever they took her in, did they question her? Did anybody question her when they first took her in?
Măng nó có hỏi Măng gì lúc mà nó bắt Măng á, nó có hỏi gì không?
Có, nó là tới 7 giờ sáng là FBI là nó hỏi đó một
Nó hỏi cái gì?
Nó hỏi là bữa đó mà nó hỏi những cái áo mình mặc, những cái đồ mình bữa đó mình đi đó, rồi ở đâu thì mà thì nó về nhà. Rồi nó hỏi mà ở đó nhưng nó có người ở nhà rồi, 10 người ở nhà nó xét nhà.
So they asked my mom where her outfit, the stuff that she wore on the J6 day. So and so how they already took those stuff. So they just to confirm that she was there, I guess.
Did they ever give her back her safety deposit box key?
Did they give? They haven't give you, mà nó chưa có cho trả lại mặn gì hết đó phải không? Tại sao? Okay. So all the stuff that they took, they haven't give back to for her anything yet.
Một cái mắt kiếng Gucci, một cái coat với một cái khăn vòng cổ.
I understand that you all fled from Vietnam communism. Ask your mom, what was it like? I want to know from mom, what was it like living under communism?
So Măng nói cho biết là ở bên communist á, cái nó là sao?
Ở Việt Nam mình hay
Việt Nam.
Thì ở Việt Nam mình thấy là nó muốn bắt bớ lúc nào cũng được, nó muốn nhưng mình không có khóa như bên đây vậy. Nói là như nó mình làm gì cũng phải trình báo, cái gì cũng phải xin phép, rồi con cái thì không cho đi vô đi học cũng như đó, con vô nó cũng lấy lý lịch này kia cái nọ, thành ra mình mới đi. Tại vì nó lấy lý lịch nó làm khó dễ gia đình hoài, nó lại vài bữa nó lại nhà nó kiếm chuyện này kia cái nọ hoài, thành ra mình mới đi qua tị nạn vậy đó.
Yeah.
Với con đi học nó nhớ không, đi học con ngụy quân ngụy quyền nó đâu có cho vô trong mấy cái đó đâu.
So over there after my dad went to the camp because of the 75, the communists took over, so my mom lived at home with us very young. So they literally they come and check on you every few days to make sure that you didn't go anywhere. They want to question you, whatever, you have to be there. And we go to school, we don't like they because you are like the children of the soldier working for the previous government. So they really sure that they know where you are, you cannot escape, and whatever they do, if it's just very strict. So that's what we have to live. That's why mom tried to leave Vietnam.
Did you and your brother also live under communism as well?
I was born a year after the family immigrated to America, so just 1 year after they moved. They moved in '91, and I was born a year afterwards.
And you immigrated here. Let me ask you this question. This is for all of you all. But what you're seeing going on in our country right now, as it's looking like it's transitioning into communism, how do you compare what you see happening right now versus what you once lived under? So I guess it would be a question to mom. Whoever lived under communism, the transition of America, what do you see as far as the comparison? Like what happened back then that's happening right now that you see are the same things? You follow me?
Mà bên Việt Nam với lại ở bên đây bây giờ á, có cái gì nó giống nhau?
Thì cái có giống nhau là lúc này đừng bị bắt xét hỏi này kia đó, đừng mới bị bắt vụ này nè. Thì nó giống nhau vậy thôi. Mà nó còn dữ hơn nữa, Măng thấy là ở Việt Nam nó không có lại xét nhà mình dữ vậy đâu, mà nó còn không có đi bắt mà còng mình lại, mà nó chỉ nói chuyện mà nó mời mình để tới đó học tập này kia thôi, rồi tới ngày giờ nào nó học mấy ngày hay gì đó thôi, chứ nó không có còng tay mình là bắt đưa vô tù như vậy. Mới đi lên nói gặp FBI rồi đưa vô tù luôn, cả 7-8 tiếng đồng hồ luôn, từ 8 giờ sáng tới 4 giờ chiều luôn.
Okay. So what my mom said was over here, you know, and over there, you know, like if you do something wrong, they will, like in Vietnam communism, they will like literally to take you to the place and sit there and educate you know, and tell you that like that what you did is wrong. But here, they come to your house, they ransack your house, they will put you in jail. Which in Vietnam, my mom never been in jail.
Okay, so it was like a training camp over there, but over here they just
Yes, they would like tell you to go to like a place that they love to brainwashing you. You know, they love to go
right.
in and they will educate you. They will, you know, say things. Just it is different from here, definitely.
Well, you okay? You say it's different from here, but they trying to bring these training camps here in America as well. I thought I heard Hillary Clinton. Don't quote me on it. I thought I heard her talking about retraining people and all of this different things because they want to train you. So let me ask you all this question, all three of you. Whenever you see Joe Biden, okay, when you see Joe Biden right now, do you believe that he is a dictator?
I personally believe that the people that put Biden into power are the dictators. They're the ones that are enforcing tyranny over this country, over the people. Just even like if you look at Democrats, like during COVID, they forcefully shut people down, didn't let people assemble, gather, go out to dinner, you know, go to concerts together. And I think that was just like, I don't know, maybe like a sort of test to see what they could do to the people. So I think like the whole complex that Joe Biden's a part of is
This
increasingly
dictatorship. Yeah. This is, I've been alive for 53 years now, and this is my first time ever seeing what I'm seeing right now. To come and pick people up because of their belief about the election and so forth, or their belief about the country being a patriot, and where you have all of these other demanded individuals that's out in the streets destroying the country, and absolutely nothing is done to them. Let me ask you all another question. I understand that you migrated here. What are your thoughts about the open borders where you have illegal aliens just crossing our borders illegally and they're not going through the process of becoming legal citizens here? What are your thoughts about that?
Diamond, is this ridiculous? So I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You
I'm
know,
Diamond and Silver. I told somebody the other day, I'm big boned and I can carry both of us, honey. I'm Diamond and Silver. Okay, go ahead, Angie.
okay. Just so funny because people think that we are immigrants. We would open that to that idea. But, you know, we came here legally. We came, you know, through years of vetting and the right, like we went here the right way. But for them to open the border out and you don't know who they are, our country's just like our people here, everybody is just so in a bad place right now. We can't afford to open border like that and let people just come in. You don't know who they are. They like
Right.
it looks scary. You know, I
Yeah.
know there's a children and women, but still, you know, it's just ridiculous how the borders open and think that it's the right thing to do. I'm sorry, this is not the right thing
Yeah.
to do. Even in Vietnam, we are country we don't open border like that. I'm sorry.
Well, no, I totally agree. What say you, Anthony?
Yeah,
What
I
are your
agree.
thoughts about the open border?
we came through the same way. I mean, my family came legally. I would like for people to respect the laws of the country and go through the country legally. There are reasons for that. We don't know like that person's a terrorist or if not. Um, I do think like the legal process should it could probably be improved. That's something that I
Mhm.
think we could work. But I think to let people come in and out, that will lead to a lot of things like drug problems, gang violence, women, children being taken advantage of, stuff like that. And
Yep,
that
yep. It's not fair that if you all had to do it the legal way, then you got a group of people, well, look like a whole nother country coming over here, just fleeing over here, and we don't know who these people are. Okay, and that's not fair to the immigrants that came here the right way, that migrated to this country the correct way. Do you all have a give, send, go, or anything set up for your defense funds?
no, but I had a public defender. My mom, she's being helped by the sponsor J6 group. It's
Okay.
a group, yeah, and it's like a website, sponsorj6.com. It helps like all the gender sixers, but they're the
Mm-hmm.
ones who grew up with John Gross, her attorney now, and they're paying for all the legal fees for her, just because they're the group that invited us out to CPAC as well, and I don't know, like, yeah, we're just in a.
If you don't mind me asking, I know they said this is not good to do. I'm 53. I'm getting some questions. They want to know how old is mom? If she can't give her age, about how old is mom?
Mom,
À,
nó bảo là gì?
I am 70 year old.
Wow. You're beautiful to be 70, but it's so sad that our government will come after you as if you was at the Capitol beating down the doors, beating in the windows, and for the different individuals that infiltrated MAGA on that day, they're not locked up now, but they want to come after you. And so that's disturbing that this is what they call America. That's really sickening. That's really sickening. We as American citizens should be able to protest against what we see as fraud, and we should be able to protest against that without the government coming after us. As far as I'm concerned, Joe Biden is a dictator. His regime is a dictator, and what they're trying to do to our country is turn it directly into a communist country. Is what I see happening here. I
And
want to stay in con. What you say, darling?
then we getting there. Communist,
Yeah. Oh
yes.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
I want to
definitely.
make sure we stay in contact so we can know what happens with mom. Anthony, I understand you have a 9 month sentence that you're waiting for them to call you in for you to serve 9 months for, you said, 4 misdemeanors. And
Yeah,
so they should be calling you up pretty soon or what have you. Have they given you a roundabout date?
I haven't heard yet. I thought I was supposed to get a date within a few days after sentencing, but I haven't received it yet. And I know we're appealing the case and all that too, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Wonderful. Wonderful
Yeah.
that you are appealing the case. Listen, we're going to continue to keep you all in our prayers. Just know that God has the last say, so continue to pray. Okay. Like I said, this too shall pass. And I've never seen a storm that did not end. Go ahead. Go ahead. Anthony, you want to say something?
I was just, saying it's, up to God. So.
Amen. Oh, you agreeing with me, baby. That's right. It's nothing wrong with that. So thank you. I want to thank you and your lovely family for coming on, sharing your story. The people on the chats are really upset about what's going on and what they're seeing happening. But we're going to continue to keep you all in our prayers that you get through this, and just stay strong. Just continue to stand strong and stay strong. And God bless you all. God bless. Thank you for coming on. Wow. You all, I am so disturbed by this. Not only is this sad, this is very scary. that the government could just come in on the people that they don't like. That's what it is. That this lady's 70 years old. For the ones that beat out the one, I saw an FBI agent, look like an FBI agent or undercover FBI agent with the little white thing in his ear, beating out the window. Yeah, we saw that. Did he get locked up? Is he locked up? Who is he? We don't even know, because this Mike Johnson, he won't even share all the videos so that we can know who these infiltrators really truly are. It's really disturbing, you all. Now, before I bring on my next guest, there is another video clip that I would love to play of Jake Lang's father, Ned Lang. You all, please take a look at this.
Hi, this is Ned Lang. Behind me is the Brooklyn jail where my son's incarcerated, along with a bunch of other J6 patriots. Noisy out here. He's been incarcerated there. This is his 15th prison in 3 years and 3 months. He's now in solitary confinement yet again for no reason, as a free American basically. Only he's a pretrial detainee charged with crimes, never had a chance to go prove himself innocent. So they're harming him. They're breaking the law. It's against the law to put people in solitary confinement for more than 15 days. And these poor folks, especially my son, has been in there many months more than that. So I want you to stand with me and stand up for America against the Biden regime. They're evil, they're nasty, they're dirty. Pretty much they're just at this point, they're just a terrorist organization. Simple as that. So stand up with me and for my son and your daughter.
All right, here to give us an update on Jake Lang and so much more. Please, you all, welcome back to the show, the General, Mr. Eric Braden. Eric, hello, dear.
How you doing? Greetings from Texas. How you doing, Still? Good to see you again.
I'm doing good. I'm doing good, and I love how Ned Lang, the father of Jake Lang, how he said it. This is a terrorist organization. They are terrorizing American citizens, tax-paying American citizen, and it is a doggone disgrace. So, can you please give us a quick update on Mr. Jake Lang?
Yeah. First thing, I was paying attention to a 70-year-old woman that fled communism, basically explaining to us that it's worse here than it is in Vietnam communism. That's what I heard, at least.
Yes.
That's where we're at. We're in a worse place in this country than many communist countries are. So it's not even you can look at it like this. It's going downhill pretty quick. Jake Lang is the epitome of the story about what's happening with J6ers. The diesel therapy. You just heard his dad say 15 prisons in 3 years. Why do they do that? Well, they do that to silence him. And that's what they did as recently as about a month ago, when they transferred him from the DC gulag up to MDC Brooklyn. And, as well as I, that they made him leave from DC because we flooded the DC gulag with phone calls. We made 10,000 plus phone calls and communicated with that jail. And we set a record. We broke a record of the most phone calls ever made to that jail. And then when he went up to MDC Brooklyn, they put him in solitary confinement again for no reason. And we broke another record. So this is working. It's, a lot of people don't understand that, we don't have to use the gas and spend the time to go places. We can utilize our voices together. And when we do that, it's powerful. And it got Jake out for 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
And watching Ned Lang last week was heartbreaking. Watching the father of Edward Jake Lang, pouring his heart out and saying, look what they're doing to my son. Why? And really the reason why, because he's doing so much good work. Jake sits there in the jail. He does work. He's the one that came up and with the sponsor J6 that's actually helping Anthony and Annie Vo that you previously listened to. It's he's been doing good work, speaking out in ways that nobody else has, and for that reason, that's why they keep continuously trying to shut him up and silence his free speech.
Yeah, and I understand that, they said Jake was released from doing 2 weeks in solitary last Monday, which were the worst conditions he's ever been in. And then on Thursday, only 3 days after being released from the hole, 15 guards roughed him up, ripped him from his cell, and threw him back in solitary confinement. It's just truly unbelievable. And another thing that we got to remember is that Jake Lane is a pre-trial detainee. Okay, he's a pre-trial detainee. Why is a pre-trial detainee in solitary confinement? Okay, it's just a lot of illegal things that's going on. Another thing, I pulled the update there, but I want everybody to know this: in 2021, after nearly a decade of advocacy efforts, New York State lawmakers passed Correctional Law 137, better known as the Halt Solitary Confinement Act. HALT limits solitary confinement to 15 consecutive days or 20 days within a 60-day period. If a person's punitive sentence exceeds 15 days, the person must be transferred to a residential rehabilitation unit, which is supposed to provide more out of cell time and group programs. So, from my understanding, it appears that these people are actually breaking their own laws that they implemented back in 2021. Okay, just continuing to, and it's not only that, just the due process. Okay, we still waiting on him to go before a judge to get bond, to get bail, to see what he's being charged with. 3 years and 3 months. This is it's really truly ridiculous. So, Eric, let the audience know, what have you been doing to actually assist a lot of the J6 hostages?
Well, we started out about a year and a half ago, a little over a year and a half ago. We started getting on Twitter and doing the spaces, and what we realized is that we could get more and more people involved with it, and allow them to utilize their voice, let them step up to the plate and do the work. I mean, there's so many out there that wonder what they can do, and this doesn't cost money. What we do is we contact the jails, we contact the marshals, we contact the representatives together, and we do it together in sync. And for the last year and a half, we've been making some serious moves and some serious waves. I mean, it's a whole different form of activism that has been extremely. So, I'm on Twitter, the General 249. Look me up on there. I'm heavily censored and on Twitter too. You can't just put my name in there. You got to put that in there to even find me. So, that censorship is still, real on Twitter as well. So, we're on every week. We do this every week. We pick up a new J6er that needs help, a family that needs help. We raise funds for them. We stepped up to the plate with so many. As of now, we all of the people that we have advocated for medical treatment have been denied medical treatment. Period. There's not one single J6er that has gotten medical treatment whatsoever. There's been one that got partial treatment. We got Chris Worrell and Butner. Dominic Pizzola just found out he's got cancer and Butner. We have Matthew Kroll that needs a new pacemaker that's been sitting in the DC gulag for over a year now. Well, there's so many people out there that are sitting in there and suffering, and they're being medically neglected. It's not just the solitary confinement that's being used as an abuse, a torture device. It's also the medical neglect. There's so many aspects of it, and this isn't new. Okay, this is the problem with America that you need to understand. This is something that has been normalized in this country. It is the only country that treats their prisoners this way in any kind of capacity. There's no other country in the world that puts their inmates in solitary confinement at all. I mean, it's seen as torture. Period. So it's not something that's been and we got people that spend a year or more in a hole. Okay. I mean, this does psychological damage. This destroys the mind. It actually does brain damage to people. Okay. So it varies. I mean, it can happen, earlier. Some people can handle more and some people can handle less, but it's inhumane. It's not
Yeah.
Nelson Mandela, one of the first ones that spoke up about it, and that's the Mandela rule. The Mandela rule is 14 days, 14 days in
Mm.
solitary confinement. And it's not the 23 hours of the
Well,
whole kind of thing,
but I can
so
see, okay, I can see the solitary confinement 14 days. But wouldn't you have had to do something in order to get into solitary confinement? Not just be a Trump supporter. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Not just be a patriot. Yeah. Yeah. What did he do to even warrant solitary confinement that was illegal or against the law? And this is
okay,
torture. This is inhumane. And I'm understanding maggots in the food. Maggots, that's
yeah,
as far as I'm concerned, that's food poisoning.
yeah,
Huh?
yeah. It's the food poisoning, and that's happening in every single jail. They have boxes that say not for animal consumption that they feed these people. Okay, what are we
Yeah.
paying these prisoners? What do we pay? I mean, the warden at that MDC Brooklyn makes $200,000 a year. $200,000 a year. Think about that. Okay, and they're feeding the people maggots. I mean, that's the epitome of Marie Antoinette saying, "Let them eat cake." I mean, it's you're looking at these situations where they neglect completely. They lock them away, in holes for indefinite amounts of time. Okay, they feed them, basically poisonous food, and then they say, "Well, you can buy commissary. That's you can eat healthy food." And then, you're paying all your money, to these corporations that are putting this. It's a big scam. We are we are
It's a
we are funding
scam.
scam in this country that needs to change. So every week we go on, we address, and eventually we're going to start addressing prison reform after this. And most of the J6ers and all the families of them are completely behind it. It's about damn time that we start calling these people out.
Yeah. Have you heard anything about the US 181512 C2 there with the Supreme Court? Any
Yeah,
updates on
yeah.
that?
Yeah, I heard the prosecutor threaten any J6er that tries to appeal their charge, that they would bring heavier and longer sentences and charges to them if they went by the Supreme Court's decision and got it dismissed and dropped. I mean, that's a threat right there. I
Ho,
mean,
ho,
that's
ho,
I mean,
ho, 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 ho. They shouldn't have to do that if the Supreme Court say what this is, and that means that they supposed to automatically let these people go off of that. The people shouldn't have to go petition them to say, "Oh, well, no, the Supreme Court said that this don't affect me. You all got this here wrong. Now let me go." No, I thought that they supposed to open up them jails and let them people go if they're under this particular rule that do not do not uh 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 that's not for them. Let me say it that way. That's not for them, or they did not do what 18 US 181512 C2 says that they did. They did not do it. Now, when I look at the J6 committee and the way that they deleted evidence so that the Republican Congress couldn't get the evidence, it looked more like that's what the J6 committee did when you think about US 181512 C2. Huh? Not just a regular individual that walked through the red velvet roads, sightseed, said hello to the police officer said back, or the police officers gave them a tour of the Capitol. Huh? But what I saw the J6 committee do whenever the Republican Congress was coming in, and how they deleted evidence, they deleted videos that could have exonerated a lot of these people there that's locked up. They are the one that violated the J6 committee, along with Liz Cheney and this Adam Kinzinger, the crybaby guy. They are the ones that did this here, more like the US 181512 C2. So now I ask the question, where is the Republican Congress? Where are they at? Now, Mike Johnson, I understand it, and it appears that he may just be getting kickbacks and paddywhacks because according to the FEC, some money came into his little account, and I'm gonna say allegedly because I wasn't there whenever it was transferred into his account. But hold on one second because I jotted that down, and I could not believe what I was seeing and what I was reading on what happened with Mike Johnson. And I cannot believe I cannot even find that paperwork. Oh, I must have put it over here. Here it is, right here. They said that $525,000 from AIPIC and 95,000 from a foreign lobbying group. Shortly after passing the $14.5 billion military aid package, according to the FEC records, that's how much was put into his account, Mike Johnson's account. Now, I have to say allegedly, because like I said, I was not there. So it appears like these people are basically being sold out. They getting rich off of all of this stuff. Just selling, just pushing all of this different foreign stuff from all of these different lobbyists and different things. And they not giving a doggone about the American people. The same Republican Congress that said, if you get me in, we going to do something. What have they done? So what say you, Eric?
Well, let me say this. They're starting to realize that the backlash is going to be really bad if they sit back and watch this any longer. We're at a situation, we're at a breaking point right now where everything is falling apart for the left, right? You know, the Republicans didn't want to do with the J6 stuff at all. They didn't want to touch it with the 10-foot pole. Now everything is falling apart. The 15-12, the other misdemeanors that Anthony was talking about that he got, those are going to the Supreme Court as well, and they will be overturned. So what do they have left besides, basically opposed for what they've done? What they've done is they have violated the constitutional rights of every single one of these Americans that they've gone after. That is the end story of J6 and what they've done in these kangaroo courts in DC. There is no other alternative story or narrative that's going to be written in history other than they have completely violated every constitutional right that each of these individuals have gone through. So the reality is this, America, what do you say? Do we step up? Because we're looking at Jake Lang right now, and he's being punished for nothing. His free speech is being punished. He's being silenced. They're trying to stop from helping people like Anthony. Think about it. They're silencing him so that they stop him from helping other people get attorneys so that they can at least be defended in a court, in a kangaroo court in DC. So let me say this real quick before we get down to the close. We're going to go. We're going to do another call out to the masses for Edward Jake Lang, and it's to MDC Brooklyn. The phone number is 718-840-4200. 718-840-4200, and that's the number to the jail there. Let's call them. Let's be concerned citizens again. Let's let them know that we're not okay with this. We're not going to sit back and watch it continue to happen to somebody that has done nothing. He essentially did nothing except for save people's lives on January 6th from bloodthirsty officers that wanted to kill people. And that's really the reason of why they want to silence him, because they want his story to be quiet. They don't want anybody to know what happened there.
What really happened? That's right. Well, here's the deal. When I look at how they try to put out little bits and little pieces and try to make him look bad, my deal is, well, why they taking his evidence from him? Why they shipping him from there to there and trying to steal his video and steal his evidence, huh? Because they don't want us to know something. Once again, his name is Edward Jake Lang, inmate number 76480-054. 76480-054. That number again is 718-840-4200. Eric, I want to say thank you so much.
It's your time, America. Stand up. Stand up for the Constitution. Stand up for your neighbor, for your brother, and actually do something. This is the time where people that have been waiting to do something, they can.
That's right. Stand up for what's right. Just stand up for what's right. Because what I see right here is all wrong. Eric, thank you so much for being on the show. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Incredible. Wow. You all, so once again, it's time to stand up for what's right. Because what I'm seeing right now is all wrong. It is just totally all wrong. You got these people out here in the street calling themselves protesting this, protesting that. They arrest some people, but are they in solitary confinement? Huh? Have they been before a judge? Huh? Have they? Do we know? Huh? Or are they just being released? Okay. 3 years, 3 months that Jake Lang has been locked up as a pretrial detainee. That is no due process. And with his constitutional rights and a lot more other J6 constitutional rights being violated, guess what, you all? The Republican Congress should be stepping in because constitutional rights have been violated here. Period. This is a doggone shame. Now listen, don't forget you all to go to diamondandsilkstore.com, okay, so that you can get your heavy metal detoxes for $5. All right? Go there, get it while you can. Free shipping. Okay? So go there and make sure that you get what you need to get. All right? And everybody, once again, you all call 718-840-4200. That's Edward Jake Lane, inmate number 76480-054. Don't forget, every day we pray, you all. At 11:21 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we start what we're doing. We pray. I pray for you. You pray for me. We pray for each other. Pray for President Donald J. Trump. Pray for his family. You all pray for Jake Lang and his family as well. Pray for all of the J6 political hostages and pray for God to heal the land. So in the meantime and in between time, I look forward to seeing you next time right here on Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Bye-bye.
Hello, I'm Mike Lindell, and I'm excited to announce my new product, My Coffee. I get products all the time from entrepreneurs for my new platform, mystore.com. And when I tried My Coffee for the first time, I was blown away. It is the best coffee I've ever had in my life. I spent the last 4 months doing my due diligence, and this family-owned business micromanages every step from the fields to the cup to ensure the best quality coffee you're ever going to have. It starts with the beans that are grown in Honduras. Honduras's volcanic soil and humid climate make the perfect growing conditions for coffee plants, which produce the best beans ever. Then each batch is tested for its aroma, taste, and other aspects to meet the highest standards in the coffee industry. And after that, it goes into production, which is all done right here in the USA. It's like you're getting that small batch specialty coffee, but delivered right to your front door. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use the promo code and you'll get your very own My Coffee for 25% off. You guys all know that I've traveled the country for the past year and a half. I've stayed in hundreds of hotels. I've tried every coffee out there. Well, some of the coffees have that terrible aftertaste, some that leave me jittery, or I get an upset stomach. Well, My Coffee is different. It's the richest, smoothest, best coffee I've ever had. My Coffee comes in a variety of flavors. You get them ground or whole bean, plus it's certified organic and non-GMO. I guarantee it'll be the best coffee you've ever had. So go to mystore.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code and you'll get My Coffee for 25% off. And I'm going to give you deep discounts on all my store products. That's mystore.com. It's my new platform for USA entrepreneurs. Please order now. Looks like you've been sleeping well.
Megan, he's back. The My Pillow guy.
And you're Mike Lindell here. And like you, I see our country being destroyed daily. We face massive economic issues. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are people in power who threaten the values that have made our country great. Well, I've been a believer in gold and silver for a long time, and I've searched for years for a partner that shares my values. Well, Genesis Gold Group showed me how easy it is to protect your IRA, 401k, or your retirement with gold and silver. Their faith-driven approach to service and stewardship is one that stands out from the rest. So call Genesis Gold Group now at 1-800-200-GOLD. That's 1-800-200-4653, or go to LindellGoldRush.com now.
On this episode of Mike Crispy Unafraid, Trump's shortlist for VP just got a little bit shorter. We are going to delve into the Kristi Noem dog controversy that has swept the internet over the weekend. I got a lot to say about it. Additionally, Joe Biden saying he will debate Trump. Is that actually going to happen? I mean, come on, I won't hold my breath. And they call it the Nerd Prom. I just call it the Freak Show. The White House Correspondents' Dinner happened over the weekend. You probably missed that. We're going to bring you the sights and sounds from a cringe-inducing evening. I want to welcome everybody into this very special Monday edition of the show today. It is April 29th. It is a beautiful day. It's a hot day in New York, so we're jacking up the temperature on the show today. It's getting hot in here. So let's rumble this video. You guys know how to do it. It's thumbs up on the browser. It's thumbs up on the mobile app. You click and you hit it. You tap it, you share this, and you get us to the top of the Rumble leaderboard because it is the only place that we belong. So we got a big program for you today. I'm ready. Producer Frankie's ready. You better be too, and let's go. Everybody, Mike Crispy here, coming to you live from New York on this Monday, April 29th, and I am joined in studio by the one and only. He is the most bass producer in the game, and he owns 2 dogs, but he has never shot one of them. I guess that is the standard for conservative politicians these days. I mean, come on, some of these people, it's like, what was the party? It's like, Frankie, what was the party before Trump came in and like just exposed what geeks and weirdos so many of these people are? But yes, he's never shot an animal. He's a great man. Producer Frankie, how you doing?
What is she thinking? I mean, I got nothing on that one, but great to be here, Mike. A beautiful day. Wish I could wheel everything outside. It's beautiful out, and we got air conditioning.
Yes, it's a beautiful day, and I got so much to say about it. And by the way, Lola is not in the studio today. I know many people were asking, is Lola okay? Did Kristi Noem get to Lola? Well, I asked Frankie. I said, Frankie, you gonna bring Lola today? And Frankie said Lola is, ducking for cover for one more day. So she'll come out when the coast is clear tomorrow. But all right, we're gonna get into that. We're gonna break that down. But before we do, I want to get into the very bizarre scene that you are seeing right now from Joe Biden's last couple of days of campaigning. Now, Joe Biden, as we know, cannot even walk anymore. He switched from dress shoes to prosthetic shoes, the first president in the history of presidents who cannot no longer wear dress shoes anymore every single day. I mean, you would think that's the most basic standard for running a country, like being able to dress for the job, right? The uniform, suit, dress shoes, right? I mean, soon enough, he's going to be wearing, elastic waistband, this guy. Now, something very bizarre about Joe Biden, not only is he wearing the prosthetic shoes, but you guys know imagery matters and perception is reality, and every single moment is supposed to be staged and choreographed when you're the president of the United States. I'm just saying that's just how it is, because the world is watching every single moment, every single step. So when the president gets off Marine One and walks across the White House lawn, these are the moments we've seen throughout history. We saw Ronald Reagan, we saw Barack Obama, we saw Bill Clinton, we saw George Bush, we saw Donald Trump. We saw every single president, when they get off these very serious moments, these trips, they're walking across Marine One into the White House, they're walking back across, they're walking to the press conference, they're getting up there, they're doing all these things that a president would do, and the walk and the talk and just the way they carry themselves is half the game, right? Do you project confidence? Do you exude strength? Our foreign leaders, they understand in a very basic instinct, okay, these foreign countries, they understand a very basic instinct, strong or weak, right? Many of them, I say, they're like cavemen thinking. So it's like strong, weak, strong, weak. Could we cross him and kill him? Or is he strong? We better not, because he might strike back. Do you think they're worried about Joe Biden right now? This is Joe Biden now when he gets off Marine One. There's a very calculated and choreographed attempt to hide Biden from the press for him walking. Again, I've never seen it. All of the aides in unison get off the plane to shield Biden from the main angle where the press gaggle is so they cannot see him struggling to walk. Bizarre footage. Frankie, roll it. Okay, so you see the aides all get off, and they're all waiting. Now, usually the president gets off first, but in this case, all the aides are waiting. And you can see they've clearly been told what to do. They all make a beeline right to Biden. Look, they're all waiting for him. They go, I mean, come on. How bizarre is this? They all told them, walk in like a human shield-like fashion to cover up for this guy's inability to walk. And look at him. He's doing the walk. He's doing the strange walk. We're good there, Frankie. And we had Dr. Soloway on the show on Friday who was talking about how the way that Biden walks is indicative of having brain problems. Like his brain is having serious dementia setting in. And the way that his movements are kind of like robotic is actually a medical symptom of dementia. And they are covering it up. That is why they have all the aides kind of wait. Frankie, I mean, come on, was that the most obviously choreographed thing ever? So he switches to he used to get off planes and walk and everything. And he used to wear dress shoes. Now they switch him to the big chunky Hoka shoes. And then all of the aides get off again. Usually, it's how it's supposed to work. These things matter. Oh, Mike, what are you saying? It doesn't matter. You're nitpicking. No. The president gets off first and walks. Everybody else follows behind. That's how it is.
Yeah, and
But Biden, all the aides get off, they wait, and then they cover up. Yes, Frankie.
All the staffers, they're all just smiling. They have that nervous smile because they know they need to be doing this thing, and they all see it, and it's so obvious. And like Jean-Pierre is like freaking out. I mean, people literally 2 seconds after this went live, people literally edited a robot noises. It sounded like the Terminator going down by
it's the robot noises. And by the way, shout out to our good friend Monica Page at OAN, who actually got that footage. So good for her. She does a great job. She's a member of the IACRL. She's Italian. We love that. All right. So that's Biden doing his campaign stops, not able to walk. And now we have Joe Biden in New York. And again, Joe Biden was in New York on Friday. And the thing about Joe Biden being in New York is that Donald Trump was also in New York, and I thought it was a great opportunity for them to debate. Now, before Joe Biden did comment on debating, and I know this is tough to believe, but he did make a public statement on whether he would debate Trump. You're not going to believe it. But before we do that, this was Joe Biden, the same Joe Biden of old. The same Joe Biden that went from his cousin getting eaten by the cannibals to his son simultaneously was a police officer all of a sudden and nobody ever told us about. He saved his family from a kitchen fire. He got arrested with Nelson Mandela. I mean, just all of the lies continue to mount for this geezer. And now we have a new one. Not only did he fight the gangland leader Corn Pop when he was at the pool, right? And had the face down with, was one of the most detrimental domestic terrorists of our time, Corn Pop. Okay, but now Joe Biden has a new revelation that he saved Frankie at a pool. I mean, he saved 12 people's lives as a lifeguard in a summer at a pool. Roll it.
I learned a lot, and I made a lot of friends.
Did you ever save anyone's life when you were a lifeguard? Was anyone ever drowning?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah, well, half a dozen times. Usually younger kids, but...
You do the thing with the whistle and then jump in the bathing suit? And
you got it.
No kidding.
Yeah, it was a big pool. There were 7 lifeguard stands.
Wow. See, that would define my... I would brag about that everywhere I went.
Well, by the way, I did it up in Lake Ontario, too, when I was in law school. But look, one of the things that...
Well, you saved a dude's life when you were in law school? You were still doing the lifeguard thing?
Yeah, lifeguards, people just need help sometimes. It's not like it's so heroic.
You're right.
Dude.
Frankie. Howard Stern. Did you save any lives? Did you save any lives? Did you do it? Did you jump in? Did you save them? I would be talking about that all the time. So slobbering and slithering. Howard Stern. Frankie, what, Frankie?
Mike, was it a public pool or was it the Obama's lake house, the lake in front? Who's dying in this pool? What's going on?
He couldn't save the chef. He couldn't save the chef. But you better believe that he saved half a dozen people. And, the guy can't remember what he had for breakfast, literally. but he remembers there were 7 lifeguard stands. Then he perfectly jumped out and saved the kids. And Stern is just slobbering. Oh, I would lead with that all the time. It's like, clearly you know all these people that have been told, like, remember when Sage Steele a couple weeks ago was saying that she did an interview with Biden and she's very carefully choreographed what to say? Like, that they told Howard Stern. Again, Howard Stern's happy to play along. This is the guy who didn't leave his basement for a year and a half because of COVID. Okay, this guy who has the lesbian haircut. And Howard Stern is happy to go along with it, Frankie. Happy to go along with it.
And ooh, like that, I get excited. My voice cracks. But if you look at the history of Howard Stern, it's like out of all the people, when they were going around canceling everyone, blackface, all this stuff, he, instead of getting canceled, he became a shill for the left, completely. And it was so obvious. The amount of times this man has dropped the N-word, hard R, with a black face. It's the most absurd nonsense that he should be gone for, but instead he's literally telling everyone to get vaccinated. I mean, it's wild.
Yes,
that his crowd, his audience can't be that stupid.
Yes, he made a deal. And he had to either comply or die, and he chose to comply and be the biggest shill of all. It's pathetic, okay? Used to be funny, used to have Trump on, but now he's just a loser. He's a shill. He's not funny. Nobody laughs. They put him on, they give him all this money, not because he has good ratings, because he's a good propaganda machine. He literally will say anything that they tell him to say. Now, a moment came up in the interview about Biden debating Trump. Here it is. Frankie, roll it.
Can I tell you a fantasy I had? I don't know if you're going to debate your opponent.
I am somewhere. I don't know when. I'm happy to debate him.
This is how I would handle it. Tell me if I'm nuts. Well, I am nuts. But tell me if this is accurate. I would stand there on stage with Trump, and I would repeat over and over again, excuse me, please find me 11,000 votes so that I can win the election. I would just repeat that over and over again. And then I'd say to the audience, what are we debating? A man picked up the phone and wanted to say, fake the election, give me 11,000 votes. I don't know how any American who loves this country, that's the end of the debate. You don't get to run if you're going to fix an election.
On January 6th, when they were storming the Capitol.
And a police officer died.
Yeah, and he would say nothing. He was sitting in that office off that dining area off.
Okay, so you see Stern there, and again, Stern's lying through his teeth. The "find me 11,000" call was in relation to all the known and reported voter fraud in Georgia with sworn affidavits that under any other circumstance would be admissible in court, with all of the evidence and the videotape, of the moving and the ballots, all the evidence. And Trump said, well, it's 11,000 vote margin. There's a lot more than 11,000 votes based on this. So that's what, essentially, if you find that amount, then it gets overturned. Totally legitimate. Stern lying, and also, Frankie, Stern trying to tell Biden what his campaign platform should be and what he should say. I mean, come on, what a joke. Then you move on here. Yeah.
It's just the same as The View, only,
Yes, it really is. Yeah. It's supposed to be the edgy, manly. It's no, all equal P words, okay? So then you move on here. And Biden, if you notice, said that he would debate. Okay, so I'll debate him sometime, someplace. Let me just tell you something before we move on here. Biden is not going to debate Trump. Trump, in response, went on Truth Social and said, anytime, any place, I will debate him at the courthouse steps tonight. I will sit in court all day. I will get out of court, and they can set up lecterns outside the courthouse, and I'll just debate him right there. That's what Trump said. He said, I'll go to the White House. I'll debate him at the White House. I'll debate him anywhere. Anytime, any place, anywhere. Joe Biden needs at least 3.5 weeks to be able to debate. You understand? If he does debate, he will need 3.5 weeks, because that is about the lead time that the White House doctors need to craft the drug cocktail that will perfectly pep him up and not kill him over the course of that 2-hour debate. So is he going to debate? I doubt it. But it's not going to be in anytime, any place, anywhere. Don't hold your breath. It might happen. I don't think it will. But I think what's actually going to happen, Frankie, is they're going to do a conviction, one of these fraudulent convictions. And then when they do the conviction, that is going to be Biden's get out of jail free card of being well, I can't debate him now because he's convicted and I can't give credence. Yes, no candidate, no president's ever not debated before, but these are unprecedented circumstances. No candidate's ever been convicted. It is all fraudulent and a stage, and it's unfolding before your very eyes. Bookmark this episode. Watch me be right. He will never debate. Now, we'll go a little long in this segment because Next one's a little shorter, and we have a very important story to talk about now. Okay, you guys know in this show, we love dogs, okay? We love dogs on this show. And also, yes, we are city slickers, as they say. Now, I posted on Truth Social and on Twitter about this Kristi Noem situation. And people were telling me, Mike, you don't understand. It's because you're from New York, New Jersey. You don't know what it's like. Hold on a minute. The majority of my years growing up, between 18 and 22, very pivotal years, right? So when you're young, you do crazy stuff. I was in North Carolina. I played college football with some rednecks. They were my best friends in many cases. I went to their local towns. I went to this. I was out doing the redneck stuff for years. I lived with them. They're my roommates. They're my friends. Nobody, okay, shoots dogs, okay? You don't shoot a dog. You just don't do it, okay? Now, this is the headline. And again, people were arguing with me about this, okay? And again, if you know, again, people love Kristi Noem for some reason. I have never been pro Kristi Noem. I'm just going to call a spade a spade. Kristi Noem went on Tucker, bombed, okay? And you guys know we're going to talk about that in a minute. She obviously had an extramarital affair with Corey Lewandowski. It's not a secret. It's literally just objective fact. Been reported by multiple different sources, confirmed. So she's not trustworthy. I don't think she was ever in the running because of that. And now this new thing with the dog, okay? It's like, oh, well, so this was the story about it. She had a hunting dog, and she was on a hunting trip, and she had this little puppy named Cricket. And Cricket didn't do what Cricket was supposed to do. Cricket was just playing around with the chickens and the other dogs, and Cricket wasn't being a good hunting dog, okay, for the purpose that Cricket was bred. So then on the way home from this hunting trip, allegedly, I guess Kristi Noem took the dog out for a walk, took it out to go to the pee or whatever, and Cricket ran and attacked some chickens, okay? Attacked some chickens and apparently bit some chickens, killed some chickens, whatever, okay. Kristi Noem then decides that Cricket is a nuisance, and I guess the next day or whatever, leads Cricket out into the yard, into her preset grave, shoots Cricket, okay, shoots the puppy, and kills the puppy. Because she hated that dog. And sometimes in life you gotta make tough choices. That's what Kristi Noem's, it was, and by the way, this isn't like some dug up left-wing thing. She wrote it in her own book. This is like her case to be the vice president. What do all candidates do? They write a book when they want to do something. DeSantis when he ran for president, Trump when he ran for president, okay, every other candidate ever, they all write a book. Even Tim Scott, I know nobody bought it. Chris Christie, I know nobody bought it, but they all write books. Kristi Noem, writing her book to be vice president and or to run in 2028. And she thinks telling a story about killing a little puppy is a story that shows that she knows how to make difficult decisions. Did Cricket bite a person? Was Cricket attacking Kristi Noem? Was Cricket attacking anybody else besides like chickens and other animals? No. So you leave the dog out and shoot the dog in the head? Are you kidding me? And you think that's going to help you? Oh, Mike, you don't understand the South. No, I do. I understand hunting. I understand the culture in rural America. I've been it. I've lived it. I've done it. This is unbelievably weird. At best, people defending her, at best, this is the worst political judgment of all time. The worst political judgment of all time. Because what kind of headline do you think they're going to write? Oh, it's just the fake news. They're spinning the story. Of course they're going to write Trump VP prospect dog killer. That'll be everywhere. And what is one thing in our society, Frankie, that is probably as unacceptable as like anything? Like you can't do bad things with children, can't hurt children, can't abuse children, can't be a predator, pedophile, etc. Those people deserve death penalty. But then I would say like in that realm, in that scope, if you kill puppies, you're down there. Okay, no matter what you think, oh, it's animals, people. I'm just telling you social constructs and reality. If the word puppy killer is next to your name, no matter with anything, you're going to lose 80% of support of anybody. It's unbelievably bizarre. Yes, Frankie.
Yeah, and the worst part is like I don't even think she was. I don't even think this is a true story. I think she lied about it, and she was like in her head or her campaign's head, like, "Oh, look, this will like get you. You'll be a strong woman." Blah blah blah. It's like at least pretend that it attacked like a little kid or something. I mean, this is insane. It's like you're a sociopath. I mean, I don't know what else it could be. I mean, I don't believe it in the first place. I mean, I really don't.
We say justice for cricket, okay? Justice for cricket. It's unbelievable. But again, anybody who hurts animals is a sociopathic whack job, and there is a history of these people in our government. Remember Anthony Fauci? Remember the experiments he did with dogs? A little quick throwback here. Roll, Frankie.
We took beagle puppies under Dr. Fauci's leadership at the NIH. We spent our taxpayer money to take out these puppies' vocal cords. We then had them drugged, killed, and dissected, all in the name of science.
Okay, so remember that story we covered where Anthony Fauci had millions of your tax dollars funded to cut the vocal cords out and kill beagles by putting them in a cage, their head, where the flies would eat their head in the name of science? It's sickening. You don't kill dogs. And it was funny, Frankie, Nancy Mace and Carrie Lake, both who I guess who were like, they're all jockeying for position in Trump world. Over the weekend, I thought it was very funny that they both were posting pictures of their dogs. It's like pretty funny. Carrie Lake was like, "Oh, it's my dog Sushi's birthday," and Nancy Mace was like, "Oh, this is the smallest member of the Trump team in South Carolina," and it was her puppy. It was really funny. But guys, Kristi Noem has never been good. The transgender bill, where she vetoed it with women's sports, clearly she's got some things going on, and she is not a contender. She's done. Now they say Doug Burgum is moving up the ranks for vice president. They say Doug Burgum is moving up the ranks. I'm going to get into that more on tomorrow's show. And then we have this last piece of information here about Ron DeSantis, Trump meeting with Ron DeSantis over the weekend in Florida. Now, I will say, I don't think that he's going to be the vice president, obviously. I think it was about donors. And I will say this to end the segment, because I know we've gone long. The only way that DeSantis can get back in my good graces at this point for what he's done is he needs to tell the National Guard in Florida that you are going to set up perimeter around Mar-a-Lago. He's going to have a press conference with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is going to say, "I am not showing up to this bullshit court hearing on Monday or Tuesday, whatever. I'm not showing up. And if Judge Merchan wants to send his stormtroopers to arrest me from New York, New York officers to go down to Florida, well, DeSantis will say, well, the Florida National Guard will arrest those people if they try to breach Mar-a-Lago, period. Have a standoff and send it to the Supreme Court and end this nonsense once and for all." DeSantis wants to win his graces back in MAGA. I've been very hard on DeSantis. It's the only way he can do it. Okay, there you go. Money's nice, but that'd be better. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. What a show tonight. It rolls on. Do not go anywhere.
Let's go.
All right, everybody. Listen, we gotta jump right into it because I've gone very much over time today because we got just so much going on. What a great segment. Appreciate everybody tuning in. We people saying I would have taken in the dog. Yeah, I would have taken in the dog. Anybody would have taken in the dog. Don't kill it. Give it to the animal shelter. Are you kidding me? All right. I'm going to tell you guys about our sponsors as we roll on here. And our first sponsor of the show today are our friends on over at iTarget Pro. This is everybody. We got a story about the Second Amendment later in the show. But you guys understand how important it is to be able to defend yourself. You guys know that police response times are up through the roof right now, and that is because police officers have been demonized. The recruitment's at an all-time low. They clearly are getting unfairly treated. They got to go deal with breaking up Hamas encampments, on college campuses. You're on your own, very much, if the cops get called to your home. The response times are up through the roof. You need to be able to defend yourself. You need to be able to be the sharpest shooter that God intended you to be, and that is why you need an iTarget Pro right now. It is a laser firearm home training system that you can use from the comfort of your home, and you don't spend any money on ammo. You don't have to go to the gun range. It is a laser bullet. You load into the chamber. It dry fires into the target. It syncs with the app. They also have the iTarget cubes, They're like these red cubes that you can set up throughout your house, and you can shoot into them, and they light up red, and it tracks your time in between, your draw and your fire in between the rounds. It really is an amazing home firearm training system. And if you use promo code CRISPY, you will get 10% off your order. Again, they're an amazing sponsor, a consistent sponsor, great people, great Americans. So guys, go to iTargetPro.com right now, promo code CRISPY today. All right, and now a word from our next sponsor. And they are our friends on over at I've got Frankie on his toes today. The Wellness Company.
Oh, okay.
The Wellness Company. That's a good one. Guys, listen, you guys know that right now in the post-COVID world, there's so many people out there that were bullied and forced to take this disgusting jab, this disgusting vaccine, or people who got hit with the bioweapon themselves. Okay, now the question is, how are you recovering from it? Are you feeling okay? And the answer is you might not be. You might still have lingering effects. You don't feel like you did pre-COVID. You feel a little bit run down. You feel a little bit tired. That is because of the spike protein that has entered the bloodstream, okay? So there is a solution for this. There is a way that you can combat this. It is called the Spike Support Formula, and it is from our friends on over at twc.health, okay, the wellness company. Guys, go to twc.health/crispy right now and use promo code crispy for 10% off your Spike Support Formula today. You take it and it will reverse the effects and eradicate the spike protein in your bloodstream, which is causing you to feel not as good. And the spike protein is in the vaccine, and the spike protein was in the virus. Now, these are what the doctors, Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Drupinski, talked about. Okay, these are the doctors that stood up to COVID. So, guys, go to twc.health/crispy right now. twc.health/crispy right now. Use promo code crispy for 10% off. And please go get your Spike Support Formula right now. They also have the emergency medical kit and other amazing supplements that you can have to protect yourself. At the very heart of our democracy lies a principle that we hold sacred: free speech. It is the cornerstone that supports every freedom we cherish. Yet in today's digital age, discussions about our wealth, our rights, and our future are being silenced and overshadowed in mainstream narratives, leaving many feeling voiceless in conversations crucial to our financial independence and security. This is where Wealth Protection Research steps in, armed with a mission that's never been more critical. Wealth Protection Research is not a financial advisory firm. They are defenders of free speech, committed to giving a voice to the silenced. Wealth Protection Research tirelessly seeks out financial experts. These are the voices that challenge prevailing narratives, especially as we navigate the uncertainties of the 2024 election. Wealth Protection Research has created a 2024 Election Wealth Protection Report. This free report highlights the 3 best ideas for protecting and growing your money heading into the 2024 election. It contains ideas the mainstream media won't touch, and listeners can get it completely free. Just text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy today. If you believe in the sanctity of free speech and the importance of financial freedom, then act now. Text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy of this 2024 Election Protection Report. It's time to widen the scope of what we're told, to hear ideas the establishment does not think you can handle, and to take control of your financial destiny. So text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy today. Hey everybody, Mike Crispy here, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And as a special thank you, I am here to offer you incredible savings at mypillow.com. We love the great Mike Lindell. We partner up with him to do this show, and we want to say thank you for tuning in and day out. And that is why if you go to mypillow.com right now and use promo code Crispy, you will save big, up to 82% off your order site-wide, okay? They got deals all over the place. It's not just pillows. They even have the My Pillow 2.0, coolest, softest pillow you'll ever sleep on, so an enhancement of that. But they got Giza Dream Sheets. They got dog beds. They got slippers. They got towels. And now they even have brand new flannel sheets. So an incredible variety of products, all made in the USA, going to a great cause. And as a thank you, we want to pass the savings along to you. So, mypillow.com, promo code Crispy, shop today, support this show, support the great Mike Lindell and your family. Thank you. And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, along with producer Frankie. And, you know, we talked about in the open about how over the weekend this White House Correspondents' Dinner happened, and a bunch of geeks gathered in a room making unfunny jokes, eating bland tasting food, probably. There was no Italian cooking there. And it just is a overarching trend on a very apparent reality. A reality is that journalism in this country is dead from the local level on up. And local journalism has been killed because people no longer feel like they want to read twisted BS narratives. They're sick of it. And because of that, in the free market, people who vote with their dollars in a free society aren't spending money on the local news. They know that in the local news and even up to the national news, that a lot of it is extremely biased and slanted. So what does the state of New York do? Well, the state of New York borrows a page out of the playbook of Canada. Do you guys remember? Now, if you're a real Mike Crispy Unafraid fan here, you remember the story that we ran. We connect the dots here on the show. You remember the story that we ran about Justin Trudeau announcing that he would subsidize local Canadian media, and they were getting subsidized, and in addition to the subsidies, they would block any non-local Canadian media. And that is why people to this day who go, if they're in Canada and they're on Instagram or on X or anything, and it is a media outlet that is not Canada approved, funded with U.S. Canadian tax dollars, funded with the tax dollars, if they're not on the payment plan, you don't see it in your newsfeed as a Canadian. I would say it's the first step to communist-style propaganda, even more apparent and obvious than what they have now. Now it's come to America. Governor Kathy Hochul announced that they are passing a welfare for journalists credit program. So basically, because local media is dead and people aren't reading it anymore, Kathy Hochul is making a deal with these people to say, hey, we'll give you money in order to stay in business and pay salaries, and that way you're able to report the local news. What do you think this is going to do, Frankie? Do you think that the people who take the money from Kathy Hochul in the state of New York are going to be, I don't know, critical of Kathy Hochul in the state of New York? Do you think they're going to do exactly what they're told and do exactly what they say? They're making the payoff and the buy-off more apparent than obvious. They have a group of people who have no other set of skill besides spreading left-wing garbage, okay, because they're whipped-up ideologues. They got no other skills, no other job, no other prospect. Government comes in and says, here, we're going to keep you afloat with tax dollars, by the way, on publications that nobody wants to read, and you're going to stay in business with our money. Maybe you'll write good about us now in the future, obviously. This is third world propaganda, and they're making it even more obvious than it was before. Back in the day, there was like at least, like when I say back in the day, 5 years ago, it was at least a degree of separation, right, Frankie? It was like big pharma companies that fund the politicians, the big pharma companies fund the media to say these things and say the thing, and that's why you tune into shows like this, because you don't have to deal with the advertisers and the corporatists who are calling the shots, funding the media organizations and funding the politicians. Now they're taking it one step further. We're going to have the government directly fund, okay, the local media outlets. Oh, surely they'll still be unbiased and independent. And in a time where people are waking up to local politics now more than ever because they see how important it is, and they want to go back to local media, maybe they're going to get the Kathy Hochul sponsored media in New York. What a joke. Yes, Frankie.
Yeah, and then, if you look back at COVID times, these local media companies, they were, they would talk about, it's a safe and effective vaccine, but, maybe, some of these politicians shouldn't be forcing these mandates. Well, now, okay, they're only saying that it's a safe vaccine because all of the commercials are big pharma, but now the payroll is from the government. So now it's not only you're going to get the big pharma spin, but now they're going to cover for the politicians. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, Frankie, I mean, can they make it any more obvious what they're doing here? Can they make it any more obvious? The answer is no. But again, this is a concerted and coordinated propaganda campaign. It is a propaganda campaign. Nothing with the Biden regime is real. They pay all the influencers. They pay off the local media. They pay the sponsors. They manufacture outrage. You're going to hear about the White House Correspondents' Dinner and how ridiculous that was. But before we do that, okay, this is another anecdote of what these people do. They go on social media, they go to influencers, and they even go to OnlyFans now. They go to OnlyFans, yes, okay. This is OnlyFans creator Farah Khalidi, okay, and she tells a story about how, think about it, the Biden administration, the sitting, again, illegitimately, but the sitting occupants in the White House were reaching out to an OnlyFans creator to spread propaganda for payment on the following things. This is bizarre. Nothing is real. None of the support is real. It is manufactured and fake. Frankie Rose.
I lucked out. I'm just kidding. I lucked out, and then TikTok was basically full time for me. I think I was taking ads by the time I graduated college from like the Biden administration and Planned Parenthood and like dating apps and stuff. So it was like fully financially, sustaining.
So you were getting the Biden administration was buying ads from you?
Yeah, I was doing full on political propaganda.
And they would just really with like what kind of like Biden created 10 million jobs this year.
Honestly. And the funny thing is they're like, do not disclose this is an ad because, they're like, technically it's not a product. So you don't have to disclose it's an ad. Because I think they just wanted like some edgy girl of color to just tell people like when they nominated like Ketanji Brown Jackson, they're like, can you say like as a person of color, that you feel reflected? And it's like a white woman emailing this to me. And she's like giving me this script. And I'm like, no. And she's like, please. And I'm like, no, I'll like talk about the news of it. But I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to have a white person tell me to be like, this is how I feel as a person of color. Like it's just so, I think that black.
Okay. I mean, come on. And by the way, you see the population they're reaching out to. They want the OnlyFans viewers votes. Okay, so really, that's again Biden regime. This is their strategy, and then they take a girl, brown girl, okay, as she self-describes, and they say, oh, say this and make the Ketanji Brown Jackson thing about color. Don't just say it's good, make it about color. Oh, and we don't have to report it because it's not a service. Sounds kind of like much more of a smoking gun than zero smoking gun in the Stormy Daniels fraud case. So that seems like something that Biden should go to trial for himself then, if that's the new standard. Yes, Frankie.
Yeah, and Mike, the biggest part about this, we didn't play that part of the clip, but if we continued, there's a point where she says, oh, also they mentioned, do not mention that this is a paid advertisement. And the fact that hasn't, I mean, if you go back to, remember the Fire Festival controversy, basically this idiot got all these beautiful models to advertise this festival that's going to go on an island, and all these people bought tickets, and they came, and it was a total, like, nothing was there, and everyone, got pneumonia and all this stuff, storm. After that, they passed all of these laws for these Instagram influencers and any influencer in general that they have to click that it's a paid advertisement because they lied about that last one. And so
breaking the law.
Yeah, I mean, these are clear.
They are textbook. She just admitted the crime right there. So again, if this is the standard and there's no presidential immunity anymore, Biden must go to D.C. court and must face whatever the prison term is times 50 of whatever they're saying Trump is. That's the new standard. It's unbelievable and fake. It's all about racism and division with these people. And if you want to criticize them like Kamala Harris's fake, phony, stupid laugh, which she doesn't know what to say because she has the IQ of a fruit fly, okay, Kamala Harris here, it is now racist and discriminatory. It's just come to Kamala Harris' attention, the people who make fun of her laugh, that they're doing it out of a personal animus because she's a woman and a woman of color, not because she's a phony, fake B word. No, for this. Roll, Frankie.
I mean, my staff, for example, sometimes they'll show me little things that just amuse me. Like, apparently, some people love to talk about the way I laugh.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I love your laugh.
Well, let me just tell you something.
I love your laugh.
I have my mother's laugh. And I grew up around a bunch of women in particular who laughed from the belly. They laughed. They would sit around the kitchen and drinking their coffee, telling big stories with big laughs. I'm never going to be, that's just, I'm not that person. And I think it's really important for us to remind each other and our younger ones, don't be confined to other people's perception about what this looks like and how you should act in order to be, right? It's really important. It's important.
I love your laugh, and I love that message.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore, just along the lines of Howard Stern and the OnlyFans girl, and yeah, that's his journalism today. That's a real show on television. I love your laugh. Get in the
I think the producers were
and
like,
then she goes, yeah.
They just said, be a
That's
little
right.
bit more annoying than Kamala, more insufferable. Just let her look good. I mean, that was the most insufferable human being I've ever seen. He'd do an interview. Was she about to kiss her? She's like, tell me more. I love your laugh.
Yes. She's like that's how I know it's like right up in front of her. Oh, tell me more. It's like, no, Kamala. Kamala doesn't know what to say because Kamala doesn't have much of a brain. So she literally says things and nervously laughs and cackles. Okay, and she cackles because that fills the void because she's nervous and knows she doesn't belong there. How about that? Okay, Willie Brown. There you go. That's the whole Kamala Harris story summed up for you. So that's journalism in today's day and age. And then you have, we're going to move on here as we continue on the full fall of journalism. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, okay? It was cringe-inducing. It was pathetic. It was a fall from grace. There is no journalism. It's a freak show, okay? Whether it be Jean-Pierre with their new chunky white girlfriend, okay? Jean-Pierre is a lesbian, for those who don't know. Whether it be Kamala Harris, getting it on with some other, men, black men, while Doug, poster boy Doug, arranged marriage Doug is standing there watching. Okay, whether it be Biden struggling to eat his food and not having the strength to rip his dinner roll in half. Okay, whether it be any of those things, probably wondering how did we devolve to such a freak show? And then this was the red carpet beforehand. Yeah. So this is the freak show. And you're probably saying the White House Correspondents Association, that's like the group that puts this on. They're the group that runs who has press access into the White House and who runs all of these things. Basically, the people who are in the room. They control who's in the room. They control what outlets are in there. It's a very important thing. This is the status of the White House Correspondents Association. They have a new leader, and the new leader, shocker, loves to go on MSNBC, and this is the conversation that engaged it, and you can see maybe why the leader was picked. For two very important credentials. Watch for yourself. Roll, Frankie.
Work that the journalists at the White House do, you are the accountability, you are the window for not just the American people, but the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I mean, Eugene is also about to be the president of the White House Correspondents Association. In the 110 years that the White House Correspondents Association has existed, only 5 presidents have been black. None of them have been.
One president has been black.
One president has been black?
One president has been black, Bob Ellison.
Bob, but yes.
In 1990. The board itself.
Yes, the board. There have been 5, yes. There have been 5 black board members, 1 black president. No queer black presidents, openly queer black presidents, and you will be the first. So we're going to do a little toast.
The question was, did Simone trust herself enough to pop this on set? Woo! And there you go.
All right, so, all right. They are celebrating the fact that they're able to mock you without any type of, we got a black queer guy. Yes, going to be totally impartial, totally normal, totally pick for their credentials. Yeah, we're going to pop a champagne bottle on you. This is journalism. It's the White House Correspondents Association. That's the top, okay, of this whole event. Those are the people who cover the White House. That's the group that decides who's in and who's out. You think that guy is going to be fair and objective? You think when President Trump calls the news, the fake news, the enemy of the people, you think he might have a little point when you see there overtly hostile to Trump, left-wing MSNBC, and their paid shill actors popping bottles because that's the new pawn who's leading the Correspondents Association? I mean, come on, guys. It's unbelievable. Oh, and then good old Joey Boy took the stage, and in his drug-induced stupor, he turned the mood of the nerd prom, as they call it, the freak show, as I call it, he turned it grim. Roll, Frankie.
He is their revenge and retribution. When in God's name have you heard of another president say something like that? And he promised a bloodbath when he loses again. We have to take this seriously. 8 years ago, you could have written off as just Trump talk, but no longer.
So you hear there the lies being spewed out of the decrepit geezer's mouth. He said, he says he's going to take revenge. No, what he means by that is that tens of millions of people believe the election was stolen, which it was, and that we would then take the country back and undo all of the intentionally damaging things that he is inducing on society. One. Then the bloodbath hoax, okay? He said there's going to be a bloodbath for the economy. They were speaking about the economy, and he said it's going to be a bloodbath if Biden gets reelected. Biden then just conflated the bloodbath, making it sound like Trump supporters would take to the streets. Basically, which is a total lie, basically trying to induce violence against Trump supporters in that case. Disgusting. Will the White House Correspondents Association check him on that? No. And then he brings up again, as you can see, they go back to the January 6th false flag, which is what they need. It's disgusting. Utterly disgusting. That's the status. Nobody's going to check them on it because all the people in the room are led by the black queer guy celebrating with MSNBC Democrat operatives now masquerading as TV hosts. What a joke. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. Show rolls on. Do not go anywhere.
Ripping today, Mike. Great audience.
Ripping and rolling. Great audience. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. Guys, make sure you rumble this video. Make sure you share the stream. It's a great episode today. I tell you, between Friday and today, we are hitting a beautiful stride because we have all you beautiful people watching. So, guys, please support our next sponsor. We got a beautiful sponsor, and they are our friends over at Sweet Amine. Guys, listen, you probably have inflammation in your life, and if you do, listen, you're not alone. There are millions of people out there who are experiencing inflammation now more than ever, and whether it be your aches, your joint pains, injuries, lingering chronic ailments, even just not feeling well, okay? It's like feeling not good. So many problems, the root cause is inflammation, okay? Inflammation is a problem that has only increased dramatically in this country and in the medical field over the last 20, 30, 40 years. And the reason is because of what we're not getting in our diets. Again, your body is like a race car. You need to give it the right fuel in order for it to optimally perform. I made that phrase up. So that is why you need good nutrition. You need good nutrients. Chances are you're not getting glycine in your diet. What is glycine? Glycine is the natural regulator that controls inflammation. It's not supposed to be like this. You're not supposed to be in pain. You're not supposed to have these problems. So that is why you need glycine. Okay, it is 8 grams in every single serving, and it is a sweetener that you put into your coffee, your tea, your lemonade, anything. Okay, and it tastes good. It's sweet naturally. So you don't have to do aspartame or any of that BS anymore, okay? And it gives you your glycine serving, and you will feel great. So guys, get it today. Get on the Sweet Amine train. You can buy a nice, beautiful, big container, $19.95, and you get $5 off with promo code Mike. Just go to mysweetamine.com/Mike right now. That is mysweetamine.com/Mike right now. So many people are doing it. You should be doing it too. Sweet Amine to the moon. Let's go, Frankie. Hey everybody, Mike Crispy here, and I want to thank everybody for tuning in. And as a special thank you, I am here to offer you incredible savings at mypillow.com. We love the great Mike Lindell. We partner up with him to do this show, and we want to say thank you for tuning in and day out. And that is why if you go to mypillow.com right now and use promo code Crispy, you will save big, up to 82% off your order site-wide, okay? They got deals all over the place. It's not just pillows. They even have the My Pillow 2.0, coolest, softest pillow you'll ever sleep on, so an enhancement of that. But they got Giza Dream Sheets. They got dog beds. They got slippers. They got towels. And now they even have brand new flannel sheets. So an incredible variety of products, all made in the USA, going to a great cause. And as a thank you, we want to pass the savings along to you. So, mypillow.com, promo code Crispy. Shop today. Support this show. Support the great Mike Lindell and your family. Thank you. And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here. And listen, we know that in the state of New York, the constitutional rights right now are being stomped over for many Americans, literally from your everyday rank and file person all the way up to President Donald J. Trump. But it becomes even more bizarre when you look at what's going on to lawful Second Amendment gun owners around the state. Now, many people might not be aware of the case that was won in New York. It was the Bruen case. And what the Bruen case did, essentially, is in the Supreme Court. And the Bruen case essentially said that justifiable need, okay, is no longer something that they can use as a bureaucratic inhibitor for people who want to be able to protect themselves and own a firearm. Okay, justifiable need is something, especially being in New Jersey and understanding this, almost impossible up until like literally now to be able to even think about getting a concealed carry permit because they'd have this thing called justifiable need. Okay, then they would use it arbitrarily to strike it down and you wouldn't be able to get a gun because they'd muck it up, you'd never be able to get it. That got struck down and the barrier is breaking for these unconstitutional things that are happening at the state level. But leave it to New York and leave it to these foreign-born radical judges to be desecrating our Second Amendment of the Constitution. You guys know that there's nothing more that I feel is important to the survival of this country than our Second Amendment. It is the last line of defense that keeps us free, and I am absolutist on the Second Amendment and all things involving it. Absolutist. Zero negotiation on that, period. If everybody's armed, nobody gets hurt. That's a very, I think, well thought out and well proven theory by now. It's a fact. Now, this is what we're dealing with here. New York City man convicted over gunsmithing hobby after judge says Second Amendment doesn't exist in this courtroom. So this individual in Brooklyn was convicted on 13 weapons charges after being arrested in 2022 for building his own firearms. He was a hobbyist. He was an enthusiast. He was charged with second-degree criminal possession of a loaded weapon, 4 counts of third degree of criminal possession of a weapon, 5 counts of criminal possession of a firearm, blah, blah, blah. So this man gets charged. He's a software engineer. He's a gunsmith. It's a hobby. He likes it, wants to turn it into a business one day. Somehow the ATF NYPD Joint Task Force finds out he's buying parts. They get on to this guy again. Shouldn't they be dealing with stopping real criminals, stopping real people causing crimes? And he's a black man. Racists! Okay, where's the NAACP sticking up for this guy's constitutional rights? Oh, right, that's a left-wing PSYOP organization. So this guy gets hauled before the judge. This is his lawyer speaking. This is what the judge said to this man who was facing jail time for this. Roll, Frankie.
He's half African from Ghana and half Caribbean from one of the islands, Caribbean islands. And she's married to the DA's biggest fundraiser, the DA of Brooklyn, biggest fundraiser, who I know, who I like, whatever. I didn't know they were married. I had no idea. It's like kind of crazy. So, because I never dealt with her, I'd never seen her, you know? So, I'm more in federal court, even though I come from that office. So, I know exactly what happened because by day 3 of the case, she completely changed and got nasty, started interfering and everything. When we finally picked the jury, she had, it was interrupting my opening because the reality was the only way we were going to win at trial, because she told us, do not bring the Second Amendment into this courtroom. It doesn't exist here. So you can't argue Second Amendment. This is New York. It made, I know you're trying to get to federal court, but you're not.
Okay.
I was like,
you can't bring the Second Amendment in the courtroom, says the judge, whose neither parents are from America. Listen, you can come to this country and you can go make something of yourself and be a judge, but don't desecrate the reasons and the fundamental foundations for why your relatives came here in the first place. That's not racist. That's not discriminatory. I'm protecting the Constitution, period. These people are unbelievable. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back to wrap up the show on a very bright note. Frankie loves this. Do not go anywhere. At the very heart of our democracy lies a principle that we hold sacred: free speech. It is the cornerstone that supports every freedom we cherish. Yet in today's digital age, discussions about our wealth, our rights, and our future are being silenced and overshadowed in mainstream narratives, leaving many feeling voiceless in conversations crucial to our financial independence and security. This is where Wealth Protection Research steps in, armed with a mission that's never been more critical. Wealth Protection Research is not a financial advisory firm. They are defenders of free speech, committed to giving a voice to the silenced. Wealth Protection Research tirelessly seeks out financial experts. These are the voices that challenge prevailing narratives, especially as we navigate the uncertainties of the 2024 election. Wealth Protection Research has created a 2024 Election Wealth Protection Report. This free report highlights the 3 best ideas for protecting and growing your money heading into the 2024 election. It contains ideas the mainstream media won't touch, and listeners can get it completely free. Just text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy today. If you believe in the sanctity of free speech and the importance of financial freedom, then act now. Text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy of this 2024 Election Protection Report. It's time to widen the scope of what we're told, to hear ideas the establishment does not think you can handle, and to take control of your financial destiny. So text IDEAS to 76626 to claim your free copy today. And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here. Now, on in the show on a high note, okay, President Trump has picked up a lot of endorsements that you wouldn't think he would even be in the running for over the last couple of days. Picked up an endorsement from the New York City construction workers. We saw that impromptu. They all loved him. They went crazy. Picked up an endorsement from Bill Ackman, sort of, who said he's not going to vote for Biden anymore. So the dam is breaking on even in the business community, Wall Street community. Ryan Garcia, the boxer, okay, who is he's a little bit crazy, but we love him because he loves Trump, endorsed Trump. And now an endorsement from Afro Man, one of Frankie's favorite musical artists. Okay, now Afro Man came out with a song which is #1 song on YouTube right now, and it is about the Biden crime family. You'll notice Hunter and Joe depicted next to the great Afro Man. Take us away, Frankie.
Shout out to Bass Records. Hey, yo, Hunter. Roll up another one of them congressional blunts, brother. He was gonna get his laptop fixed, but Hunter got high. He wasn't gonna show all them dick pics, but Hunter got high. He should've let Hillary bleach his whole hard drive. Yeah, hey, Hunter got high. Hunter got high. Hunter got high.
Hunter got, there you go, guys. There you go. He's a laughing stock. He's a criminal. And now we got Afro Man on board, okay? And Trump's support in the black community just got 10 points higher. Deal with it, libs. Stay mad. Let's go. It's not the little black, queer, self-proclaimed people. I'm the new head of the White House Correspondents Association. Oh, look amazing, Biden. No, the real black community is with Trump. Afro Man, okay, with the endorsement out of nowhere, just affirmed it. Let's go. All right, guys. That's about all the time that we have on the show today. You guys know what we do in this program. Keep it America first. We keep it bold. We always keep it unafraid, and you better believe we're just getting started. We thank you all for tuning in, and we'll see you back live tomorrow.
Years ago, FrankSpeech.com was launched during the height of mass media censorship to give voices back to those who had their voices silenced. This April, Lindell TV celebrates 3 years of uncensored truth about America's stolen elections, the voting machines, and the fight to return to paper ballots. Today, we stand at the precipice of a new era, covering the most important presidential election in American history. An era defined by the battle for some of our most fundamental rights: freedom of speech, freedom of press, and secure elections. We at Frank Speech refuse to be silenced. We refuse to bow down to the forces that seek to dictate what we can and cannot say. We are the media now. Join us in this fight at frankspeech.com.
You might not want to hear what we're saying, but we're going to say it. Mike Lindell here, and like you, I see our country being destroyed daily. We face massive economic issues, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are people in power who threaten the values that have made our country great. Well, I've been a believer in gold and silver for a long time, and I've searched for years for a partner that shares my values. Well, Genesis Gold Group showed me how easy it is to protect your IRA, 401k, or your retirement with gold and silver. Their faith-driven approach to service and stewardship is one that stands out from the rest. So call Genesis Gold Group now at 1-800-200-GOLD. That's 1-800-200-4653, or go to LindellGoldRush.com now.
Hi,
I'm Joe Altman with Conservative Daily Podcast, and I'm here to celebrate the 3-year anniversary of Frank Speech. Big things are happening, and some of them have 4 wheels. 4 wheels, world-class safety, and great gas mileage. Can you guess what's next?
Mike Lindell here, and like you, I see our country being destroyed daily. We face massive economic issues, and I can tell you from firsthand experience, there are people in power who threaten the values that have made our country great. Well, I've been a believer in gold and silver for a long time, and I've searched for years for a partner that shares my values. Well, Genesis Gold Group showed me how easy it is to protect your IRA, 401k, or your retirement with gold and silver. Their faith-driven approach to service and stewardship is one that stands out from the rest. So call Genesis Gold Group now at 1-800-200-GOLD. That's 1-800-200-4653, or go to LindellGoldRush.com now. I'm excited to announce we're having a huge MyPillow spring sale, and here's a few examples. Buy one of our MyPillow 2.0s, you get another MyPillow 2.0 absolutely free. Made with cooling technology, the best pillow ever just got even better. And this just in, 9 brand new colors and styles of our Percale bed sheets. They're made with the finest long staple cotton, and now you can save 50% or more. That's as low as $24.98. And for the first time this year, I'm bringing you our My Slippers and Sandals for as low as $25 a pair. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to get your MyPillow 2.0s. Buy one, get one free. Percale sheets as low as $24.98. My Slippers and Sandals as low as $25 a pair. And for a limited time, when you order $75 or more, your entire order ships absolutely free.
A podcaster and citizen investigator named Jackie Pick filed a lawsuit against the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, recently, accusing the top Georgia election official in the state of defamation. Now, Pick presented the State Farm Arena surveillance footage from the election in 2020 to the Georgia legislature. Footage that became famous for showing so-called suitcases, and that's actually a term used in elections, ballots from underneath a table after Georgia election workers had told poll observers to go home for the night. You'll remember that. The worker told watchers that counting was being stopped for the night due to a water main break. But as we've reported on this show many times, and as seen on the surveillance footage presented by Pick, counting continued. Now, Pick accused Raffensperger of lying when he claimed that she had selectively edited the surveillance footage. The lawsuit states that, quote, Mr. Raffensperger publicly and falsely accused Pick of presenting misleading evidence to the Georgia state legislature. He claimed it was doctored, chopped up, cut, sliced up, and deceptively slided and edited. But Pick's lawyers say that, quote, the truth is that Ms. Pick presented authentic, uncut, unedited video footage to the legislature. The video was a single file spanning more than 20 hours, not doctored, edited, chopped up, sliced, diced, or spliced video, and it had no slice or segment removed. The filing also states that Raffensperger later changed his story when put under oath of penalty of prosecution. Now, we'll keep you updated on this story as it develops.
He did. Halderman found Dominion's machines in Georgia are, quote, critically vulnerable to hacking, vulnerable to vote switching. Dominion countered that the hack was unrealistic, but federal authorities found the same vulnerabilities, and more than 20 cybersecurity experts backed up Halderman's findings. Now, there was never any evidence that this was taken advantage of in an election. The worry is that this could be abused in future elections. So this is actually a good story. Everyone seems to be in agreement that the hack is possible, and we know about it in advance. So it should be easily fixed, right? All you have to do is upgrade the system before November, and it's over. Well, not so fast. Quote, some of the issues could be mitigated by upgrading the Dominion software, but Georgia officials say the upgrade is unrealistic, an enormous undertaking they won't start until after the 2024 elections. What?
You know, I had the same response as Glenn Beck, but to Glenn Beck's statement that there was never any evidence that these vulnerabilities were taken advantage of in a past election. What? What, Glenn Beck? Perhaps Glenn should take the time to watch some archives of The Absolute Truth, where we have reported on dozens, at least, of examples of evidence of machine manipulation and fraud. And in this election security special last week, Beck even had one of our go-to software experts on to explain how the machines were used in the 2020 election to rig the election. But according to our friend Jeff Fulgham from Georgia, Glenn Beck avoided the discussion of the 2020 manipulated vote in Georgia. Fulgham tweeted, quote, Glenn Beck's election security special, which aired last night, 4/24/24, was a disservice to everyone who conducted research on Georgia 2020. Being uninformed is okay, but his show misled the American public on the Georgia 2020 evidence. What Glenn Beck failed to inform the public is that the Georgia 2020 machine count was manipulated in the thousands, and the hand count was also manipulated in the thousands. Prior to the special, Fulgham, who is suing Ware County, Georgia, in a lawsuit that exposed and confirmed the vote flipping from Trump to Biden that occurred in the county in 2020, had been optimistic about Beck's Blaze TV interview with software engineer turned election fraud expert Philip Davis. But Glenn seemed to drop the ball. Why? Here to discuss is Philip Davis, aka Mad Liberals himself. Philip is also the founder of ballotassure.com, a website that is dedicated not only to exposing the voting irregularities in 2020, but to preventing the same irregularities from occurring again. Philip, it's good to see you. Well, it looks like you and Beck definitely agree on the fact that you need to do something about it before 2024, right. And that's part of what you're seeking to do with your website, ballotassure.com. But, you know, Jeff put it this way. He said that in his post to X of your interview with Beck that the segment with you left uninformed viewers who don't know as much as, you know, me or other people who look at this all the time, thinking there was no vote manipulation in Georgia in 2020. But your findings, Jeff's findings, Kevin Moncla, whose work we feature constantly on this show, Garland Favorito at Voter GA, his finding, David Cross at Georgia Ballots, that all proves otherwise. Mm-hmm. So what happened in this security special he did?
Right. When they introduced it to me, they said that he was very, very worried about it. Matter of fact, he even printed up shirts saying Dominion did nothing wrong, and that he had on showed on the show. But he was not wanting to look anymore at the 2020 election. He said that election's over. It's nothing we're going to find is going to change that fact. So he only wants to look forward to 2024. How can we secure that election? How can we make sure that there is no more manipulation? And speaking specifically of what he was discussing, He was talking about the keys, the crypto keys stored in the database only. Now, we don't have, and he's correct about this, we don't have any proof that someone went in, used the cryptographic keys to decrypt something, change a ballot image, and then put it back. That's specifically what he was talking about, and he is correct about that. When we did a recount of Georgia from the original to the recount, we didn't see any ballots actually modified. And so his statement is correct if you think of it only in that aspect of the keys not being decrypted.
Okay, I can understand that, but I'm sure you discussed with him all the irregularities that you found, right? And the thousands of ballot images that are missing that we talked to Joe Rossi about this just in Fulton County alone.
Right.
How did that happen if there's no manipulation?
Well, and that's what he's wanting, in that he was very clear that that's all he wanted to talk about. He only wanted to talk about the next election. He did not want to talk at all about what we found. We did not get to talk about the test ballots we just found.
No.
Matter of fact, we found a whole nother set of ballots that were test ballots. Very difficult to find. Matter of fact, I'm actually currently looking at Fulton County's original count, and there could be another 300 test ballots added to the original count. But unfortunately, the test ballots and the real ballots look so close to being identifiable. I can't tell positively that these are test ballots or not anymore. 333 is a total number I can find at this point, but after that, they look the same. There's no word test. No one put the word test on any of these ballots, and they're just inserted in the general election. So, unfortunately, that never came up. The duplicated ballots never came up. The presidential recount ballots that were used to manipulate the final count was not discussed. So it was a very singular subject that we discussed.
I just can't fathom doing an election security special about how you secure the next election and not feeling that that information is extremely relevant. For your audience to know. Unfortunately, our audience knows this, thanks to people like you.
And I've found a lot more beyond what we've discussed. I've actually realized that inside of the database itself is a major amount of code. That code is not secure, and you can modify these stored procedures to change the election results without any cryptographic keys, without any auditing of that it happened. It's 100,000 lines of code. You're not going to see one or two lines added to it that adjust the election. And that's actually one of the biggest faults of this system that I found. Combine that with everyone is admin. There's no user information. Everyone's has the same passwords. Everyone has the same authority. When they adjudicate ballots, they just say EMS admin. You don't know who adjudicated it. So there's no user tracking of any kind. So Dominion stands behind this one little thing of Windows login as their entire security mechanism.
I want to get back because you are a software developer by trade. This is your field.
Yes.
Is 100,000 lines of code necessary to do election software?
Most of my code is in 300, 400,000 line range.
Okay.
But it's in the code itself, and the code is certified. So whenever they're doing certifications, they're certifying that. But to put it in the database itself, so they get a copy of it, I can actually go through, and anyone that has the database can go through and see how they're counting the ballots. But that code is not protected. It's available, and their software uses those stored procedures to generate the final results. If I was to go in there and modify one of those, no one would know I did it. And yet the results on the final end would be modified.
Let me ask you, if you got to do a true forensic audit post-election and you looked at the software that was used that day and, hoping that it had not been changed since the election, that's things we don't know to this day about the post days of 2020. But let's say it had been changed and you immediately looked at the code. Could you tell how they counted the ballots? You couldn't tell if it had been changed or how they counted it.
Right. You can look at the code, but if you didn't, there's so much code out there, you wouldn't know which line to look at. There's thousands of stored procedures, views, and queries in the database itself that they used, it would take months to look through it and figure out what it was. So the only valid way that you can actually make sure your election is good is exactly what Georgia did. And they did a second count on the machines in full. And that allows us to take the original count and the recount, compare them to see, did any images change? Did the votes change? And it did. You know, we have over 25,000 ballots that are different or counted different or added or duplicated from the original. But we're able to find that. But at no time was a ballot image changed or a vote changed. But instead, there's just a lot of incompetence, to be honest. But we did find over 300 ballots that when the person voted and when it was recorded at the server, those are different values. So votes were actually changed between the ballot image and the cast vote record. And I do have proof of that with downloadable links. So you can see the original source on my website.
I wish you could have shared that with Beck's audience, because he has a slightly different audience than mine. And I think this information would be critical for them to know. But I do want to get back to what he did focus on, and just to give our viewers a little more understanding of what the focus of his special was. Here's an exchange he had with one John Graves.
What they found in this software, it really alarmed me. And I was concerned about everything you just said, but I was also concerned what happens if we don't have a solution and people just get demoralized. But when people, have a theory or there is a problem like this, and this is pretty clear if these allegations are true and the systems for 2024 have this, it's a very serious problem because you can change things and cover your tracks, but there is a workable solution by this November. And so that's kind of where I went into motion, is like, let's find a way to take every person, a regular person like me, who is out here going, I just want fair and secure elections. We live in a world where when Hillary loses, she blames software and the Russians. When Trump loses, he blames all kinds of things, including software. We need to live in a country where whoever loses says, you know what, I lost a fair fight. I lost a fair and secure election.
At the top of the segment with you, he sort of suggested that Georgia should do the patch that was recommended by CISA, right? Ultimately, CISA did come out and acknowledge that these vulnerabilities do exist, but if they would just do this patch, it'll be fine. But if they do the suggested updates, will it all be fine, Philip Davis?
No. Well, it depends on the depth of that patch. A patch isn't going to do it. A brand new version with all these issues addressed, maybe. But I'm not sure how big of the patch they're talking about. Are they really talking about making users actually log on with their own names with different passwords that, everyone, when they type in a password, has a special character, a combination of letters and numbers? That's not happening. When people are doing features, they're doing auditing, when they're doing an adjudication, is their name on there, or is it just a generic admin name on there? So that you can track bad actors and see, have some accountability of the people who are doing it. Is the code that they're using to calculate the final results, is that now secure and protected and provisioned so that the next time you run an election, is that the code that they actually certified, or did someone go in there and modify that code so that it gives the elections that they want?
Yeah, there's so much to it, and that's why we just say paper ballots, get rid of the machines, because of everything you just said. It just doesn't. We see no example of that happening that we can trust. And so ultimately, what did you all arrive at as the best way to secure the elections before 2024? What did Glenn Beck arrive at?
He didn't really arrive at a solution other than contact your senators, contact your state representatives. And, Georgia's going the right direction. Georgia has done some very smart things. They actually are having law right now waiting to be signed that is for watermarks on your ballots. I mean, it's so simple to take a computer-generated ballot, throw it in a Xerox machine, make 100 copies. We've mentioned this before. But at least have watermark paper. Also, count it twice. There's so many issues we have found that the actual system itself failed to actually record the votes properly and actually replaced them with other votes. But counting it twice, and that's actually what Dominion recommended. When Dominion came back with, yes, we have vulnerabilities, but the ballot paper is auditable. So no matter what happens, they still have ballot paper. You count those ballot papers twice. Any malfeasance, any bad actors are going to be identified, because if they doubled the ballots, they added new ballots, they changed a ballot, on the recount, they didn't write down which ballots they did. So you'll be able to see the difference between the count and the recount. So many states don't audit or release their ballot images. They don't release their cast vote records. You just have to trust them. And that's really why Georgia is in the lead for fixing these problems. They want to release
and that's why
the
we know
images,
so much,
and
we can constantly cite Georgia as an example and say, look, there are thousands, tens of thousands of missing ballot images, and this is how we know that process you just explained. I would hope and suggest to Mr. Beck that he takes some time to go back and look at the reporting we've done, look at the information you all share, really comb through it, and maybe do a follow-up special. I think that would be a great service to his viewership. We always appreciate you coming on and sharing this information with us, Paul Davis. And again, our audience can go to ballotassured.com to learn more. Thank you so much, Mr. Davis. And I guess, you know what? I didn't mean to do this, but it looks like I'm doing my own election security special today, and we'll continue with that after the break.
Because the first election I voted in was Trump's. I've never voted in a midterm. I've never voted.
What?
I have never voted in a midterm election. Ever.
All right.
Say that I've again. Never voted in a primary. Ever.
Tell us that again.
Oh my gosh.
All right. So what we see here is someone voted in your name for a midterm primary, and then we've got 1, 2, 3 presidential elections. You're saying you did not vote in.
I can tell you,
and
I'm a bad. I can tell you, I'm a bad patriot. First time I got involved in politics with President Trump. That's my first presidential election. I have never voted in a midterm. I have never voted in another presidential election. This is all a lie.
So
I am so upset.
So we're looking at 2 presidential votes.
An Illinois couple has proven that the elections in Illinois were grossly rigged. A recent article from the American Thinker details the extraordinary findings of Jody and Ken Zitko of Illinois. Some highlights of their heart-wrenching findings are there were over 300,000 votes from the 2020 election missing completely or deleted from the Illinois voter data prior to the conclusion of the federal retention period of 22 months. Over a 4-year period, Illinois population decreased by 150,000. But however, the voter rolls in Illinois increased by 650,000. Over 2.5 million people had votes cast prior to their registration dates. There are a whopping 4 million apparent registration violations out of 8.9 million registrations in Illinois.
We were doing meet and greets with the candidate, and we're able to offer that to people as long as they provided, believe it or not, an ID and could prove they were who they were. Right. We wanted to make sure we were very thorough in that effort before we offered their voter history. But nonetheless, we were able to see that there were about 57% irregularities and anomalies when we were doing this with other voters.
And here with us to describe their incredible investigation is none other than Jody and Ken Zitko. They're co-directors of the Illinois chapter of United Sovereign Americans. This was quite an analysis, Jody and Ken. I mean, how can the state explain 650,000 new registrations, but the population decreasing by 150,000 people?
Right. I don't believe the state will have an explanation. I mean, they'll come up with something, but I don't believe it will make, it won't make sense. surely those numbers are going in opposite directions. So,
right. They come up with the stuff like, oh, those are unregistered voters that just came out and registered. But in Illinois, we've got Eric and motor voter, so there's not a lot of people who aren't registered.
Yeah, and I mean, this reminds me of, we focus on Pennsylvania in the 2020 election that had more votes than voters. That's something that the corporate media won't tell you, but clearly that's not just a problem that is isolated to Pennsylvania. Tell us about the information. You did this deep dive and this investigation. Where did you get the data from?
well, it comes directly from the state of Illinois, the State Board of Elections. It's their data. So, the findings that we have are findings from their own data. There's nothing, there's a chain of custody that we use as it relates to it coming to us. And then there's steps involved in terms of validating that file hasn't been opened or changed or altered in any way. And then once we receive it, ultimately, we're just running queries on the data to get the results. So it's their data. So whatever the answers are that we're providing as it relates to our research, it's answers from whatever is actually being captured there in their data.
And you're also talking to Illinois residents, and you're in the American Thinker piece on your investigation. Of the 1,300 Illinois residents you interviewed for your research project, you found that 57% of them had irregularities. What kind of irregularities are we talking about?
We're talking about votes there when the voter didn't vote. They're confident they didn't vote. In our case, part of the reason why Ken and I got involved is we went to look at our voter histories before we started this research project and found, despite the fact that we were only voting every 4 years in presidential elections, that we had votes cast on our records in 2010, 14, and 18 midterms, never voted in midterms. So that was one of the findings. And the other was votes missing when the voter actually went and voted. So we had a number of voters that had distinct memories of voting in 2016 and 2020 where those votes weren't there. Other things around, Ken can share a little bit more in detail around anomalies around registration dates and voters in their homes. We had de-identified data that reflected that. So he can talk a little more about that.
Right. So one of the things we identified is that the voter rolls are so poorly kept that there's not only old data, like somebody lived in the home before you and they're still registered in that address, even though they moved to another county or maybe out of the state. So we were finding some of that, but also finding just what appeared to be entirely fictitious people. We'd have a couple who lived in their home for 30 years, and we would find that there were 4 or 5 registered voters at their address. So that was sort of the springboard for what we're doing now, which is working with United Sovereign Americans to sort of take that same process just further and deeper and evaluating that same election data that comes from the state and trying to determine if our elections are certifiable and valid and legal, or if they're not. And sadly, we're repeatedly finding that they are not meeting the criteria defined by the law to be a certifiable election.
And I know, and I'll just note while you brought it up, that for our audience, that if you wanted to get involved in what they're doing, you can go to the website uniteforfreedom.com, uniteforfreedom.com. That's the number 4. I think a lot of times we're seeing the same kind of problems state by state, as I noted the issue in Pennsylvania with the more votes than voters. And often we're trying to figure out who is really behind this, because at this point, it feels like there is a conspiracy, right? And the Twitter profile, or X, I should say, Bad Kitty or at Pepe's Grandma, has a multi-part Twitter file release on the role of Barack Obama. When we're talking, Illinois alumni, also Samantha Powers, the U.S. State Department, and George Soros funding non-governmental organizations that are being used to influence and rig elections, not just in our country, but globally. In 2013, shortly after Barack Obama was reelected, his UN ambassador, Samantha Powers, who is now the Biden administration's head of USAID, celebrated the creation of a series of taxpayer-funded organizations that were designed to they use semantics in this buzz phrase. It's enhance democracy globally. So we can just surmise from that and the semantic games they play that probably means the exact opposite. So what's your opinion on the claim that these organizations were weaponized against the U.S. election system by Obama to stop Trump? And do you see this influence in your state?
Well, I would say that that's definitely a factor, and there's a huge contingent of people who are out there fighting against Trump, and they wanted to keep him out of office in the first place. They want to keep him from getting into office again. But this problem is much bigger than that and started well before Obama. The system itself is designed with too many vulnerabilities, and then the way the elections are administered doesn't even adhere to the weak laws that we currently have on the books. So that's sort of the point of the project we're doing. Instead of trying to jump into the weeds and evaluate who did it or when did they do it, or let's figure out this past election and set it right, we're just looking to the future and wanting elections to be held according to the laws on the books now, moving forward. And there's so many discrepancies in the way they're being run now that that's going to be a very hard ask just by itself.
Yeah, it is. I mean, you're right. The problems in Chicago. I mean, other states looking to commit fraud could probably look to Chicago and Illinois for a long time, right? It has a long storied past of election rigging with lots of colorful characters.
Yes.
In talking about moving forward, though, and I like what you said, what kind of response are you getting from local elected officials or your legislatures?
Well, we're getting a diverse set of responses, right? Because we're all individuals and we're going through this together, but everybody certainly is having a slightly different experience. So we definitely have the ear. So one of our processes, I should say, and why we really would love people who are trying to find their place in this journey and want to get involved. We have a formal resolution that essentially is written brilliantly, and it's bringing us back both to Supreme Court rulings as well as our U.S. Constitution around our elections. The resolution includes some of these findings that we talked about here in Illinois, but across all the other states, it's their own findings. And then we propose through presenting this resolution, and we really are looking at 2022 data, the most recent general election we had, in part federal election, in part because we understand this battle has been pretty tremendous in terms of, as you mentioned, who's the perpetrator, who's responsible for this, and that's a challenging one to really bring conclusions to and bring it to the legal system in order to try to resolve it. So some of the things in our resolution include NIVRA and HAVA laws, which are election written laws, but they are civil rights laws. So as a civil right law, we don't need a perpetrator and we don't need intent, right? So that's part of why when you asked that question about who did it, we're trying to focus on the solution. We understand the problem needs to be addressed, but we want to help move people forward, and we want to do this in a unified fashion, like where we're all standing up together. And we have thousands of volunteers across the U.S., but we would love 1 million or more.
Yeah.
So, and we want to get this done. The important thing is before November of 24. So,
yeah, the clock is ticking.
Right.
It is.
Yeah.
So,
well, again, you can go to Unite for. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, as far as what we're trying to accomplish by November, it's building these scorecards that outline the data problems that basically through the data, we're demonstrating that the elections are not valid or certifiable. So then we're taking that and filing a complaint with the election authority in each state. And for the most part, the response is, that's not my problem. Talk to somebody else about it. Go talk to the county, go talk to the clerk, go talk to the state's attorney. So then we'll be filing federal lawsuits in each state. And The ask will be an injunction to essentially force the state to follow the laws that are currently written and only certify that election is in fact certifiable. So two pieces of that, we hope we'll get through it at the state level, but if we get conflicting responses, which we expect to in Illinois, a very blue state, we'll probably get shot down pretty quickly. But we've got Texas and Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, Missouri on board, far more conservative perspective, red states that, one judge somewhere in the country, all we need is one to say, yeah, this case has merit. As soon as we have those two different decisions, we can then go to the Supreme Court and ask for a ruling that would essentially apply to the country as a whole. So that's where we're headed, and still a tall order for just a few months, but that's our hope.
It shouldn't be a tall order to just ask people to follow the law, but apparently these days it's the biggest ask when it comes to our elections. Thank you both for what you're doing. Yes. And again, to our audience, if you want to get involved, you can go to the site uniteforfreedom.com, uniteforfreedom.com. It's so lovely to meet you both. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much.
Now, as you know, because we cover election fraud regularly, and because our CEO of Frank Speech, who is also the CEO of MyPillow, has been so committed to the fight to secure America's elections, his business has been affected. So I'll remind you right now that Mike Lindell is running the best sell ever, this $25 extravaganza, where you can get all these great products. I know you don't have all of them on the screen here. Plus, Mike so generously offered last week to give our audience, using the promo code TRUTH, a free multi-use pillow, MyPillow, as a gift with purchase. So just go over to mypillow.com. Be sure to use your promo code TRUTH. Also, you can call the number that you see at the bottom of the screen, that toll-free number. Be sure to tell the representative that greets you on the line that you want to use your promo code TRUTH so that you not only get to take part in the $25 extravaganza, but you get that free gift with purchase as well. And we thank you because it allows us to cover stories like that last segment you saw with the Ziccos. And up next, we have more election fraud for you today. It's a big election fraud show. We're talking about the solution in paper ballots and how we get there. That's after the break.
All the way to Hawaii and Alaska and every state in between. This country is 68% red if we get the machines gone.
Look, we say it all the time, America's elections are hackable. That's just been proven, and that is fact. Because of this, they've been stolen in the past, no matter what some people and other pundits might like to say, and they're likely to be stolen again. But there's a simple solution, and it's staring everyone right in the face. Get rid of the voting machines to save our democracy.
So what are the common myths? You're going to hear, it costs too much to hand count, it's less accurate, it takes too long, there's not enough people. There's never enough people to hand count, and it only works in small counties. But I will tell you our findings, sorry for the overwrite there. Hand counting saves time, saves money, gives you same-day results, is more transparency, better security, works in counties of any size, and continuity of government.
So if everyone knows the machines are hackable and unsecure, why does the U.S. government insist upon using such devices? Well, we keep hearing from the left about the duty to preserve our Hollywood democratic norms, but they're the ones, along with the Uniparty, who are usually fighting any attempt to end electronic voting. This, despite the fact that multiple democracies globally have abandoned electronic machines. The French abandoned electronic voting years ago in favor of hand-counted paper ballots. Taiwan, a country that is basically a U.S. dependent, has safer and freer elections, even with their proximity to China, than does the U.S. because they have same-day paper ballot only elections. Linda France has been a tireless warrior in the fight to end our reliance on electronic voting machines. She has authored the Missouri elections, a return to hand counting, and she joins us now to discuss what she's doing to fight the corruptions in our elections. And Linda, I understand that this mission recently took you to New York, where you taught people how to do hand counting.
Yes, that's absolutely right. We just got back yesterday from New York State. We've been, my husband and I, to over 15 states, swing states, Georgia, Illinois, and some of the other great ones. We have requests for other states coming up that we're working on. And what we're doing is we're getting out and teaching people. We're teaching trainers, training trainers to train others, trying to clone ourselves and others to go out and teach. It's critical. You know, the electronic voting machines only go back about 20 years. And so what we're working on is teaching people that we have counted in the past. It works, it's very doable, and we can count going forward. Don't buy into the myth that people can't count ballots.
Well, and let's talk about, let's say that a state decides to make the transition to paper ballots and the move away from electronic voting machines. One criticism or one rationale we hear, particularly from Georgia, is, oh, well, we have these machines. It's too cumbersome to make a move to paper ballots. The transition would be too tough. But what would it really entail, and how simple or difficult is it really, Linda, to make that transition?
So we hand counted an election here in Missouri, Osage County, which is my own county, last April of 23. So April 4th of 2023. April 4th was the election. Working with the clerk and not sure exactly what she was going to allow or what we were going to do, when we finally got word, yes, we'll hand count. And in our county, we used Dominion tabulators. We had training for election judges, which is what they're called here, on March 11th and March 25th, less than 4 weeks prior to election. And we trained enough people. The supplies are easy. You print up the tally forms, you get the Sharpies, you get whatever you need to hand count. It's all office supplies. And the machine stayed in the closet. It wasn't cumbersome. Now, I know a lot of counties and states have gone out and spent a lot of money on new machines. We've watched the last 2 years, the salesmen for the machine company have been out like crazy convincing people to spend money, because now you have these election officials who go, hey, I just spent a couple $100,000, I spent $1 million. I can't say we're not going to use the machines now. They're caught in a conundrum. But it's not that we can't hand count, it's that they don't want to step out of that.
Yeah, it's been kind of amazing, especially since there's been so much focus and more reporting on the machines. It actually seems that sales have been better for the electronic voting machine companies. Multiple states re-upped their contracts even prior to the date that they were supposed to, that being Georgia and Arizona. They even went around the laws that are in place in order to consider such contract renewals. It's been, you're right. It seems like the salesmen have been effectively doing their jobs with the electronic voting machines.
Yeah. I would say not to discount what I consider to be one of our biggest blockers and obstacles, which are clerk associations. They are not elected. They don't answer to the government. They don't answer the people. And yet there are these associations, and they tell the clerks, we have open records requests where they tell the clerks what they should or shouldn't do. And most clerks, so, in a state, in many states like Missouri, a local clerk can decide whether or not that county is going to hand count. It doesn't have to be the whole state. There are some states where it is top down from the Secretary of State, but in many it's your local state or county or township. But these associations, and 2 years ago at Mike Lindell's Truth Summit, I did a presentation, it's still up on Frank's Speech, where we found the clerks conference that year, 80% of the money from their gold and silver sponsors were either machine companies or election-related companies. There's so much money in keeping these machines out, and then they convince the clerks. And then they pass these laws that say if you intimidate a clerk, then you've got done, all the states are now passing laws. You can't harass or intimidate a clerk. It's getting really hard to get out there and speak the truth.
It's amazing at what a hold these so-called third-party vendors have on our election systems that are supposed to be run by the people. They're paid for certainly by the people, and yet we're not allowed to know anything about them or ask any questions. And it's not just America where we have this issue. In fact, as one of our allies, our greatest allies, found out in Britain, there was also an issue in their elections with electronic voting machines. Take a listen. The British Deputy Prime Minister Oliver Dowden confirmed that China hacked into the UK's election system in both 2021 and 2022. In a statement, he said, quote, "I can confirm today that Chinese state-affiliated actors were responsible for 2 malicious cyber campaigns targeting our democratic institutions and parliamentarians." Now, why did British authorities wait until 2024 to confirm these hacks? Probably because they didn't want the British public to know their election system was just as insecure as America's election system in 2020. That was a recent coverage we did in the situation in Britain. France has moved away from voting machines. And then we saw Argentina in their recent major presidential election that resulted in what, the Biden administration, the Biden regime, and the globalists would call an upset. So, it's just startling at the difference.
Yeah. I speak a lot of times when I tell people and say, look, you get notices from your credit card company that your information was hacked. You get it from stores, you get it from, all different sources, and they'll offer you credit reporting monitoring, but somehow they've convinced the American public that the bad guys, and we'll just call them the bad guys, would never hack our election systems because they know that's sacred. Somehow that's too sacred for them to hack. And that's just ridiculous. There's so much proof, and there's so much that you can't be sure about, even on your own computer at home. You have no idea if it's already been hacked and it's already reporting your personal data. We just need to wake up people, and we tell them hand counting is easy. That's what we teach. They walk out like in New York State and they were chanting USA, USA at the end, and they're going to go out and teach more. It's what we need to do.
Yeah, it's very encouraging. It's also ironic with the recent cyber security or cyber attack notices and warnings. The only system apparently that is not at risk is our elections. And yet there was a cyber attack on Coffee County last week, and we're going to hopefully get more into that. And that's in Georgia. This weekend there was another cyber attack on electronic voting, our electronic voting systems. But they can't possibly be attacked. It's just, it's amazing. Linda, I love the work that you're doing. I'll tell my audience they can go to frankspeech.com, search for your name, I think there's probably multiple presentations on Frank Speech where they can catch up. Go to callsofamerica.org, callsofamerica.org if you want to get involved. And, get out there and convince your local officials to do paper ballots and tell them you got a person, you got an organization that'll help you do it. That's Cause of America, and that's Linda Rance. Thank you for being with us. It's good to see you.
Thank you so much. Thank you too.
We've been talking a lot about election integrity today and securing our elections, but I want to pivot in the next segment to one of the major issues, another important issue facing Americans in the wake of the COVID jazz, and that's cancer. However, a man named John Richardson is here with us to discuss an innovative method for treating cancer that his father, Dr. John Richardson, used for years. You won't want to miss this, and share it with your friends. Mask up or pack up, they said. Do your part. Protect yourself, protect each other. The COVID-19 vaccine is the best long-term way to fight the virus. Close down the schools, close down the stores. Now get this booster. Get another booster. This is just a small window into the absurdity that arose from the COVID-19 pandemic. Many Americans felt unsure of putting a new quote-unquote vaccine into their bodies, and rightfully so. My body, my choice, right? Unfortunately, same didn't apply when it came to the COVID jabs. Americans were forced to take the shot with the fear of repercussions as extreme as losing their jobs, their livelihoods, and many people did. And now a shocking new study finds mRNA COVID vaccines, again, I will use that term loosely, cause cancer growth. We've all speculated, and we've highlighted some other research on this show as well, But this solidifies that it is backed by, quote unquote, the science. The mRNA used in COVID-19 jabs has been modified from its naturally occurring form to prevent degradation by the immune system when injected. In a review which was published on April 5th, researchers argue this modification causes immune suppression. The two researchers who discovered this modification were awarded a Nobel Peace Prize in 2023. Pfizer and Moderna used this patented technology in their vaccines. Again, quote unquote, vaccines. A quote from the National Institutes of Health states, evidence provided that adding the modification to the mRNA vaccine as a melanoma model stimulates cancer growth and metastasis, while the non-modified mRNA vaccine induces opposite results, thus suggesting that the COVID-19 mRNA vaccines could aid to cancer development. Based on this compelling evidence, we suggest that future clinical trials for cancers or infectious diseases should not use mRNA vaccines. Should not use mRNA vaccines, end quote. John Richardson is the president of Operation World Without Cancer and the president of the Richardson Nutritional Center. He's dedicated his life to helping people with cancer. His father, Dr. John Richardson, helped thousands of cancer patients and went toe-to-toe with the government and Big Pharma. Operation World Without Cancer is a humanitarian global marketing effort to create widespread understanding of all natural, organic, metabolic, and God-given solutions to cancer, with the ultimate goal of making cancer as rare as scurvy in our lifetime. And Mr. John Richardson joins us now. John, look, I was just talking to a family member this weekend, and they were telling me how people are just dropping dead all around them with stage 4 cancers that come out of nowhere, didn't know anything about it. And they said, you know, it just coincides with the COVID jabs. It has to be that. But so we know it's happening. I want to focus on what people can really do, because we know that there's suppressed treatments that have been shown to effectively treat cancer. And that's something your father did, correct?
Absolutely. And Emerald, I put on these special glasses just for you so that our glasses matched your outfit, and because it looks like my background matches your background. So just the side.
Oh, wow, you're
note.
right. I appreciate the coordination.
Here's the funny part. Not funny. The information, the truth I'm about to say will make me sound like a crazy person, but it really does make sense if people want to look into it. I've been doing this for 30 years. My dad did it for about 14 years. He fought the battle, which he lost. The truth about cancer, the real truth, is that it's a deficiency disease. It's an immune system not having what it needs to fight it off. Cancer is not something you catch. It's not something that's injected into you. Even an mRNA vaccine doesn't cause cancer. It destroys your immune system. That's what an mRNA vaccine does. And that's been studied and proven. So there's a lot of different information about what exactly creates this turbo cancer. But I know from looking at the study,